months payment and 0 due at signing. Limited inventory available.
Is that on iPhone 17?
Switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
You get a new iPhone 17 on them with its awesome camera, and they'll even deliver it the same day.
Switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. Get a new iPhone 17 on us with same-day delivery.
Why am I wearing a tutu?
What up? Are we good? I think we're good. Hello, Chipton. How you doing? Live streams? Yes, sir. We got more finals coming up right now.
Today we crown a regional champion in North.
Yep.
Later on, Shopify Rebellion and Space Station Gaming will battle it out to lift the trophy. But our first order of business is declaring the best team in T2.
Okay.
It is time for the finals of Element 6. Welcome to the second day of the North American Regional Finals, everybody. So glad to have you with us. I'm Jonas Willinger,
that's fine
me
for now.
on the desk for the first time in studio.
Quality for TikTok is going to be a little bit, yeah, but you know, it's all good.
Since Elements existed, CDAPS, Clems.
It's all kosher.
Guys doing today? So glad to have you here. It's been an amazing weekend. The
Quality's bud.
Energy in the building tonight,
Oh,
and then ultimately, yeah, the snow is
Hello,
nice.
guys.
Being from Arizona, it's a little crazy.
Hello, TikTok. Yeah, it'll be fine. We're going to be doing a normal stream again like tomorrow, so it's all good.
It doesn't exist. It's not there.
Not a big deal.
We're here, of course, to cover the Element Finals, but first, let's get you up to speed about what happened yesterday in the NAL Regional Finals. A couple weeks ago, we started with 6. We came to Philly with 3 teams.
I'm going to have her
we're just down to 2.
take over for like 2-3 minutes. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and then I'm also going to like set up.
Going out in absolute heartbreak after their big Munich win. To go down, have to play 6 maps in a gauntlet, and just to lose was incredibly just heartbreaking. But right now, the grand final is looking so good.
Hi guys.
But it's nice to have
I'm streaming again today.
New teams ultimately crown the champions.
I'm so
still have their flowers from Munich. They could still be happy about it. Of course, not the result that they were wanting here in Philly, but still, they're still holding on to their win. It's time to let someone else shine in the spotlight, and I'll be excited to see whether that's SSG or Shopify.
And they get to lift this beautiful trophy right here, which is going to be very exciting. On the Element side of things, this competition has also been unfolding over the course of the last few weeks, the last few months. Another double elimination bracket that leads SOS and Team CLB into the grand final.
Yeah, and the upper bracket final was a preview into the game we're seeing today, but Mason, that wasn't that good of a game. Overall, sure, CLB, we knew they were going to get here, but they still had to fight hard.
It was a bit of a pretext, right? A precursor to this match.
Thank
but
you.
I think it'll be an entirely different, it's a whole different atmosphere between the two teams.
He's off.
Yeah, I mean,
posting
overall, SOS, one of
videos
the most
and
dominant
things.
teams that we've seen in
He'll
the
be back in
history
a
of Element,
second.
not dropping a map all season. And then you have CLB, a team of experienced and inexperienced players coming together and looking really solid. They made their way even through that one lower bracket game against Alex, and they showed out that they could still get the job done when they need.
Yeah, both of these pieces of hardware right here on the line today. We'll give you our schedule so you get a better idea of when we're bringing you the action.
Yeah.
As I said, we'll start things off with
it's
Element,
hectic
Team
a little bit
CLB
sometimes.
and SOS. Later on, Shopify Rebellion.
I'm just glad
and
I'm kind of
Space
able
Station,
to
a rivalry
help
we
him
have
out
seen
well
take shape
while
over
I'm
the
here.
course of 2025
You guys know
and
this
beyond
is
for
not
the
my
next
forte,
iteration
but
to
I will
decide
absolutely try.
A regional champion. Cannot wait to get that one started. But to the match at hand, the Element 6 final. It is Team CLB Mason taking on SOS, as Connor mentioned. It is a rematch of that upper bracket final. We're going to want to see, though, a little bit more of a competitive match this time.
100%. I think we will get that more competitive match, but when you look at the stats on paper, SOS are completely dominant over CLB, and they're dominant over every
Change the way that I'm sitting
in
just
Element.
to kind of
And I
lift
think that
myself
ultimately,
up just a little bit,
SOS,
so I don't
when
have
you
to
look
mess
at them,
around
it's
with
their
this
match
chair
to lose,
or the
right?
camera.
They are the team that are in
I think
control
we
of their
may
own
have
situation, their own
broken part of the
destiny.
camera,
It's
yes.
their game to lose. CLB have a chance to take it away from them.
Well, obviously, we have a crowd in person. We're here in
Oh,
person.
fun. What are you
and
guys
our
watching?
teams are here
Well,
in person as well, already getting set
also,
up
of course,
on our
but-
stage. A few minutes ago, Jacob had a chance to catch up with our T2 legends before they step into the server.
It snowed last night. It was really pretty.
We're talking to Packer from SOS, a team
Oh,
that has
fun.
now made the grand final without losing a single game so far.
But yeah,
How
it
have you
snowed
managed
last
to
night,
pull
so it's
that off?
super
And
cold.
do you have any specific mentalities coming into Philadelphia to make sure you still don't lose a game in this?
And I was a little
this
sad
entire
because
bracket?
I initially was gonna pack
game
my
with confidence and
like some of my snow
have
stuff because I
great
saw that it was
time.
supposed to be
we've,
snowing, but then
we haven't lost a
when
game,
it was
but
like the day of
we've
leaving,
also
it,
just been having
there was
a bit more
no
fun
snow
recently, the
forecasted
playoffs,
anymore.
so it's
So
been a good time for us, and we're
I
excited
changed
to
my
be here. It's the
plans,
first time for a lot of these players playing
and now
live,
there's
and
snow.
Just excited to do so.
We did see the announcement that you're playing with the NV Core from this point forward.
It
Does
looks
that
really
then make
pretty.
this the last time that you're going to be playing with this team overall? And how has it been playing with this group of guys in general now that you're at a grand final?
It was a big teaching moment for me. I learned a lot about myself. I also was able to help them learn a lot. Like I taught them a lot about the T1 scene and how they can improve just to make it there. A lot of them are very new to comp. But yes, this is my last time playing with this core.
Oh, look.
I will be playing with NV going forward.
Look, I got
I'm
the-
very excited for that. But yeah,
Oh, my hair's
I'm just
away.
happy that I was able to teach
Got
them a lot.
SenVale
and
merch
this was, kind of
on.
our last spot, and I'm just very excited for that.
And there's
Cool.
the
Thanks a lot.
back.
Appreciate it. We're talking to Rice from CLB, a team that's only lost 2 games so far through Element 6, one of which was the team that you're going to be facing across stage today. How cool is it to have the opportunity to get revenge on LAN as opposed to doing it online?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I just like to see them. I just like to look at their faces when they lose.
Hello.
And they're literally right there. I wanted to ask
The
this
imposter's
because we
coming
did a double
back.
check, but I want to make sure we're not getting it wrong. Is this the first time you're having the chance to play on LAN since the Atlanta major with DZ?
He has returned.
Yes.
How does it feel to be back?
Feels good.
Sweet.
Hello.
Did you have anything else you wanted to tackle?
Take over.
No.
Do you want to take over?
Sweet. That's Rice, everybody.
Okay.
Well, I do not envy Jacob. He's got quite a job there interviewing someone like Rice, who's obviously
please.
trolling just a little bit. But great to hear some early thoughts from the players before they step into this match. Obviously, we heard from Packer, building up that team, starting to get into shape, and eventually he's going to be stepping
Vote him
away.
out. He's an
But over his
imposter.
time on this
What?
roster with SOS, they
I'm saying,
have
hey,
been
Dan.
incredibly dominant. This is a
So you
team
can see
with
here,
a
like you can see
wide
the
range
YouTube
of
chat
experience,
combined.
but it's been
You can
working
see
out well.
who's chatting on what.
The role that Packer has taken
Yeah.
with this SOS team.
You can see
taking
how
it
many
as an
people we have on
opportunity to
YouTube
grow.
versus
So when
Twitch.
you teach, you end up learning so much more, and I think that that's something that's really critical for Packer going on.
Well,
forward
because they
in
added
his
a bunch of
career.
new
I think
things.
that he has been a very good leader
no, just now.
for this team.
That's
which
what I was
is something
doing.
We've always seen out of Packer, but I feel like he's really elevated.
No, that's my
himself,
girlfriend.
especially with the
Insane.
younger players on this team. Ions,
That is the
Volsberg,
churro
Butcher being
cupcake.
a rookie, right? So like you've got some experience on this team
That's you.
and former champions in Packer and Ville, but ultimately it's really all about the core components of these players coming together, taking under the leadership of Packer, and getting the job done.
Well, as we said, a wide range of experience, Connor, from someone like Packer, who has international
They
stage
start like 8
experience, to
minutes.
someone like Butcher,
Are they on
who
stage?
literally has never played in
Oh, yeah.
a T2 tournament before.
Yeah, so we got
LM6. That is a wide range of
Butcher,
experience with a
Ions,
wide
Packer,
range of
Volsberg, and
results.
Bill.
Yeah, and for Packer being just kind of the father of this roster and handpicking out the pieces, he's
Heck?
looking for potential. He's finding the diamonds
What's
in
the place
the
you're
rough.
in?
We have
We're
Volsberg
in
and
Philly.
Ions
We're at
never
the.
even making it to playoffs, and all of a sudden, just
I'm not sure what
the
this
sum
place
of
would
all parts
be.
for this SOS team is so much
Place
more
called
than
Localhost.
the
I don't know.
individual
It's like this
and
big like
Mason,
arcade
even with Butcher,
looking
it's been
place.
so phenomenal to see somebody step up. Just
It's a pretty
out of
decent
nowhere.
place, but it's
I
definitely
think
no
Butcher's
like.
a
It's
really
definitely not a
talented
major,
player.
you know.
And ultimately, the whole SOS team has just been a very good team.
Well,
More about that
BZ,
because as somebody
yo,
who's
what's up,
coming
baby?
in as a rookie, you don't expect
How we doing?
the biggest success.
I gotta
You
get
don't
all my
expect a ton
tweets
of
and stuff
numbers,
out because I
but
have
what
7
Butcher
minutes
is
till the
doing
game starts.
has been a little bit like a cut above the rest.
And he was a focal point in that
Yo,
the preview to this grand final. He started off that game hot, 6-0, 7-1.
Who's playing today?
Really strong
Well, you have
scoreline
T2 grand final, so the best T2 players.
Get that really early
and then you have the best NAL
there against CLB.
or the grand champs for the NAL region. So I believe we have Shopify versus SSG.
But it's not like anything that really is flashy or
outlandish. And maybe lost.
But he's performing well, and for being a young star and a rookie, it is so exciting to see the new, fresh talent that we have in the Tier 2 scene really starting to come through North America.
And
Watch the best T2 player. Well, I didn't play in T2 this season, so.
Same place where the pros are going to be taking the stage in just a few minutes.
Part of it.
That is no small thing. But his opponent today, and the team that SOS have to go up against, Team CLB, they are a name at least that a lot of Element fans are familiar with. They played in Element 2 under the same banner, Element 5, and now Element 6, and here they are again.
Yeah, for CLB, it's a roster that you know exactly what you're going to get because they've been around the block so many times. They will always be at least, at minimum, a top 6 team. Every iteration always looking so incredibly good. And you even have players like Asian, like Rice, that have made it to the top, the upper echelons of Siege, playing in Tier 1, playing on LAN. It's just really nice to see.
Yeah, and I think it's that LAN experience that really separates CLB from SOS. Ions did play in like the recent Philadelphia LAN, and then same with Packer obviously being at some of the recent majors, but you've got Asian who played in NAL regional finals. You have Rice who played at Atlanta. You've got Zonky who played and won at the Denver local host LAN. So there is some pretty good LAN experience. However, for most of these players, they've never been in a grand final, and especially at this level, it is totally a different atmosphere, especially when you've got a crowd out there, you've got friends and family from many of the teams. It is definitely a different feeling that the players are going to have.
Well, what we've seen from this team is how well they play when that kind of three-headed monster, that Asian Zonky Vic Bands combo, Mason, how well it looks when they are playing well together.
And you can see how bad it looks when they're not playing well together. You've got the Element 6 average on the left and the upper final results on the right, and you can see that ultimately Asian, Zonky, and Vic were just not able to put a good performance together. -15 in kills, -2 on the entry. Like, this is a team that relies on these 3 players to really get the job done. They've got a great supporting cast in Rice and Zonky, or in Rice and Center, sorry, but ultimately, this team really needs these players to all 3 step up. Asian was the only player that had a good performance against SOS in the upper bracket final. Zonky and Vic are going to have to show up, and it's going to be tough.
Okay.
The elements in the atmosphere tonight.
Oh, Dragon, no, it's been a bit.
Thing that I think is something we have
it's been a bit of the Tier 3s.
To you as part of the reason that did not go well.
It's just the strengths of SOS lined up perfectly with the weaknesses of CLB, where this roster needs
How would I even find out when I started T3 subbing? I don't know, Drag, but it's been a long time.
The best
for sure
team, and on their defensive side, where it's kind of a
definitely over a year.
They're going to do
for
well.
sure.
They're going up against such a strong and prolific attacking team.
Yeah, and ultimately,
your guess is as good as mine.
A team that can kind of get the job done no matter what. CLB, they rely heavily on momentum, and you saw in their game against SOS, they couldn't get anything going. They couldn't get anything going at all. And you saw how much they struggled, how hard it was for them to get their feet underneath them. And I think that that's going to matter a ton here in this match as well, is can CLB bounce back from when they lose rounds and start to string them back together? Because I think that's really going to tip the balance in their favor, because SOS, we've never really seen a team challenge them in such a way.
Well, they were unable to challenge, or CLB was unable to challenge SOS on Lair and on Border. Those were the 2 maps they ended up playing in that winner's bracket final. What do you think how that is going to shape their strategy today?
I think it's going to change a good amount, and these teams have had a good week and a half to prepare. So ultimately, there's a lot of VOD. There's a lot of time to go through, pick apart strats. The players, you know, they might be like, we don't really care that much. This is just for fun. We want to have a good time. But they care. They're going to be doing their research. They've had their time on the airplanes to travel, downloading VODs, going through strats. They've got some preparedness, and you can see that with the pick of Chalet of SOS, of CLB picking into Chalet, I really want to highlight that because that's been an auto ban for them the entire time. And Connor, I think that you and I both agree it's a little bit shocking to see it, but also
Fine with Discord,
because it's definitely been.
I'm pretty sure
CLB.
it's not saying I'm streaming to be a Discord, so I'm making sure it does. Yeah, we just count subs on if it was T1,
Chalet,
T2,
they
T3.
obviously know something that we don't, that this Packer-led roster is probably going to be pretty dang good on Chalet. Going to Consulate from a decider, it's going to be up in the air if we even need it. But Nighthaven Labs, I think we have to put a lot of emphasis on because of that momentum we were talking about. CLB needs to come out.
That's how long he's been subbed and what tier of sub he currently is.
Probably just going to roll it.
Doesn't say
Connor,
exactly.
Tell me how that impacts how you feel about this series.
All that
as a
other
whole.
stuff.
I get that this is a rematch.
Okay, stream
so
mode
it's very
turned
easy
on.
to go with
Boom.
the team that won that game. Do you think CLB have what it takes to flip the script and get that win?
I think they really do because the CLB team always finds a way to win, and that's what good teams do. But for SOS, I'm almost a little bit worried that the lights are so bright. There's cheering fans out there. There's going to be nerves from rookies, and this is a team that has not dropped a single map. Therefore, you can say they don't know how to lose, but they don't know how to lose. What happens if they do? Are they going to crumble? Are they going to bounce back? I'm not necessarily that sure.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember that, like, SOS has that X factor in Packer, though, right? He's a smart guy. He's been a big leader for this team, and they're a vibes team. And being in person next to your teammates, that is the most vibes you can get, right? You got the fist bumps. You're going to have energy. You can stare your opponents in the eyes and talk all the trash you want. Like, that is a big difference, I think, that is ultimately going to propel SOS to the win. In my opinion, that's what I think will be the deciding factor.
Let's talk a little bit more about the spotlight, because this is a more unique for T2 players than it is for your NAL pros. You guys know these guys well. You've been following them practically their whole careers, it feels like. Connor, if you were to pick one team that's going to thrive under the pressure a little bit more, that might be the team to get more trash talky, get in each other's face, which team would that be?
I really feel like CLB is going to be the one screaming across the stage. I can see Asian, I can see Rice, all of them just ready to go. Even Zonky, I feel like could get a little bit rowdy today.
Could be fun to see that happening. Do you feel the same way on that? I mean, like, I don't know which of these individual players, you know best.
I think both teams are going to be firing at all cylinders. I definitely see a lot of trash coming from Asian, coming from, I think Center is going to talk a bit. Like, I think that the whole team is going to get vocal. And then you have the side of SOS. They're a known team for being vocal. They've been vocal with us so far at the event. Ions is a very loud guy. He likes to get loud. Packer, of course, is
my social posts out.
For being someone who
Really want to do an event? They did.
So
What a piece.
There's gonna be a lot of trash talk.
To just start to Simon. Yeah, we're just getting all the posts out that we need to get out. I just started a little bit early so I can just, like, gather the troops, kind of get it going. And, like, I'm here, but I am just, like, making sure we're good to go on all aspects before, like, it fully starts.
Take this, like you said in your prediction,
Or
is this going to be that 2-0 or bust?
I really feel like it's a 2-0 and bust for either of these teams. I think SOS, if they take care of business, we know what they're going to do. And for CLB, it's once again putting the just weight and pressure on SOS to see how they respond.
I was not saying I'm in stream mode, bro.
Great to get your insight on these teams. I'm sure our fans are hyped and ready to go, as are we. So we're going to send it down to Jacob to kick things off from the stage.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Do we have anybody in the building tonight?
Hello?
Two Spectrum, who've all won championships in Elements at one point over the past few years. Today, we do it again, but for the first time ever, we're doing it on LAN in front of an audience. Some of the players on this stage have had the ability to play for top teams in North America, some cases even going across the world.
Volume sound good? Audio sounds good, everybody?
Have never played on LAN or in a grand final at any point in their careers. It's North American Tier 2, and we genuinely wouldn't have it any other way. On one side, SOS. On the other side, CLB. If they're not names you're familiar with, that doesn't matter.
What? Can't hear you. Okay.
At the end of this, you're going to be intimately familiar with both of them, and one of them will be crowned the champions of Element 6 live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Make some noise.
Listen to
Your Element 6 Grand Finals starts right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Element 6 Grand Finals in person. We have our teams right here in front of us. It's going to be an absolute blast. I'm so excited to be here alongside Light Rose. Are you ready for this?
Yes, we started the entire year off with a LAN cast. We end it with a LAN cast, but
What?
now we get to be in front of an entire
hello.
crowd. It's
Testing. We are testing the volumes of everything.
And just feel the energy, because I was here yesterday. You were not coming in from Pittsburgh. It was really quaint. It was nice. It felt familiar with the entire space, and it should be today. We see the social prediction: 57% for SOS, 43% for CLB. Kind of shocking. I expected it to be a little bit more SOS-sided, given how that upper final is. But as I was saying to all the other production members, I was hoping that being on land, having to travel here would light a fire inside of CLB. I don't want a 7-0. I don't want to give 7-2, 7-4. I want a close game, given that this is only a best of 3.
See, it's funny you say that, because I was talking to SOS before the game, and the main thing that they said was they were winning basically because they weren't trying to win. Like, they literally do not care, and it's what's been getting them like all this progress so far. And
They're not being done. Are I playing now? No, we're watching. Watching a NAL. Well, right now we're watching T2, but
a little bit of a
games are starting.
But yeah, I think that like coming into this environment, it's a lot different.
Move
Like,
that down. There we go.
Care, but who knows? Maybe sometimes
Playing
those
back.
can kind of just jump up on you. But for
I'll check out YouTube for you
players,
real
some of
quick.
them
Let's
played on
go.
before, some of them have not. They're gonna have to adapt or die
Sound
right
good?
now.
What?
We start off with the SOS
On TikTok?
attack. If you paid attention to this team, the attack should actually surprise you, because it feels like it is an incredibly strong side of theirs. Usually helmed. It originally was Packer at the beginning of the season, and it slowly shifted more towards Ions being the in-game leader, and I think he's done a wonderful job. If you look at their most recent experiences, we have a LAN experience, ladies and gentlemen. It does not just stay up to T1, it all goes back down to D2 as well. And I was going to say, I was going to start complimenting Ions. I think he's done a wonderful job. I would honestly, even past Element 6, expect him to potentially find success in the future if he continues to do that, even beyond with Packer potentially in the LCQ. But that's for the future as we take a little bit of a technical pause. We'll see how long this is. I think the second game was pretty rough.
Yeah, this is so obviously this game has already happened before between CLB and SOS, and
It would just be because of the internet. If there was any type of delay, but it's fine.
So I honestly think that SOS with this different map pool, they could have a little bit of a different challenge here. I think CLB are on some maps that they're pretty comfortable with, pretty known for.
As long as these are synced, it's fine.
Get there.
Fine.
But yeah, I think that this is a map.
I thought good on YouTube. Good.
Sides. I think that this is something where. Is that
good.
Oh my God, that is.
No, everything's
So
good.
CLB have recruited ex-CLB member Hat.
No, but it's chilling.
That is going to be interesting for sure. But
Curious how it sounds on
mentioning Packer
TikTok,
and
but
Ions,
I
that's a
need to be able to
discussion we were
go
having.
listen to it
I
in a
think
second.
that it's allowed Packer to kind of just flow into his role
Probably
once
do
again,
this
where
really
he's
quick,
just able
pretend
to
like
go
I'm
around
taking
and
a
just
phone
gun
call.
everybody in the lobby, because
Listen to it.
I feel like we might have forgot that he could do that.
You know what's actually interesting is, so you look at Packer's role on Envy. He's actually not really in an in-game position. He's in more of a flex support. Yeah. And I'm kind of excited about that. I think we've harped on Packer throughout these past 2-3 years as this crazy IGL, leading MAD, and then what was it, Cloud9 that he was most recently on? So, don't worry about that. But
TikTok's a mess, but TikTok's always a mess. It's all good.
Hear us hyping him up, but
it's all good.
Slot into
Work it everywhere else.
on Envy, but he's not worried about that right now. He's worried about winning the Tier 2 Grand Finals. Hopefully this pause will not be that long. Obviously, we don't want to wait too long, but we're playing on an old build. There's some bugs. What Siege is kind of known for.
Packer has definitely been playing to win. Highest rated player on SOS right now, and I just think that role swap has made him so comfortable in that position. Again, he doesn't really have to focus on micromanaging and everything like that. And like you said, I think Ions is taking it very well. I think that he's slotted into this role, coming off of Basically, he played for it was a Purdue branch campus. I think it's Purdue. I don't remember the full name of it, but he played for a Purdue college collegiate team, and that's kind of like where his career really started. Has some LAN experience with that, but other than that, floating around in Tier 3 up until Challenger Series, where he comes along
not
with
sure how TikTok is. I don't use it. Nah, you're good. I heard it. It's just that my compressor and stuff for my microphone isn't working on TikTok, and I'm not sure how to really do that without using what I normally use at an OG stream. So I'm just gonna worry about that later. We're just gonna deal with it what we can.
From Tier 2, he's undeniable now. I mean, this is his chance to get his crown and get Packer his third.
It's interesting how we actually talk about CLB versus SOS, because it feels like SOS are kind of, these up-and-comers. Obviously, you have had Packer and Vil Element champions, but then you do have Butcher, Volsper, and Ions.
Yeah, so today we're going to have Elements.
CLB, of which
we're watching Grand Finals of Elements.
T2 mainstay. You've got
and then we have the regional Grand Finals for NAL.
Discuss what it seems, because it
then at some point I have to go do a
vibe with the old
sign things or whatnot, meet and greet bullshit, but she'll take over and be the streamer for like 20 minutes while I do that.
And having them go at it on LAN in a grand final, I think really does
Facebook going there like 1 or 2 times a year. Devil, you're gonna see my stuff on there.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. This is what Tier 2 is. Without a Tier 2 system,
all right, so teams, let's talk teams. We have Zombie, Big Ben, Center, Asian, Rice. Honestly, that's a pretty good roster.
The same can be said
versus
for
Packer,
for the other players who
both for Ions, Butcher, and Bill.
And that's the beauty of it. You just get to watch.
I mean, for me, I definitely look.
As a team, like Team Envy did.
Or Zonky's team is probably winning, which I do want them to win. So we'll see what happens.
Something you don't always get.
Yo, with the 5 good subs.
Going to be potentially problematic.
Let's go. There's no notifications. They don't have my alert box set up, but let's go.
Switch up all the time. That's going to catch CLB off guard in some sense.
And one thing that CLB did in their previous game that really hurt them, especially on the first map of Lair, was they gave
Glaz is crazy.
A lot of space.
It's comp, bro. Glaz is super annoying dealing with the smoke. A lot of people have been using Glaz as like smoke entries. You never know when like if you hear a smoke grenade go off, if it's a Glaz standing in the middle of the smoke, so they have to basically give every smoke grenade the benefit of the doubt that Glaz is in the smoke, which makes smoke grenades a lot stronger because it makes everyone afraid. You see a smoke grenade go off, they run away because they're like, oh god, it's Glaz. So ban Glaz, so they don't have to worry about that at all. Shot time.
SOS. Very aware of CLB's
probably not today.
Play style. They are
I don't think this place has alcohol.
That is certainly going to be something that both hurts and helps.
Let's do a Red Bull though.
In the long run.
Do a Red Bull.
Successful. It is beautiful timing from Rice. It's the small things in Siege at the end of the day that matter. So now SOS are going to have to come up with a backup plan. They've gotten the IT wall thanks to Vil on that map trick, and they've got Ions with the shield inside of the electrical. But he's going to move away and start to shift his focus over towards IT side. And it makes a lot of sense. He can challenge the Raptor players as he walks up.
We're going to make gamer subs. So I packed something on the plane, and it looks very bad.
Fenrir Mine going to force back Ions as Big Ben still
it's gamer subs in a plastic baggie.
The first one dead in this finals. Bill on the upside down rappel takes down Rice. And that is 2 frags for CLB who now have a way in.
And it's going to make this push so much better. The Echo, you got to be careful. But Warden's not looking the right way. And now it's just that Echo all alone. He's able to find one, but SOS,
got the needle.
They show their attacking prowess and claim the first round.
Just waited for those kills. Just absolutely put themselves in the best scenario possible to play trades and to take a positional advantage. Ions was up there in IT like swimwear, and there was really no way to get him out because he's a big shield. So all he can really do is gather info, make Vic fans and others feel a little bit more uncomfortable, and that's all you sometimes need to flush out those picks. Despite the Rice bandit trick, again, that immediate adaptation, the fact that they just went over and decided we don't need this, it doesn't matter. Some teams will get stuck up on that. They're like, we can't.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be left out like that because it looks really bad.
With SOS, there is no perfect setup. Any setup
it literally looks like black tar.
They just go for it, and I think that's going to be the beauty of their attacks. Their flexibility is certainly going to help, and if CLB can't
it's just my drinky drink.
It's going to end up like this more times than not. But of course, with this defense,
what kind of setups do they give in comp? Honestly, depends. Usually they play 240 FPS, so it's usually not like the top of the top.
This is the old
but they usually tell you like what types of setups you're going to play on.
So shields are going to be
I would assume that they're probably on at least least 240 FPS.
Maybe could see some Denari. Who's
Very
very
touchy.
popular on labs
But
as well. We'll have to see.
is there a problem with Black Tar?
They do have the
Yes,
Solus, they
it's
do
illegal.
have the Sentry as they head down to the basement.
I just don't want to see the other word
going
because I'm
SOS
streaming.
again. And I do agree
But
with
you,
that.
you know what
I
I'm
think,
referring
you
to.
see the potential that your team can have if you can really stand up to the metal of their attacks. So you don't fall back.
All right, so
And now you're gonna
Zonga's team got cooked first
rely
round.
on the
It's all good though.
roamers like Asian Center and Vic Bands, but that can be a real hindrance because SOS are
This is a best of 3,
good
so
at droning and
I don't know
so
whose
good
map
at
pick this is,
isolating these
but
players and just closing the walls
we will see.
around
We will
them.
see.
They're gonna do that with Ions on the Monty, I'm expecting.
See how much time those roamers can waste, though, as they do their initial round, shooting drones, trying to get the whole shebang going.
Not like
Obviously,
concrete
you have Asian
tar.
playing on that game's hatch, so whenever he feels like he's being forced off, he can go for the drop and, again, continue to waste
Let's
more
play
time.
old
And that's
build
the
as
thing about
well.
CLB is they're not afraid to take these gunfights at times, and it can hurt them. And
Yeah,
it can
play
help
old
them.
build,
Obviously,
weird.
We see a lot of aggressive play from them, and they can get into fights that really they shouldn't be involved in, and it can be unexpected for the attack. But the thing with SOS is their info has been pretty good all semester, all stage. So there's really not much CLB can get away with without SOS knowing.
Almost found one. There goes the Monty, spot one. You don't even need to put that much pressure on. The existence of the Monty indicates other roamers, and so CLB, they get the idea. They back off. Vic and
What are we
Asian
talking
are
about?
kind of playing half on, half off, seeing how much time they could potentially waste, especially Asian in this corner, but Packers holding such a good angle. We'll have to see how long this stalemate goes on and if SOS just get a little too careless with that hallway.
You've also got Vic Bands above, who's first picked on the last round. May also be the first point of contact between CLB and SOS, who are currently just holding those crosses. Entry from Volsper, getting into EXO, tons of space being taken here.
Go for the EXO plant.
Remaining. They're going to try and use that Monty to force anyone in EXO back into those Maverick holes from Vil. So far, no one's been caught just yet. Volsper in a fight with Zonky from sight. CLB can probably set up a flank here, but there's just so many crosses being held, and Butcher on this lurk inside of IT is going to pose a serious threat to Asian. The Solus goes down thanks to that cross from Butcher. Rice is going to try and pick up the pieces here, and he does. Beautiful shot onto Butcher. So that top floor control now relinquished to the defense, but SOS are starting to hit this site. You've got Ions in that default spot. Packer finds Vic Bands upstairs. This is going so well in terms of getting that plant down for SOS. C4 does not land. There's nobody to deny this, and that plant will go down. Now a post plant for SOS. But that top floor has been retaken. Doesn't matter though. Volsper slams Zonky above, but gets traded by center. 2 versus 2. You have to face the Monty. He's gonna waste so much time on this case if you can't get rid of him early. And all that Vil has to do is stay outside on that breach and hold him off. Center trying to fight with that, but Vil just lets him walk right into his crosshairs. It's all down to Rice. No utility to work with. All of those map holes just holding him. It's all a conclusion that we're too familiar with. This post plan is successful, and SOS lock in their second round.
Uh-oh.
Bit closer, I think, especially with that trade onto Butcher upstairs. Something that SOS, when their closest game of the entire stage was up against Team Carry, and the reason for that was the trades. So initially, with the time remaining, with a good amount of vertical coverage, that you would think that CLB would be able to do something about that. But with the plant going down, nobody's able to find a good angle with that C4 that goes too wide. Nobody's covering on the vertical, which is the main thing you want as the defense. Is if you can control the first floor, you can stop that plant from going down. But CLB can't do that. The plant goes down, there's a Monty, there's a Maverick outside. You are not winning that on any day of the week. And so it's just these very minor things. I think SOS is just still doing a wonderful job.
This is the best of 3, so
pristine.
It'll be a while.
For CLB, we have another tech pause. They're going to have a little bit of time to figure out what they're going to do to counter this. Because so far, 2 attacking rounds. It seems like we have a headset issue. the tempo is just still firmly in SOS's corner, and it's going to be really hard to wrestle that away from them. They have the upper final. They know that they have bested this team before. Has CLB done anything to put up any sort of fight or change anything?
During their last series, CLB were kind of struggling in the exact same way, where SOS got 5 rounds on them on a lair attack, which is just kind of insane to say out loud. Obviously, there's some reasons for that, and I think the shield play is a big one. But, I mean, that's just the truth in it. CLB were not able to hang on their defense, and I think that that's going to be a continuous problem in this series, especially when you go to map number 2 of Chalet, which can kind of be a bit of a toss-up at times. It's not exactly defender-sided, not exactly attacker-sided all the time. It's very flip-floppy, but I think that Labs is where you want to get as many of your defensive round wins as you possibly can. And you're already starting off with a 2-0. Like you said, though, that second round was a little bit closer. There were trades after trades, but I think mainly the positioning. They got upstairs, but they just really weren't able to do much of anything with that. I think that the horizontal take from SOS was extremely strong. They had Vil playing so patiently. Actually, all of the players on SOS playing those crosses so patiently.
Little hand.
Butcher, I mean, he held an angle for 2 minutes, and he's like 18 years old. That's unexpected. Like, that's crazy to me. I feel like if you're just young gun, like you just want to swing everything, he's holding an angle with an R4C 1X. Like, that's insane to me. That's
hey, we're gonna strap the Zoomers to a chair and fix their attention span. We're gonna have to. Hey, you're gonna have to hold this angle.
Butcher's actually wearing a seatbelt right now.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Can you do that? No Subway Surfers.
And it looks like he hasn't
YouTube
slept in a
video
while.
Playing on the second monitor. Can you do it? So another tech pause. This one seems a bit more technical than like software. So
that kind of looks like Dustin from Stranger Things.
Make it easier to go through. As I hope that we don't have these tech pauses. Nobody really wants the tech pauses throughout the entire game. It's definitely a lot more punishing on LAN sometimes because you feel like you build up the energy in the entire arena, you're getting into a flow state, and then just all the momentum is sucked out of the room.
And the thing with CLB is like, I don't know, the stats kind of speak for themselves. Both CLB and SOS have actually a very similar defensive win rate. They're sitting at around 64%. SOS has 67.
I mean, yeah, but look at the KD.
That's not the important stat that I wanted to look, although that is probably important. SOS have a 56% attacking win rate to CLB's 45. So CLB are currently one of the lowest, although the lower numbers go into the 30%ers. So they're not exactly drowning on their attacks, but certainly an argument to be made that their defenses should be stronger. So again, gonna need to see a reset here. Gonna need to see CLB getting back into shape on this attack, on its defense, because this is where they can gather up a ton of points. This is where they can build as much momentum as possible.
Okay.
Whenever they switch over to that attack, it's not going to feel as rough. But again, SOS have been playing this brilliantly. They've been playing so patient, as opposed to what we can sometimes see from them, where they go at a completely opposite pace, where they get so aggressive. That's something that CLB are used to and kind of trying to
they need to figure this out.
Trying to think of what CLB can do to alleviate these issues that they have. Part of me wants to tell this team to potentially play balls to the wall. Be more aggressive. Completely flip the script on what happened in your upper final, where your passivity was really the main issue. Maybe let's see, you know, Asian start to push them onto a little bit farther back. Center as well. It's why we could see the Ella, because a pretty good counter to that Montaigne and the Capcan as well. Here's where we could potentially see them really start to hammer home shutting down that Monty in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, if there's anyone that you want to call to deal with the shields, it's probably the shield main himself for CLB. Center's going to be picking up the Monty, the Blitz, the Blackbeard, whatever he needs to throughout this game, and we're probably going to get pretty sick of it, but, you know, it's the meta right now. And like you said, with no limb damage changes, because this is an older patch and all that stuff, all that fun goodies with the Mav tricking, you're going to be able to use those shields pretty effectively. The limb change is no joke, but for SOS, it's Ions again on the Montaigne. The tertiary bomb site is going to be the site of choice. So CLB going through that full rotation. Vesper, unfortunately, a little bit electrified. This might be a successful bandit trick if Rice can get there, but I don't think he has the time for that, and it's especially not
No trick in the wall?
The wall gets opened
Not a surprise on that one.
Again, now for CLB, the main priority is stay alive until you see where that push is
that the packer that used to play on Amity?
That Monty with the utility that you have and go from there.
Is that factor?
find a way around him because he is going to be
It
a
is that
problem throughout the
factor.
rest of this game or until they ban him.
Yeah, but the difficult part of that is SOS.
And things were not great, which is why he's
not
here
going
now.
to open that wall and immediately try to take as
he
much
did
space
get
as they can.
he did get a
They're
chance to
gonna
play in
drone
Pro
out.
League.
I mean, we just saw it from Wolfsburg. Now Vil on the Twitch.
And there's a
front,
reason for it.
three
I mean,
players
he's one of the
on
best
SOS
T2
4,
players.
wanna
He's
come Monty
got his team
as a drone.
to
That is how precise
a
this team
LAN
is. Do
grand
not look
final
at
for
the top
T2.
right. The drone counter does lie.
Part of the
Going to
reason
lead
why,
to
you know, he
another
made Pro League in the first place.
entry.
So.
That is 3 in a row. He is a monster. Can he get more? Just around the corner, gets another
Zonky
one.
got a bunch.
It is
Nice.
a trade on the 2 that Zonky was able to get. The top floor is pushed out. I think that's a win. You still have your Monty. You still have the Boogie Drones. And now Vic Bands on the cut. It's like SOS perfectly read into what CLB are doing and lead one player directly into the guns of another.
Yeah, it's just nothing that Zonky can do at this point. He's so low, he's forced to back away. He's lucky that he gets away because of that cross being held by Vil. Vic Band's not so fortunate.
The Montaigne leading this push is going to suck.
In terms of space making here,
It is
for
going to
SOS.
suck, but potential 3 Nitro kill would be
This could
amazing.
huge. This could be a massive way to turn this round around.
Ah.
But Butcher's on the case. It's a third for Butcher, and Vil lights it up as well. It just seems so simple. You almost forget that this is Butcher's first Tier 2 stage, and he is just lighting up the scoreboard immediately. Confidence is flowing for this man, and there is nothing that can stop SOS right now.
You have a team that's really good at communicating and coordinating with each other when it comes to positioning, certain utility usage. What can you do when a team like that has somebody like Butcher who is red hot? It is a difficult task because first, you're going to need someone to step up to the plate to counter Butcher. And so far, there has been nobody within these first 3 rounds. I think, you know, Zonky did get that 2K, which kind of got overlooked because we were all looking at the Butcher show. But you first have to have somebody step up. Then you have to worry about how you're going to counter them with utility. I was going to tactical timeout, and I think SOS
Show me the clipboard. I gotta see Panda's clipboard. What did he draw? I know he said he was gonna draw stuff on his clipboard. He also said that he was going to break like an individual colored pencil for every round that they lost. And his knee is in great shape right now because obviously they haven't lost a round yet.
You need a knee to break a colored pencil?
I'm very weak.
Right,
I'm just kidding. I lift, guys. I lift.
Spec? It was Spec.
6'5", 270 pounds of muscle. High fat. It's a funny thing, actually.
They were
So
talking
we're
about
sitting
going out
across
to a
the
nightclub
stage from
yesterday. It was like
set. If this gets loud, I'm
11:30.
screaming
It
and
closed at 2. There's a cover fee. It's like 15 minutes away. I'm like, dude, it is not worth that to me. We good. Like, it was like right next door, maybe.
It hasn't picked up yet.
But nightclub,
I think we're okay.
like in less than 2 hours.
SOS, like on fire right now for CLB. They're gonna
I was
bring
practically
in
falling
Sen
asleep in my chair
They're
yesterday.
Just trying to do damage control for this Montaigne because so far,
know,
it's been the driving force for
I'm
SOS.
not really a nightclub guy.
The main issue.
I don't think I've ever been a
I think
nightclub
SOS
guy,
are
if I'm
actually
really
playing
going to be
it off
honest.
really well. So there's plenty of problems that
Fuck.
CLB are running
Yeah,
into.
fuck around a
thanks to
nightclub,
SOS's
just at a
play
bar.
right
Yeah,
now.
like, why are we going to nightclubs? I just want to go to a bar, bro. Like, go to a bar that's chill, no loud music, and you can actually talk to people you're there with.
Potentially swapping
that's
onto the Ying, which could be very nice. Countering that with
whatever.
You have the Deimos, you have the Capitao. We could potentially see some underneath
Or a karaoke
play,
bar.
which is maybe why
I like
Asian is
karaoke
wanting
bars.
to be a little bit of
I like to be around a lot of people. Oh, nightclubs just feel dirty and gross, honestly.
It's kind of
Like, nightclubs are fun if you're like barely 21.
Have put up throughout these
And then, like,
rounds.
once you turn
Because I
like
think in the
22,
last
23,
round,
yeah,
they
I
were
know.
definitely very firm in their hold of
I was a
service, but in the
nightclub
round
girl.
before, they were definitely more, okay,
I-
we're just
I-
gonna
I never liked
let
nightclubs.
you have this space. We know you're there, but we've said we've done enough. Let's back off. And so far, SOS, I mean, you already have Packer hopping into cafeteria.
That's because
Not
we're
a
old.
great
I don't.
thing,
No, but
I
I've
think
never
that's
liked
exactly what the
nightclubs.
Black Eye is going to be for. We also have the walls getting open. So far, this attack hasn't really met any of those obstacles that I talked about.
Yeah, I think for CLB, you mentioned a really important point there, which is that they were able to back up. Like in the rounds where it felt like they were way more successful, was in the rounds that they were able to just back away from the position that was causing them all these problems.
So the 24 next month, and I've never been to a bar or a nightclub. I mean, you're not missing much. I'd rather just stick at home. I mean, yeah, you're
It's
missing
not
much.
to chase these kills. It's not to hunt for SOS. I feel like it's just to live, survive, wait out the round, let the time do the defense itself, and kind of allow SOS to take that space.
I'd probably at least get a bar for the one time, but
Right now,
I don't think it's really like a make it or break it like experience to have or not. That Nitro's so dangerous.
Of that resistance. So he's not afraid to take this space quickly, and I feel like the quicker that SOS get, the more that CLB are.
If when I was younger, now spend the money. Yeah, like brother, instead of paying cover to go to a nightclub, $30, I'd rather buy a 6-pack for like 12 and just drink that. We good. Yeah. Oh, I used to be a nightclub girl. That's because you got into nightclubs for free.
Not be able to feel confident hopping into electric like that. Like a minute 30 within the round.
Used to be a nightclub girl because you got into nightclubs for free.
I'm not feeling any pressure.
Guys have to pay cover.
Really anything that's going to stop
like 20 to 30 bucks.
I think an incredibly powerful
and that includes no alcohol. It's just 20, 30 bucks just to go inside.
Will die inside of electric.
It sucks.
Not only have you hit the
not worth it. It's never been worth it. It's horrible.
All on cylinders, but now Zonky gets that opener.
Ion in with a shotgun.
Oh, freebies! What the heck?
And Rice, maybe he doesn't need
the
shield.
Get something in your chat.
He's cleared out that plant spot, but Bill goes down.
It's literally just money that just gets like just evaporates. Cover fees like.
Not to take this fight against Ions. Big Bench tries to run, but Volsberg with the double. SOS are so locked in on this. But nearly gets the first round for CLB.
We need this round so bad. So bad.
To his name. Bill down. What does he go for here with 17 seconds? It's got to be the res.
Oh, he picks this guy up. Yeah, it's cooked.
Asian needs to
yeah, cooked.
But he's not going to get anything. Confidence across the faces of SOS as they take a fourth uninterrupted round.
I remember one time we were, I think this was actually my buddy's wedding. Me and my other buddy paid cover for like a few of us, and then we realized we were at the wrong place, but we both spent about 80, 90 bucks for a cover fee for a place that nobody was at, and we had to leave afterwards, and we couldn't get refunded. So we spent like 150, 160 bucks altogether just to leave. Cool.
Attempt there, and
great.
I honestly thought he was going to get that final spread.
No drops, tough times. Yeah, how it goes. You know, take it on the chin, we keep going.
Got a dog left in this fight, but
can't control something. You know.
So heartbreaking.
It's hard.
You just got to deal.
When you're in that position, your team is down. You know, maybe the
mental
is going somewhere.
And
you don't hit those shots, and then you lose the round. We're hoping for a good game, but so far CLB have just been washed away under the attacks of SOS.
Gonna need a massive comeback from CLB. I think they're plenty capable of doing it. One thing that the desk spoke on that I really wanted to highlight was momentum. I think that CLB are a team that can absolutely play when they're down. I think that they've had plenty of circumstances in the past. I don't even know how many iterations they've actually had at this point, like basically one for every element. I feel like they're able to do that. I think that they have the ability to win.
CLB gotta get something going because they're just
against an opponent like SOS who have just been so good throughout Element 6. But for Certified Lover Boys, this is a question of winning an element after you.
Big bands. It's Mouse 1, by the way. You got this.
Getting second, third, fourth, like this just does not suit them anymore. Surely they break the curse today, but they've had a rough go at it so far. But there's the entry pick here for CLB.
Not bad.
We saw an entry from CLB, but the trade was pretty immediate from SOS. But so far, no
good luck.
response.
I mean, it's not bad. Not a bad first
That's
pick.
huge. SOS are a team that loves to get those entries, and they immediately are able to.
I wouldn't say it's the round to find a kill. Big man's dead.
The eventual trade.
Oh, that was a lot better though.
That's going to drop the diffuser.
Okay.
I talked about how somebody
Blackbeard dead now.
Step up to the plate to
Big man's dead. Not much is lost.
And Rice says, "Fine, I will do the job." And you look at where these SOS players are. The three. They're pretty far away from each other. Packer's going to drone himself out, seeing if there's anybody he can catch on those stairs, but Rice is in the hallway. If Packer is not careful, he will be the next victim of the Goyo within this round.
Butcher's been pretty good about winning his ones. We'll now look to challenge. Completely stuck here is Asian. There's no way he can get out of that. Even if he found Butcher, Packer was just waiting for him at the bottom of the lobby stairs, making this a 3-on-3. Drone that. Come on. You have to.
4v3 to a 3v3. Not
Rice
super great.
That's the only. I feel like that's a massive win con here. for CLB, but what's more important, again, is letting them live, getting away with the plays that you've made. CLB have now wasted 2 minutes, but Rice, he stayed in the exact same spot that he got droned in. Butcher now tagging up Saki. It's Vil with the third, and SOS completely trucking through CLB. It's going to require another potential 1v3 out of the defense to win this round. Now center stuck in games, can't do a thing. 5 in a row.
It's a land curse, man. Donkey can't play on land, I guess. I don't know what it is.
He hesitates. Doesn't really know if he wants to hit the impact or if he wants to potentially go for the kill. He has that choice eventually taken away from him because SOS then have a player go into vending in games so that if he does impact that, there's going to be a player right around the corner. That is the difference between a good team knowing
they
that
got
they can push
good
a player
initial entry picks, but then they just kind of threw their lives.
Versus a great team like SOS who are going to have a player rotate, have that cutoff, and shut off any avenue of escape. And Rice really was the key factor. He gets those 2 openers. Potentially could have had a third if he holds the angle onto the cafe hallway door.
Stop throwing, bro.
But instead, it's just SOS, but it feels like sauntering towards victory. They have not really looked weak at all in this game so far. Maintained control of the entire thing from start to finish, and it's plainly obvious from the score to the kills. Can CLB have any say in this entire game?
Yeah, the beauty of like SOS and the way that they play is they're very comfortable with each other, and I think that like Ions has basically surrounded himself with like 4 absolute demons. Like there's 4 gunnies, and you've got Packer with a plus 42 KD. Vil now 9-1 in this game. We haven't even said like Vil's name unless it's Vil triple kill. Like he's 9-1. Like he is going absolutely insane, playing those cuts to perfection. And CLB are kind of just walking into it. For now, we need to see CLB play together, maybe try and force a trade, because it doesn't really feel like CLB are doing that. Big Bands is stranded in rafters with nobody to help him, and Volsport just W keys into IT. They've gotten 2 players dead, have taken sight, and Butcher gets his second.
Shield play, man, is terrible.
Now have to retake against 2 shields. It's a 1-on-5 here. Asian's been in this spot before, but never in a 1v5. He'll only get 1.
Hopefully this was like not their map pick, but I really feel like it's just a shield.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I think that's plainly obvious. What can you do against a strat like that?
You just gotta smile and wave. I don't think they're smiling though.
SOS are definitely smiling. Right? Look, this element has been, for a lot of reasons, maybe been a little bit more lighthearted. We've had a lot of poaching from pro league teams. We could say that we definitely have fun. SOS have said that they want to have fun from the very beginning, from the Pandasaurus breaking a color pencil, which hasn't happened. The Strat they're here to have a fun time.
CLB not having fun. My goodness, he is talented.
Wow.
Oh yeah. AI can't recreate that. He is talented.
Wow.
That's gorgeous.
What an artist. He's pulling out the colored pencil.
I was gonna say he has yet to break a colored pencil.
I was gonna say if they
actually
lose a
drawing
round, can he not color in?
No. Yeah, he loses the color. So he's got to be very like, he has to choose. But I don't think he has to right now. I mean, he's not even thinking about that.
It would be funny if after the game, after a map, if it's like a 7-4 and SOS win, he like pulls up the coloring page. It's like, guys, this is how poorly we did, and it's stuff that's just not colored in.
Look at this drawing and tell me how much color there is on there. Do you see any color? I don't. Get back to work. Like that's the method here for SOS. And you talked about having fun. That's I think the important message here for SOS. I literally talked to Ions, and he was like, yeah, we go into every game thinking that we're just going to lose, and then we win. I'm like, dude, that's actually heat. That's such a cool strategy. And it's taken them this far.
I mean, 0-6 is not ultra great.
11-0 on map count throughout Element. Very much.
Can they come back?
In this game. For CLB,
I guess anything's possible. It's just extremely, very unlikely it being 0-6. Maybe 1 round, maybe 2, but 6 rounds in a row on labs.
Together. They
Attack.
really haven't been trying to take advantageous gunfights, so it really doesn't matter how gunny.
Give it a shot when it posts subs. W.
CLB have if they can
Was that
barely
an
get a
anti-air weapon?
gunfight in their hands, if they can barely
Battlefield?
put themselves in a situation to actually
I'm
win
assuming
the
Battlefield.
gunfight. So for now, we're going to need to see CLB going for those trades, pushing individual players out, and trying to get trades. Even if you can't go 1-for-0, go 1-for-1.
Oh, War Thunder. Okay.
See the first point of contention for CLB. They get the wall open. They have center down below. There is nobody roaming, so he should have free reign from down below to destroy the floor as he pleases. We'll just have to wait to see when that happens. When CLB
I've never been a massive fan of beautiful gameplay.
towards their point of entry, is so far they're just cutting off
Nothing more about
avenues
boots on the
of
ground
sight
kind
for
of guy.
SOS, whether it's putting down those air jabs, whether it's holding angles on the
Two's round.
connector. The job of CLB right now seems
you
to
doing?
be just stopping the aggression. And Vic Band, go back to the Nomad hopping into electrical as Vic Bands does take out Butcher. That is another entry, but like last round, they weren't able to capitalize on it. You get the Black Mirror. So far, CLB, I mean, we're actually making progress here.
Yeah, again, like you said, though, you got to worry about that trade from SOS. They've been so good at getting refrags after those individual picks. You got to have that intel, but no.
Bro, they had a drone.
There. Nobody watching the 90 drone allows Vil to stalk into games and get rid of center from below. No more skeleton key, no more vert.
If armor actually matters.
Now your entire attack is coming from this horizontal angle.
I see.
And Packer chasing this fight with Vic Bands, and it's a winning one, but he gets a little too aggressive. Swings onto Asian, does not trade him out. 3 versus 3. CLB now pushing in. Ions tucked. Does Asian have a clue? It doesn't seem like he does. A freebie here for Ions. And it's all just good positioning, but Volsper goes down. Zonky stuck in the smoke in a 1-on-2 as Rice gets taken down. But the res, potentially successful, using it for bait, but nobody falling for it. There's a smoke from Bill. Might confirm the kill onto Rice, and it does. There's no way Zonky can win this. No time left. One more smoke babe from Bill. They're gonna let this plant go down and play that retake. Zonky goes for the swing, but it is simply not enough. 7-2, nothing.
0-7 is
for CLB. They're gonna need a pulse after this.
They're gonna need
absurd performance
something
out of SOS, taking map 1 dominantly.
I'd hoped that Philly would
Wanna be
light
a streamer
fire
for a second?
CLB. Well, if there is a fire, it's an incredibly dim one at best. And you can see the crowd cheering for SOS. There's smiles on their faces. That coloring page is colored in to, you know, the best of Pandasaurus' ability. He didn't have a lot of time to color in.
Hello.
It was defiant, and it was quick.
Well, map number 1, 7-0. Let's hope that map number 2 is just a little bit closer. We'll be back with Chalet after this. Potentially a CLB map. We'll have to see.
I was really trying to not put my jacket on. I wanted to wear my merch, but it is cold. Oh, he left his Sharpie. Oh well, he'll come back. Headset's kind of nice because it's warm. It's warming up my little ears. Oh, you forgot your Sharpie. Got your Sharpie. Oh, okay. Oh.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Ooh, a cave. That's his danger. That's not good.
Available now.
A protein cookie. Okay. I was not expecting that. I'm not a good streamer.
It cold out here, man. I looked in your first T3 was July 1st, 2024. It's been 17 months. Damn. You told us all your dirty secrets? That's fine. I don't care. What? Oh no. Oh no.
I know.
Yes. You remember the guy that's buying all the like Kabuto Pokemon cards and like Kabuto King? The prices of them are like going up like crazy. Like a gajillionaire now. No. That. Like an interview? And that was supposed to be like an interview, you know, that was going to be pulled up, but yeah. Yeah, you can just do emails with advanced options. That wouldn't even bother trying. Well, yeah, over a year from getting away. What we got? I'm gonna say this is probably gonna be a BO2 because I don't think that Donkey's team is going to. They got 0-7. If you get 0-7, so basically what that means is like, then you're watching football, and your one team wins. Yeah, one team wins 48-0. One team wins 48-0. They play again, but I mean, is it going to be better now?
It's opposite.
What do you mean?
We're attacking.
Yeah, but if you get that decimated, it carries over.
There's always.
I'm just saying that this one's probably going to be a faster day than. I'm just saying, there's hope. There's hope. This earlier that I started to be around 9-10 months. You're actually right. I mean, technically you weren't right. 9-10 months, not 17 months. It's like an additional half a year, almost a year. Look you in the eye. Oh, wham!
Smoke off. You kill him. Nice.
He's got to be on the box, Ions.
Yep, off me, Winston.
Yep, I am.
Baiting plant.
Let me go first.
3, 2, 1, right? 3, 2, 1.
444.
Swing right side.
Well, 4-4.
Nice! Come on!
So, very fast 7-0. My ultimate question is, did you see it going that quickly? And was any of this what you were expecting LAN to feel like against this team that you've usually just been facing in online context until this point?
I mean, LAN is fantastic. The game feels so good. It's so easy. We have absolutely no expectations going into any of our games. We haven't practiced in who knows how long. We're just here to have fun, enjoy it. We had fun that last map. We're going to keep having fun. Our game plan is let them fuck up. And they did that, so.
Certainly wouldn't be the first time that you get an Element Championship under your belt, but it would be the first time in a LAN environment.
Funny about
What's
Element
the biggest difference and how much better does it feel
is
playing
that
the game in an environment like
I
this?
think the prize pool for Element is like $1,500 to $2,000 per player, which doesn't really make sense if they're being blown out to a LAN. Considering they're winning about the same amount of money or less. I don't really get how it maths out, but you know, it is what it is. It's fun to probably play on LAN.
So as Connor, we were talking between the games, it would be brutal for CLB to come out here on LAN just to get absolutely stomped like this. They need a
For the internet right now, it's just not
bounce back.
fantastic.
That much is clear.
It is going to be such a big requirement because we've seen this team go down very heavily to SOS. In the upper bracket finals, it's like history
Holy crap.
already wrote itself. The preview was a very true preview into exactly what we were going to
bracket final, but even more clean, even more dominant, and CLB just looked like a mess. Butchered so many entry frags. SOS dominant. In the stats department, I mean, this is a game,
that's good.
And I mentioned
this is just a laggy mess.
Only died one time. They looked good the entire time. We heard the comms. That final round, still playing coordinated.
Oh my god.
Connor still playing patient. That discipline, winning out at the end of the day.
Yeah, and also at the end of the day, the biggest strength that we talked about for CLB is how good they are on the defensive side. 0. Not a single round win starting on the defensive side of Nighthaven Labs, which is, you know, traditionally a more defender-sided map, is just incredibly alarming. Just every single alarm bell is ringing in my head to a point where it almost feels like a
totally wipe their brains. I mean, that's it. Like, that's all you can really do. You read
Bro.
set and you go, all right, we just got to win 2 maps. That pick where you've done the prep, you've prepared.
Oh my god.
Away from SOS, but they just have to mentally forget about that first game, and I think they'll be all right.
And as we said, they have to figure out a way to stop Vil, who was on a complete tear. He sounded confident. He was playing confident on that first map. Somehow have to get a handle on the player who went 11-1 when you go to map 2.
Yeah, mistakes. He said it in a much more colorful way during his interview, but at the end of the day, when CLB is playing
holy crap,
how they're running all over the place. It's like for the side of CLB, which we're expecting to see, that's where Vil is going to absolutely thrive, which means on Chalet, they need to play tight. They need to play more connected.
SOS are just playing with more passion. They're the passion stack. They're definitely getting it done. You can feel their vibes, their energy still more than ever, especially in those replay comms. Ultimately, SOS feel like they're in total control of this game. Vil played very well. The rest of SOS played very well. It seems like there's nothing to falter for that team. There's almost no weakness that they have.
Well, Connor, unfortunately, I'm going to have to give you the responsibility of giving me a win condition for CLB because you picked them to win this game. If you had to put your finger on 1 or 2 things, I'll let you go that far, that they should think about going into Chalet. If they can address it, they'll be able to get over the line and send us to map 3.
I think it's just simplify the game, don't do anything crazy, and just rest on your laurels because they're a solid fundamental team that's been around the block.
All right. Clean and simple. Can they pull it off? We would love to see a third map. Frankly, we'd love to see CLB get on the board and make this one competitive. Adam V, take it away.
Philadelphia was once the hearth of colonial America, once the capital of America, and CLB have gone all this way and have not got a single round on the board yet. We're hoping that the second map will be much more exciting, and if we could even get to a third, because, I mean, we're casting on land in front of a crowd. We want this to be good. You want this to be good. And clearly the social prediction does not believe it will be good. Much more what I was expecting in that first map.
Yeah, typically whenever casters are like, oh, I want this to go to map 3, I can't wait to go to map 5. We're lying, like almost 95% of the time.
Not now.
This is my 5%. I am begging you, CLB, give me a game, because I've been having so much fun doing this land thing, and if I only get 14 rounds, I'm gonna be very mad, but it's all good. We can't assume anything. It is a 0-0 at the end of the day. CLB versus SOS. I don't know if the crowd can hear me. They're Pennsylvanians, so I want to speak to my former Pennsylvanians. So if you can hear me and you're cheering for CLB, give me some noise.
Wow.
There's like 2 people.
There's nobody.
All right.
All right, we gotta do one.
Okay, sure, I'll do it. So if you are cheering for SOS, let me hear you. That worked! I can't believe that worked. Thank you guys so much. I love it here.
You got to do that. I
did get to do that.
That's definitely. So
do you want to just do it?
I mean, no, I don't want to step on your toes. It's okay. For just saying, this casting a
I can literally
land...
step on your toes, like physically.
All right, let's calm down. Just for posterity's sake, casting in a land with a crowd that is here to watch the game and not like a collegiate land is kind of the dream of a lot of casters. So we've never gotten to do this in our lives, and we don't know if this will happen again, if we're going to have the same regional finals land with the T2 Grand Final. We're enjoying it to the best of our ability. It's a pleasure to even do this to begin with. But saying that, let's get into the actual game itself. So let's get to start on the defense this time, something that CLB, surprisingly enough, probably wants, because they didn't really get many rounds to showcase their attacking prowess, and well, we already know that SOS can be a lethal team on attack. Maybe CLB just...
Oh my god, it literally does not want that quality.
CLB have access to the Monty as well now.
Annoying, but...
So they will be able to use that shield, and with CLB banning the Clash, it makes a ton of sense. Because now you're just able to walk pretty freely. I feel like the main counter right now in this patch for
Dude.
Monty has got to be Clash. Shield. That's where a lot of the heart of their attack comes from. So I'm wondering if that's going to be the change-up that they need.
Crazy, man.
They weren't able to have access for the one round that they attacked.
Dude.
So we'll have to see if that's a change-up for CLB, who get into the building and into the basement.
Already walking into fireplace.
Killed it?
Really, nobody's there to really put that pressure, but walking up the stairs, here's where we could see that first interaction. Don't know if Bill was spotted by center. He's got to be...
Huh?
You want one?
No, it's okay.
Be careful, because eventually he
These from yesterday or this
be
from
crept
today?
up on by these players.
Okay,
And now you have Zonky on the window. I think CLB are doing a very good job. You know, early on in the round, have destroyed those walls. They've got the Monty now. He's pushing up into Ivy. And you have another angle of the player watching up libraries there. So far, the CLB Roam, I think you've checked all the boxes that you really need to.
Got themselves pushed up into piano as well. This is tons of pressure.
It's like a dry Arby's sandwich.
Kind of timid in this game. I like seeing them take a little bit of an aggressive stance as they're now trying to clear out the shield inside of piano. But currently a player sits behind. SOS have been pretty powerful in these power spots, but with that nade clearing out the shield, Volsport's gonna have to get a little bit creative here as he makes his way into bathroom. Rice is holding that cut. Needs to be careful. I don't think Butcher's afraid of it at all. Gonna go for that swing onto the DMR. Rice has a very important fight here. And
bro, what are these delays? I'm literally like 30 seconds behind because it keeps lagging. Like, dude. Look at this.
Below. I don't know if he has a pre-place. I don't know if he uses C4 yet. He's gonna blow it. But doesn't find anything. But more importantly, Ions is alone, and Ions is tough. Have they spotted him? They have! But he gets one on his way out. Nearly wins the fight.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. I didn't even hear the timer. Zonky and Vicbench are so low. This drop is going to be fatal for at least one of them. There goes Zonky. All that Packer has to do is
All right.
hold. Vicbench, no way he can win that. Packer with the power position, and he doesn't even care, making it look so easy. The king of Tier 2 currently wearing his crown, round 1 and round 8 in a row for SOS.
Very chaotic for CLB. One thing you always want.
Yeah, done with that. Okay.
We know that the Wamai potentially will be here, but that just didn't really happen. For CLB, their heads are constantly on a swivel. They're having to worry about so many things at once that even after all that, you're having a player repel onto Fluke Balcony. Nobody's having the cut. Nobody's being...
The heck? Your Twitch is bugging? Well, it's not just my Twitch, considering what's happening now. I think it's just the internet here. It's just like not great.
He's gonna get the kill. He does, and SOS are able to get the first win. Close. I think that's what we want. Even if it is another 7-0, if we can have more rounds where it's just one kill or 5 seconds away from teetering over to the other side, I think that's going to be enjoyable for you and the audience.
Yeah, I would hope so. They came all this way to watch Tier 2 after all, right?
Yeah, that's why they're here, right?
Yeah,
you guys are here just to watch T2.
Yeah, Space Station or Pike, Space Station Academy, I'm pretty sure, right? Oh, wait, that's a while
don't
ago.
exist anymore.
Call out, where's my SSGA? I want my SSGA back. Anyways.
Good stuff.
Ex-SSGA Manville.
Good
The
stuff.
top frag, I believe, of last game has been showing his teachings well. Master Callout has taught him very well. I think Ville's actually the most tenured player on that old SSGA core, now slotting his way into SOS. This is basically a pug stack that has been looking
I can turn it down if I really have to, but I'm
like
trying not
the
to.
opposite. Like they've scrimmed every single day of their lives. Like they've been together for a really long time. Their teamwork is just so good. And again, I cannot underemphasize enough. I can't emphasize enough how good Ions has been at controlling the tempo of this team, switching over to the IGL role to allow Packer to flex in that
so the
support
main
role
Arts
that he
Extreme
loves
is bugging
so
too.
much and has been so good at. But opening pick found by the Lover Boys as Wolfsburg gets killed inside a piano, and it doesn't really look like he's set up to get traded. Bill stuck inside a Master. It's a beautiful pinch onto the player, and Master CLB finally starting to look alive.
I didn't get the impression that my screen was buffering. It was just watching their shit.
That CLB did a wonderful attacking job there. Drone goes out. Definitely know that the Solus is there. Cannot lose another body as Ions is able to find Asian. We don't know what the Clutch Drone hacked. If the Clutch Drone hacked anything, so that's going to leave some of those Suryas and those Banshees.
You never know, but
if they work. Like I said, we have no idea. But what we do know is about a minute left. CLB are going to take that time and slow it down. Drone it out, see what they can get. As we do know that the BP was hacked, and Packer's going to be able to, it's a little Christmas show, flickering back and forth. But that takes away a crucial bit of information away from the defense.
More importantly for Packer, though, is he's being pressured by the Vert as well as from the Hatch, and he's the only one with a C4. Currently pre-placed on Fireplace, so he can extend his pressure a little bit as he rotates into stock. He's in a really good spot, but again, no utility to really work with, as it's a 3 versus 4. CLB haven't really found anything since their first 2 kills at the beginning minutes of the round. But as I say that, it's SOS to strike instead as Vicbans gets caught from blue stairs. Not been having the series we expect out of him. But Butcher with this flank, it's so deadly. The player above is gone. Zonky hops in and just dies. Center's now all alone, 1 versus 3. Yeah, he has the smoke, but really not much of a threat as he just holds outside of the window. It's attack timeout. Butcher above. The timing on that flank could not have been any more perfect.
This game is a speed run.
It's the 9th round in a row for SOS.
starting to lose a bit of hope, Adam.
No, the hopium's running dry, absolutely.
That was such a good start to the round. They cornered the roamers. They made every single angle that could be taken on.
I'm pretty sure
those
Fett's going to
roamers.
fall asleep, by the way.
Yeah, he's lounging in that chair pretty far, and as we say that, he leans back up. But when you have such a good opener and you follow it up with what feels like a minute 30 of nothing, what are you doing? With that time remaining, are you shutting off avenues of roam? That didn't happen. We saw Butcher. Are you destroying some utility potentially? That didn't happen. The Banshee on the window. There are so many hurdles to that remaining attack with the remaining time that TLB just did not address. And so, of course, that attack failed
this is terrible.
You did not do anything with.
Stretching it, make sure.
I have to see it change up here. Out of
It's
CLB,
updated
what
so I
that
can
is,
get it.
I don't know. Hat just gave him a stern talking to, though. Talking to, sorry. And we're going to have to hope that that's something. You've obviously got Center in the IGL chair. His brother playing later in the grand finals.
Your CLB's coach.
Surf for Shopify.
Are you having them change up?
The major champions in the lower bracket, but that's after.
I would just tell them to work on their positioning, crosshair placement, general aim, awareness,
He's got to be able to
teamwork.
prove that he can IGL when he's down, when he's in this cornered position.
You know,
last time
fashion
around that
sense,
SOS played CLB, they got 5 rounds. CLB that was got
blinking
5 rounds
abilities.
on SOS to 14.
Like if they're blinking too much or
To
whatnot.
see a round out of
Droning.
CLB. Gonna need to see what that timeout from Hat does for that team and what Center can do for the team.
You know,
right now, I'm not liking what I'm
make
seeing.
sure they all get a
CLB.
snack.
And it's even worse because I'm confident that they can bring it back.
They're just fucking the ball around. I mean, barely everyone around.
Game is over.
What can a coach say in any capacity to a T2 team? They haven't won a round. There's nothing you can say.
Strategy just is not clicking for this team, and it's surprising because
I mean,
this
realistically,
is a group of 5 that, for the most of Element, they've been able
play like you guys have been
to
playing.
find success with what's
The
working,
second you
but then
get
you
numbers,
have a
stop
really good team
throwing.
like SOS.
That's all I could say.
You have that the Peacekeeper.
You guys have thrown like 3 or 4 rounds when you had numbers, you had man count, and you just threw it back, and then ended up everyone else ended up dying. It's like there's no point in doing that.
Similar on both
I don't
sides,
get it.
but SOS clearly have shown that they have the better fundamentals, that they have potentially the better IGL of Ions, and I think that's really the difference, because CLB, we talked about the controlling chaos. That's something that a good IGL is going to be able to help you out with.
We'll have to see if Center is going to be able to bring that sort of fury here for CLB. They immediately get into red and get that wall open, but as I say, that frozen by Mr. IGL himself, Ions. Definitely a big talking point is these IGLs, but there are other players on the server, and certainly for SOS, as they have been racking up kills. Packer currently yet to die. 3 on him, but Vil will fall. He's been having a bit of a rough start to this game comparatively, but Ions gets the
Big Band just needs to mouse 2, mouse 1 at some point, bro.
Kills for SOS outside of the breach.
Okay.
Ions gets he swings into red, gets a little too aggressive and goes down, but he's able to get one with the C4 on the way out.
Pretty far off site. Zonky knows that. It's the 2v1 on site. I'm not sure if they know that he's down currently, but then they know it's going to be a 2v1 on site. Now, yep, now they know. 2v1 on site.
Ions confirmed. Volsport just needs to hold here, needs to stay alive while Butcher sets up this flank. He's been so good on the flank timings. You can almost guarantee that he's going to have impact. But Volsport goes down. Tough job ahead of Butcher. Slams Asian. We talked about experience versus
Get that
experience.
kill and then stop. He did not need to swing that guy.
Butcher, newly into tier 2, has been playing like he's been here forever. Drops into Whiskey and wins it. Are you kidding me, Butcher? Just an insane performance from this young gun, and he's letting him know. Having so much fun on this LAN stage. 10 rounds in a row, unanswered.
Longest team's not doing great.
You should not win that. Not win that at all. It's a 1v1.
Should be a quick day
I
today.
mean, you have that like 0.5 milliseconds, and I'm
this
like,
is map 2 and 0-3
the initial
already.
spray. Surely
I was
that's
a little nervous.
Yeah,
I can't lie.
I mean, to be fair, like
it's looking
we've had enough of the game where it's like, okay, the scale's gonna flip to the other side. We're finally gonna give CLB a breather. We're gonna
Shopify versus SG there, though.
And then
so
nothing.
But damn,
I
I'd
think
be.
there's anything that we haven't seen in the previous rounds that really changed within round 3. We had those constant trades.
We're talking
we
shots.
had that constant utility, and then
Yeah, like there's so many spots like that where it's just like it's just a throw. Like you killed one, you know he knows where you're at.
That the individual made come
Takes
back
it on the ground.
you in the end.
Just take a second to like kind of figure out where he's at.
A better way to play that. Maybe, but I just don't think criticizing.
Have you ever been to find one of these? I might start throwing hands. Someone starts talking shit across the room. It's been close to fights, but no, not really.
Team level and how they're working with
Throw hands. Call me shit one more time.
With CLB, historically, they've relied a lot on individual performance to get through. I was actually talking with Center about, you know, what the mindset's going to be here for CLB. And he basically told me, I just want my boys to play comfort operators. I want them to play characters that they are comfortable playing. So what that tells me is that they have that little bit of individualism where they want somebody to take the reins on this game. Sometimes it's Zonky. It's this stage, it's been Asian and Rice a little bit. But right now, I'm not seeing any of that. So it's not going to work. And it's continuously not working. Versus 2 from above. He's been so problematic on this flank. Reminds me of old Hat sometimes, but he will be taken down first in this round.
That's the 4th entry that CLB have got.
That's
criminal. It is not an entry problem.
I'm not surprised if someone has done that.
I was thinking, okay, if CLB are going to be able to, you know, get an entry, they might be able to snowball that forward. Not the case.
I don't know if Pro League, but what are the top maps they play? I'm guessing Chalet, Bank, Clubhouse.
CLB's ability to actually take advantage.
Mostly right. I think Clubhouse isn't as high, but
going back to round 2 when they had the first 2 kills,
Chalet,
they didn't do anything with that time and with that space they were
I bet
given.
we'll be back. Well, for now, because I don't think this game is going on for much longer. Because Fucking Team's not doing great.
Piano area.
Ain't doing great.
That was such a great joke. Don't ever do that again. Wolfsburg in a very familiar spot.
But I'm back. No, I know you. I'm just saying, like, yeah, back for now, but we're about to be gone.
Before they had to rotate downstairs. Oh my God, Winston. Vil just smokes Zonky. The Zonk pack is lit, and unfortunately, that trade comes in. Like you said, CLB, they've been having a really good go at it in terms of the trade game. And there it is again. The entry game, but there's 2 for Vil. Big Bands at least finally deals with Vil, but Wolfsburg with the C4 puts this at a 3 versus 2. CLB are just gonna continue to walk at SOS until they bleed out. It is another kill for Wolfsburg, traded by Asian, but you cannot be making W plays where you're just completely lost on that engagement. I mean, there's no man advantage for CLB, despite the fact that they had the entry pick.
I think you called CLB for
W key,
can't
M2,
lose,
M1. That's
or
basically
can
all they do.
lose
Utility is not
brackets.
existent. This is a gun for CLB to drop half
here now, yes.
and immediately gets
We're in Philly.
shredded. 0 rounds for CLB.
Hey, if they win 8 rounds at this point, I'll be blown away.
We've been thinking about it. Who would be the team to fight? Who would it be? You know, a real barn burner of a series. And then
they win a single round.
And we have a team who has not put up a single round in 11 straight rounds.
We're gonna keep counting that ticker down or up, it feels like. Oh, that's ambitious.
Look, I know that clearly with being poached, the energy is kind of gone for a lot of these teams, but it's a little embarrassing. It feels a little embarrassing.
Yeah, for a team that I hold a lot of high standards for CLB because whenever they come into Element, they always manage to find their way to the playoffs. They always look like a top 3 threat.
Yeah, I mean,
say,
SOS is just
CLB are a team that
extreme confident.
Here they are in another playoff opportunity.
T2 mental chalk is definitely a real thing. Like, CLB's done. Like, you might as well just throw in the white towel at this point. Like, they are not coming back from this.
They're an experienced team when they have Ions, Butcher, Wolfsburg, all completely new additions to tier 2. Actually, minus Wolfsburg, he's been playing for Space Shoes for a while. It's an incredible team, to be fair. I mean, SOS got 2 of the entries.
I played Elite Dangerous. It feels like a game that you kind of need to be like. I wouldn't say older, but like it is very.
That I do not say often about CLB and have not said often about CLB.
I don't know. It feels like it needs to do a specific, like the right person, like the types of people that would play like EVE Online and stuff like that. Like it's very. You have to really like the split, like space exploration.
Onto Butcher, and
I did a sponsor stream. I played for a little bit, like not like ultra long, like an hour or two, but I kind of got the general vibe of it. But it feels like it is a very slow game, like chill, people like you know. I don't know what you're doing, and it's also a very slow game.
It was SOS who would win with 2 bodies, 3 bodies.
Hey, Shroud.
It's been
like a bad game, and just like, not my kind of thing.
Is there any fight left? We have 3 potential rounds
out the
before
wazoo.
SOS
I'm like,
are going to saunter away
need dopamine hits.
Element 6
need dopamine.
Championship. Is anybody
I'll take it. I was on it. Yeah,
CLB.
so you know what
Right
you're
now,
doing then.
Positioning here from CLB. Rice is below inside of black stairs, but Vic Bands taken down first.
Is that one of those games where you can like buy like a $10,000 IRL, like $10,000 ship, or is that like a you can't really pay to win?
Able to keep bodies up. It doesn't matter if they win the engagement. Butcher literally just died, and Vic Bands fell immediately after that. That's 5 entry wins for CLB as V literally, I mean, we're in person, just held out her palm and just like looked at me. I was like, yeah, okay. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, you're winning all of these entry engagements, and you
just know that there's a couple games that like you can buy ships.
Rounds. It's just so rough for CLB.
Oh, Star Citizen, yes.
Huge swing out of Asian and a beautiful shot onto Volspur. Clears out that blue position.
Yeah, so Star Citizen, I think, is the one where people can like buy a $50,000 ship.
How do you convert this?
Oh, they just started doing that, so they do have pay-to-win aspects.
That is Asian. Everybody else.
Well, if you play 10,000 hours, you probably don't need to do that. But like, it is definitely annoying that like someone can like, you know,
potentially from Zonky.
That's annoying.
So with this time remaining, slowly dwindling down, you do have the ROUs, and Rice just goes down. Ions in the bar, and nobody's there for a trade. This feels like simple fundamental things that CLB are just not doing, but they get the man count advantage.
Finally, Zonky makes his way in, claims the kill onto short. You still have heavy positions for SOS. You have Packer playing inside of stock and Vil playing bottom blue. Those are 2 hard positions to clear, but as Zonky goes for the fight, Packer with 2! I was just about to say that this is the best chance CLB have, but now Packer holding it down. Zonky guesses wrong. They both miss. Zonky wins it, and we can finally say it. CLB after 11 rounds in a row.
They got one.
It's
W.
A breather, but only in the sense of the word that there is air leaving your mouth.
Oh man, that was
you
almost.
are not going to get any sort of reprieve from that entire round. 3v1. I should have been a lot better for CLB. I talked about nobody having to trade there onto Ions, but then the Warren pushing up.
If you can buy, if you can spend like
so many of these minor things that CLB, I feel like they just have to be lucky.
Playing for thousands of hours.
I mean, look at that. His crosshair.
But again, there are a lot of games.
Not even on
mobile games are usually always pay to win. That's how mobile games operate.
Shell shrapnel.
Games that aren't mobile, when that are pay to win focused, I tend to be like a little bit more like.
It's a round win for CLB. They can say they were not 14-0'd. But it's not a good indicator of the future.
Well, at the very least, you get one attack here. And, you know, kind of looking at the big picture of this game, if we were to ignore the 11-round streak that SOS just went on, you're actually looking at a decently favorable attacking half if you're able to get this next round. You're looking at a 2-4 scoreline, which is a great position to be in when you switch onto a defense. I mentioned that Chalet's not very defender-sided, but CLB are a very defensive-sided team, at least compared to their 45% win rate on attack. They have a much better chance of winning these rounds out on defense. So we're going to need to see if they can get this next round, if they can sort of bring all together, culminate all of the hard work that they've done in these past 5 rounds to finally claim their first attack and put it to work. I'm looking at the entries and I'm looking at the survivability after the entries. I've seen way too many times where Vic Bands will die first,
without bending and selling the ships for hour money.
Really can't be seen
get
that,
more support and a better budget with selling ships for real money.
More times than not.
Servers open longer. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
Flashbang goes out.
It's a good thing, but also a bad thing.
Downstairs.
Like, it kind of ruins the type of.
Up. There is somebody right above you, Asian, but he has no idea. He's trying to find the angle. There's the grid line.
I just don't like pay to win
damage
done of games. Like, I don't mind like paying for cosmetics. Like, the cosmetics expense myself. Go for it. I don't give a shit. Go for it.
Of cat and mouse with multiple people as well.
But paying to win for any aspect of it definitely hurts me a little bit.
I'm really scared because the moment that Asian is spotted here, he's going to be challenged by that vert from Vil. That's going to be really dangerous. Center goes down. The shield falls first, and he's completely stranded inside the split. The trade is there, though, for Packer, but Volsper finds Zonky. 2v4. Center living way longer than I expected, but will finally go down. Rice, however, finds Butcher, makes his way in. It's a 2 versus 3. Thanks to the down here. Rice is in a really good spot, but SOS have reset. They aren't going to challenge this anymore. As Volsper heads for the hills, he will run away into 45. And Rice, he's got a lot from that downstairs push. Is it enough is the question.
And he is not in a good spot. He's having to worry about that library area. Ions is just hiding in a corner, and it's Vil to clean up. And SOS get a 5-1 split on Chalet. Yeah, look at that strat book. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can we see some from the strat book?
Yeah, but
I don't know. We have the coloring book.
No. I put on those headphones, dude. There's no way you can hear anything.
I mean, I could hope because they've got something. Yeah.
I'm not going to beat that to death.
Wait, did he break a colored pencil?
Oh, yeah,
they lost.
We didn't get to see if he broke a colored pencil.
I wonder what color they lost. Did they lose red? They can't do that. They can't do ornaments anymore, dude. That's so sad. They can't make like a stereotypical red present. Ooh, see that could chalk SOS. You know, their drawing isn't going to be optimal now. This is really scary, but kind of coming back into this game, 5-1. If there's a light that I can paint at the end of the tunnel here for CLB, it is the fact that they're on defense. At the same time, we just witnessed a 6-0 defensive half for SOS on their attack.
What?
So that's rough.
I'm for now.
I love how he
wow.
Camp. Oh. Wait, is it a coloring book?
That is a coloring book.
I thought he was just drawing that the whole time.
Wow, if Pandasaurus could draw that in that amount of time, I think he should give up Siege. Go to some arts colleges. There's some nice ones here in Philly.
Yeah, I can't believe I let myself think that. I was like, man, he drew a really good stitch just from that. Anyways, back to my point, right? CLB are in an advantageous side, I feel like, whenever they have this defense. This is the best chance for CLB to get some of that momentum back. Some of the best plays that I've seen out of CLB in their history have been on them going for lurks on defense, getting those kills early. Now that they have this idea that they can get the entry pick every time, all they have to do is survive. Objective is to survive. I wrote that down in my notes, in my prep, and it's very, very much the theme here. If CLB can play these power spots successfully without losing bodies, or even with continuing that entry game, there's no way in hell
they went around.
that this shouldn't swing in their favor. But the main thing is, they have 4 rounds that they have to claw back, and we couldn't even see them get one on rounds.
Yeah, that's exactly what Zito said on the deck.
Bro, this internet right now is killing me.
Player fundamental. That is up to SOS and their attacks, how they move. Granted, CLB could provide some sort of hurdle that they have to overcome that could really disrupt that tempo, but we'll just have to see. Through the round, pretty typical. The information phase, as people like to call it. SOS are going to drone it out. See if they can catch any roamers. The only one is going to be Asian, who's sneaking into Bar and Games. I don't think he's been spotted, though, and so far it doesn't seem like he's actually putting that much pressure onto SOS, so we'll put a pin in that. Could be something for later.
Packer going to take advantage of the glass. One of the strongest 1v1 operators, just simply because he can look through smokes. There is a Warden on the board that you're going to have to be careful of. Asian taken down immediately. So any advantage that we thought CLB could gather from that entry will not happen in this round, as the roamer is cut down with, it looks like relative ease. I mean, everyone on SOS is full HP. Packer spotted one. He wins that against center. Beautiful shot. A second headshot. Just popping skulls inside of office. But Rice at least claims it. The round is over.
Bro,
just like
one more round.
SOS get into the building. Packer just snipes a few people. From win his first element.
You know, this is not a BO5 grand final. I mean, maybe people were hemming and hawing about that, going, ooh, you know, you go back to like Element 5. That was a great best of 5. Element 1, maybe this was a good thing that this wasn't a BO5, because SOS are looking so good. And can we get? No, we gotta see it. We can't see it. Show the camera.
It must be easy being a coach when your team is just like slamming.
I think we got one more.
That is incredible. Dude,
Something about Butcher.
That is so funny.
You get the idea. That is so. That is SOS's strat book. I was told by that by Pandasaurus yesterday. I mean, we didn't get to see exactly what was on every page. I know one of them was Packer do something.
Yeah, I did see that.
And then we have the replay of Packer opening up the entire site.
3, highest KD for this SOS squad in all of Element. And I feel like this is where I start my monologue about Packer, right? Not dialogue, I guess we can make it. Obviously, a lot of people that might be watching this who are prepping to watch
this
the
is tragic.
stream
No, this is
might know
Zonky.
Packer because of his previous stints. Wild,
They ain't do good, bro.
Cloud9.
Honestly.
He's experienced in Pro League, but his biggest stage, M80, at SI, and we saw his individual performance, and it was not great. But now we see him where he's not IGL, where he's focused on playing the game. This is a Packer that we have seen
Yeah, but like, I don't know.
Wildcard, where he was
aspects
one
are
of the
just like,
driving forces behind them getting their first ever top 4 performance.
Like,
Wildcard at that
I
point
can
hadn't really
pay
done much
to
in the
do
NAL.
these things.
Thanks
Like,
to
I don't
Packer,
care about like a
they
battle
got through
pass
it.
situation where you
Now,
pay
he's
for a
dragging
month, you
SOS
get this and this
on
and
his
this and
back
so on.
without
That's
their
fine.
permission at this point, because he is 9-3, walking in and just slamming people. And this is the Packer that we know. And that's the thing about SOS. Ions is the only player that's negative on this team in terms of just overall element, and he's 7-4 right now. So all 5 of your players are gunning. Like, there's literally nothing that SOS have to worry about. CLB, on the other hand, gotta see some life out of you here. This could potentially be their last round, and it could have went down even worse than
What
their
you
upper
need
bracket
to
final
how well modeled the
against
game
SOS.
is. I feel like
Nobody
with
in
games to
stock.
use health pools.
Very clearly called out by Vil. You're gonna be able to have the Surya as well. And Rice is
Battlefield
looking
field
for that
combat,
clutch.
just
Will
like
find it, but
engineers
the job
attached
is
to the back
done.
of
Those
the
windows
tank or
have
whatever.
been cleared out. And now Butcher is just sauntering his way through piano. SOS do not feel like they have anything that they really have to worry about. They can walk into a contested area and feel confident they will walk away.
Oh.
Maybe a little too much, as it's 2 for CLB.
Now what's the objective, V? It's to survive. You've got
Oh,
your
God.
2 picks, now just play back. Volsper with the TK. It's looking like CLB may have this one. A 5 versus 1.
CLB got it,
Packer's
but
been pretty
you know,
clutch in these games so
it's
far,
a troll
but
round.
it is CLB, a sign of life out of them. Their second defense, and it was a pretty perfect one.
Not a
The
sign of
team
life.
kill
That
out
was
the
a
most
that was
would
a troll
certainly help.
attack.
But for most of that, they played that really well. And that's the thing about CLB is whenever they stay alive in these power spots, there should not be a gunfight that they lose.
I do also feel like part of it is that I mentioned in the round, CLB, or SOS, sorry, don't really have to play their strictest.
Yeah.
It feels like you've won, what, 14? No, 13
Ooh,
to
we can't
1
math?
rounds.
Oh my
Don't do
God.
math on broadcast. That's rule 1. Don't do
Yeah,
math
true.
on broadcast.
Good point.
You feel like you're on top of the world. You are currently what looks like the best team in the entire T2 atmosphere of America. So why do you need to play your strictest when you're up 6-1? You can give a round. You can give a second round, and you know that once you actually lock in and play your game, CLB don't stand a chance. They haven't stood a chance this entire match. So I don't think the 1 round is really the end of it. If, you know, maybe we get to like 6-4, ooh, maybe that's a little dangerous territory, but I would.
Don't tell me with a good time.
I would love CLB to come back. It would really, really blow to end the T2 Grand Finals like this, but sometimes that's just the cards are dealt. That's how it is.
Yeah, for SOS, they've been dealing out a lot of punishment. They've finally taking some of it too. It's 2 rounds for CLB on this map.
It's kind of a wrap it up and go home kind of vibe now.
Again, gonna need to see that survivability out of them. Gonna need to see SOS having trouble.
I haven't even been streaming today. Doesn't feel like, yeah, an hour 40.
Obviously, that round was a little bit of a rush. But Rice onto Butcher. Not sure where that was at. It looked like he was peeking outside of West Main. That's a very important cut. Taken down. Now CLB can kind of roam freely around this area.
Then we have the Pro League match after this, obviously.
But Trophy and extend his pressure out
that'll be a little bit better.
Again, if he ends up going down here, it'll be all for naught. And he's a little bit trapped because of the player top Solar. So he's not going to be able to rotate through Solar. His impact is going to be felt purely from below. He's naded out by Ions. Manages to make his way back down into sight and run away. Ions thought he had that free kill. But CLB still hunting for this. And I don't know if it's super necessary. Rice should not be sacking his life away for that pick, at least not yet, especially when CLB still need to burn some time off the clock.
I think he understands that. He's backed off. Now putting it to his other defenders on the top floor. First one of center. It's 1 and 7. He could make a huge impact here as he is caught out by that Kawan Hive. Actually makes the decision to push up, but he is being caught out by that Kawan Hive, so he has to be very careful. But Ion's pushing forward. There's 2 players directly opposite of him. There is a kill following up by Packer, but it seems like CLB are going to put together another round pretty easily. I mean, they only lose 1 body in 2 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, and I felt like in that position, right, like CLB, they listened to me. It feels like they finally decided to play back. They played their crosses properly. Sometimes you just don't have to challenge the angle. Sometimes you can just sit and hold with your teammate and establish that crossfire, just like CLB did inside a split whenever Ions was pushing on the Blackbeard. And that was a perfect way to take advantage of that kill. Clashbang gonna come on out. CLB haven't really been running it, so I'm not too worried, but they can't really go upstairs without that clash, it feels like. So retreat down to Wine and Snow. But yeah, that's their 3rd round here. For SOS, it doesn't really feel like it's been a them issue, right? They've been playing their fundamentals just as they have been every single game. But that time around, whenever there were opportunities for picks, like Rice inside a Trophy, kind of sprinting back and forth between Kitchen, that was a chance to get a kill there that they just missed out on. And sometimes it's those simple mistakes that really allow CLB to get activated. Rice is now 10 and 7. It's the first time we've really been able to highlight a player on CLB for their performance. There's definitely signs of life for this team. We're going to need to see, again, letting CLB play those power positions and living through it to tell the tale. They were good at wasting time on that defense. Let's see just a little bit more of that.
No clash ban, or a clash ban, which means you do not have
kind of zonking out a little bit
throughout these rounds. Definitely feels like that is something.
That's so much caffeine, man. I know what's wrong with me.
Let's say piano or potentially the basement. We have seen some clash, definitely not as much. It seems that SOS are also wanting to look towards the future.
Sit in this chair and lean back.
This round, they're eventually going to have to go.
And this game is just like.
So we'll have a
I mean,
better
to me, it looks like it's
center cannot play this.
Just one team is just controlling now.
Any sort of shield, which will take away some of his power, as he is a very good shield player. Not that we've seen that much of it. It feels like it's, you know, Monty hasn't really had his say from the side of CLB so far. And this match point, map point, series point for SOS. They already catch out Vic bans. When he's died first, SOS have gone on to win so many rounds. So far, goes unabated.
Typically, this is where I would call out SOS getting like 2 kills on the cross, but they haven't done so just yet, even with Packer playing outside. He was unfortunately holding that drone, so couldn't have been active on the 45 cut like he would have probably liked to be. Still gets valuable information on the Goyo playing below. Like you said, Vic Vans has had a struggle with staying alive. He's kind of been the low-hanging fruit for SOS in a way. Playing in a very aggressive spot inside a fireplace. I believe is that aforementioned Goyo. With Asian above, he's a little bit safe in that corner. and Asian may be set up for the trade. This is good positioning right now for CLB, but SOS are going to start to look towards that horizontal take. They're realizing the roam that's going on here. For now, just sitting outside the building, holding those cuts, waiting for a pick to fall into their lap, of which none has yet.
One thing that SOS are, very patient. They'll wait, they'll hold an angle, wait for you to slip up. Very dangerous there for Vil, as he doesn't have the exact angle, but not able to hit the shots. Sub 60 seconds now, and CLB are in some pretty good positions. Vic Bands in Fireplace, Center over in Trench. I think Rice is also going to be holding a pretty good angle. And SOS haven't got the entry that they really need. There's a shield in front of your face. The Mossberg is gonna be your best friend in this situation. It's Asian for one as well, and it seems like CLB are going to get yet another round, and they stave off defeat. There is life in this team unless Butcher, with 30 seconds left, can do something magical.
Oh man, what a way to win your first element, a 1 versus 3. But he's got Case stranded inside of red. CLB have their win condition, and Butcher is just too damn slow, I feel like, to actually make this play happen, unfortunately. Has barbed wire in his way, and has CLB tucked in corners. The swing out from Asian, it's a fight one. Yet another. You said that the 4 scoreline for CLB could be cause for concern on SOS, and I'm wondering if Pandasaurus' little strap book gimmick that he had there, using that tack timeout, maybe he's regretting it a little bit, because SOS, I mean, man, I don't want to say, SOS are not chalking, honestly, it's not that. The fact that CLB played patiently on those crossfires, specifically Packer and main stairs, it shows that they finally have adapted to the way that SOS are playing.
One of the things that I was going to talk about before all of the action started was how playing a game that depends on the mistakes of your opponent can be a very risky thing. When your opponent plays sloppy, you're going to look like you were the smartest team in the world. I think we saw it on Labs. It was like round 2 or something, where they would directly lead a player into the arms of another, finding a kill. But when CLB are playing patient, they're not taking these angles, suddenly SOS just seem like a very slow team. And when they can't get that entry, suddenly they're having to rush with 30 seconds left, and they don't have anything to work off of because CLB has given them nothing to work with.
Yep. Again, it's that patience. CLB are plenty capable, I feel like, of winning gunfights. They just have to communicate it with each other. And I saw that. I saw that with Vic Bands inside of Fireplace. I need more of that. CLB have been so good now playing these power positions that typically SOS are just able to kind of find easy pickings on. That's not the case anymore. SOS are going to have to start working for these now. But it comes down to this site, this bar gaming. There's a lot of roaming that you have to do here for CLB. SOS, they've been a quick team at times, but I've kind of slowed down the pace a little bit here, playing outside the building, holding those crosses. For this, you're going to need to ramp it up a little bit. You've got Ions on the blitz to potentially do just that as they position themselves outside of Library. You've got Vic Bands sitting in that Jaeger spot. He's got a DMR in hand. Pretty good spot to sit in here for him, but all that matters is that he stays alive here and plays those angles with the advantage that he has with that ACOG and DMR.
And 2 ADSs, a Surya, and a Magnet. And looking at the destructive utility of SOS, they've got nothing. There's no frag grenades, no Capital, because that's banned. You are essentially going to have to either ignore this dark position or try your best to face tank it with something like Ions.
Ions comes in, flashes, pre-fire, but Vic Bands wins it! Packer and Butcher, though, get the trades. It's a 2 or 4 versus 3, as Asian, Rice, and Zonky, I believe, are downstairs, except for Asian. Potentially game-winning or game-breaking flank here for Asian, but he'll back off of it. He won't play it, especially with that Dokkaebi call. He needs to silence his phone. And as he does, he's spotted by the drone. Rice claims Packer in the meantime. This is giving Asian plenty of space now to work with, because CLB are creating so many problems for SOS that they have to pull their attention away. Now Asian is just wasting time inside a piano. There's 58 seconds left, but my main concern is you don't have a lot of utility to stop this plant beat.
They don't have any can openers, don't have any hard reach. You can't use this hatch. Rice, he's getting pinged. Can he get away with his life? It seems like he will. And yet Asian has gone down to the basement. Now, not on the second floor. It seems like he's going for a lurk up blue stairs. SOS are angling for some sort of entry into this position, but he's just going to play patiently, and here's where the time is really going to start to dig into the skulls of SOS.
Phil doesn't check it. Rice claims Butcher. 3 versus 1, and a third from Rice. He's just been absolutely on fire. I believe that is his 14th or 15th kill in this game. We all know that Rice can do it. We all know that Rice can hang. And finally, we're seeing that CLB have life. The hearts are pumping, but still, SOS, they're on match point. They could turn this around at any moment, and CLB are aware of that. No timeouts for either teams, no resets. They're gonna have to do this all on their own. Are SOS going to go into overtime here? Philly, do you want overtime? Which is funny because CLB actually, thank you, Fat. It's actually funny because CLB don't really have a lot of fans on this crowd. It seems like SOS are kind of the favorites in this.
I mean, it doesn't matter who you are. Overtime is...
You like having a villain, right?
Yes, it's so fun to be overtime and going from 0-7 and then 6-1, and then SCLB starts this amazing comeback, and then we go to overtime. That is such an exciting thing to watch, especially as a crowd member, but it's not an inevitability. We have seen so many games where a team has seemingly overcome an insurmountable odds, whether it is 6-0, 6-1, and then they reach the precipice, a 6-5, and then they can't get the job done in the final round before everything resets. It's a tall task, but they have the momentum. The desk harped on it. Can CLB do it? And Butcher does get caught out. What a kill from Rice, and there is no trade.
16 on the board for Rice. 26 combined kills from your ex-pros on CLB, certainly doing the most. And as Butcher goes for that lurk, it's just a beeper, man. That's the only thing that's able to shut him down in that. Has not been as active as we've seen him, but has been playing pretty much the same way, just been getting caught out. Now CLB have that advantage. They have that entry. Sometimes I get worried when CLB have an entry, but right now, CLB have been playing these power spots so well, I'm not too afraid for them.
CLB coming back.
Has burned off the clock, and SOS
a little bit of throw.
So CLB's bombs have come alive. They've been able to counter a lot of what SOS have been doing, specifically with that kill, and you would have wished that Vic Bands would have found that. But the trade is there. Down goes your library player. Zonky is kind of going back and forth. The shotgun blast takes down Vil. Good heads-up play by center. Aggression is rewarded with a kill. And you can see CLB are just taking what they're given.
I was gonna say exactly just that. CLB, they're not playing to fish for those picks anymore. Instead, they're waiting for SOS to maybe rotate away, to have util out. They're swinging whenever they know they have the advantage, and it's working out so well. SOS have not been able to catch CLB on these cuts like they were able to on Nighthaven Labs. Now you have a 4 versus 3. CLB have backed up in the kitchen. They have forfeited the top floor completely. And I think that's the right call. You've got 50 seconds left, right? You've wasted so much time, and you have Asian, the perfect flank for this scenario. He's on the Solus, has so much util to work with, can spot out all those drones, but time is certainly a factor. This Packer has spotted one in trophy. Here comes Volspur. Makes his way in. Look at CLB, stacked up inside a split. Nobody on SOS is holding these upstairs crosses. Nobody is on any windows, and that's gonna just allow CLB to swing for free. Rice, a double, a triple for Rice. It's all up to Ions. He hasn't spotted Zonky yet, but he can't do it. CLB, they take us to OT as 6-6 is now the score. For a while, we were seeing if CLB could even win a round. And now here we are, SOS, for the first time this game, might just feel threatened.
I want to say it, Adam. Philly, we are going to overtime.
Are you bald? You're not Ace.
No, I took a pill that actually stops that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we do have a Baldy.
Yeah,
On the,
we do have Klims. Does that count? I hope that counts. I think Ace would. Yeah, Klims could be our Ace.
We'll take it, but I mean, they got it. They got the round that they needed to put them over the edge. They're playing so much more patient, but they're not being passive. And that's the difference. Go back to center, pushing on that window. That is a clear mistake from SOS. Not having their head on a swivel, not cutting their corners off.
Haven't been paying attention.
It's something that we didn't really see from that first map in CLB. And honestly, from the first half of Chalet, but they've clearly dialed it up. A lot of that.
What are we going for, y'all?
To Rice. He's been on it on the entry. 18-7 is unbelievable, especially after what felt like a really weak first half. That for a lot of teams, you're in the grand final. You go down 7-0, and then it looks like the second map is going the same way. It only takes a lot of experience and in these high pressure situations like Asian and Rice have been to have a scoreline like that after this entire game.
Yeah, and it feels like it's been a slow burn for CLB, but slowly and surely, Rice has just been racking up kill after kill after kill. And CLB, I mean, Hitman, Center, and Zonky have not gotten a kill in a pretty long time, it feels like. They've been at their 5-kill, 7-kill, actually Center got over 2 last round, literally what am I talking about? But Zonky and Vic have kind of been inactive in this game, and I think that it doesn't exactly matter, especially when CLB are just gunning this hard, and it really helps out. SOS are relying on CLB to make these mistakes in these gunfights, but we're no longer seeing that. CLB have been playing so patiently on their defense, but now they swap over to attack, and things, they change, right? They're gonna have to go back to a half where they went 1-5 on and try to keep that momentum going. We said this would be a momentum-based game. Let's see if CLB can do it.
Drone is spotted. Ping goes out. Frag grenade in the pocket of center. Trying to see if he can angle out a little bit of something that would be beautiful if he gets this kill. What a frag that would be. Just a bit shy.
Coming back a bit. I honestly thought they were just kind of trolling and throwing, but they're coming back a little bit.
But they have
they came back a bit. I know.
I think the frag grenade
it was like 0-6 or something similar to that.
That center doesn't get caught out from a player.
Maybe 1-6.
There are
What?
so many bodies that you have to worry about. It feels like this
That's what I was like.
dangling on a tightrope.
If we get to OT, I'll
either way.
That tightrope can snap.
Get a little bit more alive, walk around a bit.
Especially when there's a minute
Maybe
left.
take a Red Bull.
CLB are dragging
I
this
might as
so
well at this
close
point.
to the end of the round. Beautiful shot.
I'll do this for now.
Ions can't get the
Big
trade.
Band's finally
Big Band
shooting.
saves the life with a Blackbeard,
Oh.
but it's Volspur to step up.
4v3.
Claims Asian. And Butcher able to rotate away. The ball is called by SOS. And it's a good one at that. Nobody on those windows except for the DMR of Rice. He's been so incredible on this defense. Can he translate it onto the attack?
Oh!
Walks up with a shotgun and stuffs it in Rice's face. 3 versus 3 now. 20 seconds. You still have that shield alive.
Oh, man.
Alive in Trophy 2. Runs away and has a C4.
All it takes is one bullet to kill someone, though.
Denial, still an option here for SOS.
If you
They
get shot in
can
the
win
head.
this round off of that alone. But here comes the plant. 5 seconds.
Oh.
Shut down by Zonky. And that center gets off the plant. It's all down to Vic Bands to cover. Center, he doesn't live. And SOS, they take their defense in element champions.
And those are the rounds that really get your heart beating. So close, milliseconds. The fact that
it was really close. They almost got the plant down, but then guy just ran it down and killed him.
Not able to get that kill in time. Those are the rounds that differentiate who is going to be an element champion and who is going to be second place. And CLB once again are cornered. They've been used to this. They won 5 consecutive rounds off of that. And you really wish that you would have gotten something here.
Getting barrels up there sucks.
Packer killing Rice completely changes the entire round. Because not only does Rice not kill Butcher.
Man, that's so close.
He does not kill Butcher. But then he gets caught out trying to hack his little cell phone, shoot out the camera. Those are things that when you're caught up in the moment and there's so many
you didn't come this far just lose now. I mean,
the line that you can get caught
Came
up
back
making something like that
from the brink.
a mistake that can cost you a round, because I'm going to be
just a
honest,
lose.
Adam,
Suck.
that's the
What?
round.
Garbage?
He kills Butcher. He doesn't get caught out by Packer. I think CLB take it.
100%. But here we are now at 6-7. Oh, I said it. Oh, I've really done it. I'm really glad. Like I was really expecting Philly to start like a 6-7 champ. So glad they didn't.
Don't start it now. We're at a point where we can't start the 6-7 chance because the energy is so electric with overtime match point.
Well, it's electric when SOS went around right now.
Well, Rise is getting sold a little bit. I mean, the reason why they've come back in any capacity has been Rise.
A long time coming for CLB.
I mean, 18 kills.
They've been waiting for this element.
He basically has to keep going for them to really have a chance. Or something else has to step up now.
They are
like
in a grand
now.
finals for the first time.
Oh,
Center, first
that's
pick onto
not bad.
Packer. Your
That's what we're talking about.
Of SOS, your DMR, your cut player, cut down in the first minute. Your Twitch for you till clear gone. Such an important pick here for CLB, and they
it's not an ultra important pick. Because I mean, they don't have to have any utils for like really destroying, you know, like maybe a bulletproof camera, maybe some Midas ADSs, but they're going to be playing gun up, so you're not really going to be able to switch on too much of the crap anyways. Let's be real. So.
Force SOS.
Oh, the Rora strats though. Okay.
DOM. Smoke goes out. Another DOM should be deployed, so that leaves Zonky on an island. And it seems like he's
and
going
you
to
have
play
Blitz run down the hallway? That's crazy.
Should be a potential revive onto
That's
him,
hilarious.
Still a pretty big HP takedown, and
Oh,
Zonky
Bill.
is off of the board. It's still 4-4, and oh my goodness, Center.
Oh no.
That's not what you want to see. And Vic Bands, there's
He's
no
in the
way you
dark.
can drop.
No,
He has
bro.
to get one or two
What are you
on his way
doing?
out. You are asking so much here out of Vic Bands, but he can't find it.
Oh.
1 versus 3. We came so
I mean, if there's
close
anybody
for
in a
CLB.
1v3, it's gotta be
The man
Rice.
with 19 kills is all that's left.
Sounds like.
The drop comes through, and
No.
SOS slam him down. They drive a knife into the
over.
hearts of the Lover Boys. They will bleed and they will burn as SOS. They don't need any help.
Come back for
getting
nothing.
This job done. They are your Element 6 champions.
At least it wasn't an embarrassing loss, you know. It could have been much worse. Could have been much worse.
An incredibly exciting game, but they could not finish the job. 1 or 2 decisions might have decided the first round of overtime, and it's one that they so badly needed. But it definitely feels like after that upper final, SOS established themselves as the top team in Element, and with this grand final win, they cement themselves as the best team in Tier 2.
You never heard of Ions before? Have you never heard of Butcher before? Maybe even Volsper? I don't know how unaware you are. Look at them now. Wake up and open your eyes.
Over.
You are staring at 5 Element champions. You are staring at Packers' 3rd Element championship. The roller coaster of a career that this player has had has been immense, and he's finally able to call himself the king of Tier 2 at this point. There's no way that you could doubt that anymore. What a performance from Rice. Asian even dropping 10 on the board. It just simply was not enough. Here in Philly, we have crowned an Element champion.
am the captain of this ship.
To SOS. We'll send it over to the interview to hear what the players have to say.
It didn't happen as fast as we thought, but it still happened in the end. SOS are your Element 6 champions. Give it up for them.
They played a good game. Oh, look, it's me.
Packer, this was a game that we knew was happening for 2 weeks. It took a bit until we finally got there, but now that it's over, it definitely wasn't as easy as the first time around, huh?
It was a little bit, I think we put a little bit more stress on ourselves because it was a LAN event, but to be honest, we did have that game in our control. I mean, in all seriousness, we had a 6-1 lead and 7-0, so could have ended the same if we really locked in a little bit better.
There's an achievement that we've just knocked out right now. You are now the first ever 3-time Element champion. And there are some people who may even call you one of the best T2 players of all time. How do you react to something like that? 3 wins in Element now.
I get called a T2 merchant. It's not really what I want to be known for. I'd rather be known for winning tournaments, like T1 tournaments, but I mean, at least it's something. I'm hoping I can progress to doing it in a pro league.
We all know what your future looks like. It's been announced already. We know the team that you're going to be playing for. It's not going to be with these guys. But first of all, how does it feel to close out a chapter with this team finally getting a win, especially in a LAN environment?
I'm very happy for all of them. A lot of them, this is like their first real team, and like one that's like taken serious. We've like had strats and stuff. So I'm just very happy for all of them. It's very nice to like watch them all grow as individuals and players since I've been there, and I'm just very excited for like their future. And I'm hoping that they all achieve big things because I have full faith in all of them.
If you had to give a shout out to anybody, or if you were to throw their names out there in future, because hopefully if they were to stick together, if they want to keep on competing, if it's not going to be with you, how high do you hope that they can climb, and where would you like to see them in future?
I believe they'll win the Challenger thing coming up for relegations. I believe like that's in their future. I mean, they're all the best players in T2. Most of the other T2 players are frauds, so I believe they'll come out on top in that and be in Pro League next stage.
Well, the task has now been accomplished. Packer is now a 3-time champion, but it's not just him. It's everybody that he played with. We do have trophies to give out, and it's some of the T2 guys who have been covering them since the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the boys. Packer, Ions, Vil, Volsper, and Butcher. One more time, your champions of Element 6, S.O.
doing content creator things. But I lost track of him.
And there's still breakdowns to come. There's still things we have to discuss about how this grand final went down. Some of the guys who gave out the trophies still have some things to discuss, but we'll get to them after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna have to find this song. Kind of like I found the chocolate song, and I know it's not chocolate, but I pretend. Oh no, there's no way I was gonna get that shot. Hello. They're not doing the meet and greets yet? Okay. Do you want to be streamer again? No? I'm not a very good streamer.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
Duo Q with Seti, me?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
Oh.
And you know what?
there, right?
Yeah, we're fine. No, that's not good. But the restaurant is that good, so. Is there another game today? Oh, well, yeah. What? Okay. That's, did you do the late checkout? Did you do the late checkout? Late checkout. Can you do it? Me duo queuing with him. Well, I don't want to ruin his stats. Like, I'm bad. I know this. So, ow. I don't know if he wants to take that chance. Well, I care about his stats. I want him to do well. I want him to get a charm. I want him to get a charm someday. I feel like he's working. He's been working toward that for so long. So. Well, true. I did play the Halloween thing one time. I sucked at it. I got stuck in a corner. I'm sure there's a YouTube video of it somewhere. There was one. Oh, I think there was another one that I kept calling the Care Bear version of it. But I think that was on a plane for a little bit, that there was something. I don't know, that was a while ago. But for the Halloween one, is it the same thing every Halloween, or does it change every year? Do you guys know? Oh. So what I hear is I may potentially not get stuck in the same corners. So I may have a chance next year. Or is this more of a, hey, I have like 10 months to get ready for this, so I might as well be ready. I better be ready by next Halloween. But I'm really bad. Gotcha. I'm really bad at it though. I just didn't, so what I struggle with a lot is the, like nav, we'll see, and I'm even going like this as if I'm using controller, which he won't let me use controller for Rainbow. So I would have to do the thingies. Well, hopefully. I mean, maybe if they change it, more people will play it, no? And again, this is from someone that knows absolutely nothing about this game. I keep telling Hunter that we need to log into my account at some point because I make sure I always get all my drops, but I haven't really done anything with that, so I'm sure there's It even feels weird saying Hunter, so I don't know. We're having an identity crisis right now.
Dark, kill Dark.
But Whopper, I'm really bad. It wouldn't be like if it takes most people a while, like let's say a while is 1 year, it would take me 10.
Good job, guys.
The moment that SOS became Element 6 champions and earned a spot in
Whopper,
the
I promise you have not seen worse.
So a big moment for the boys from SOS, and it got a little bit
He literally had to teach me how to use my controller so that I could run.
Bring the fire. Safe to say,
for a while, I didn't think I had the right controller.
Yeah, I bet a lot of people were thinking, you know, these
well, you guys know they saw the super fancy ones with all the
CLB
extra buttons and functions and things like that. I mean, so for a while, I didn't think I could run because I thought I didn't have the right controller for that.
Yeah, CLB, you saw that troll tag timeout kind of to ruffle the feathers, right, of CLB from
Whopper, I literally got stuck in a corner.
And just kind of being funny overall.
I just kept going round and round, but I could just stay in the same spot, just going in circles.
They're on Chalet, which is a map that they prepped a very, very long time for this series. Knowing that it was an auto ban for them, they decided to go to Chalet, take all of the
I'm just not good.
It really panned off, but in the end, they just fell off. And
it's
SOS
just not my thing.
And a triumphant win overall.
I feel like
they had to work for it a little
the
bit.
last
So nice
video games that I legitimately played was like the Sega Genesis, and I had like the little gun thing, and I remember shooting tomatoes at the TV.
I think this is the first time in Element that we have had a champion never drop a single map, and that is so incredibly impressive to achieve just absolute perfection and dominance in a highly
Sega Genesis were like the last things that I played.
Just hats off to SOS.
Well, tell me a little bit more about Packer here. Obviously, the player we talked about coming into this, who will be spending some time on the Envy roster in the new year, but win this kind of last hurrah with SOS, stepping up personally and dropping 14 kills.
I remember back then I was really into Sonic.
Sad to see our very competitive
Sonic was my thing.
To go, but ultimately, it makes me happy and excited to see them yet again get another opportunity. Packer, of course, someone who we followed for so long,
but
and
like
someone that we want to see.
He and I were actually talking about it recently. I had like the original Game Boy.
He's won 3 Tier 2 events. No other player has done that, at least in recent memory. And ultimately, that's just incredible out of Packer. I think that's truthfully shows like how hard of work he's put in on himself,
because
on
you
the
know,
team, and I'm excited
you know
to see
how far you've
where
come.
these
So you're like,
SOS
I can do this. I can be better. Me, I'm like, I'm just here for the laughs. I'm here for the vibes. And poor SenVale is like, and I'm like,
CLB,
no.
They showed us that they had potential as well. Of course, not able to make.
Oh my God, when we were playing It Takes Two, I felt so bad for him. He was definitely, you know, like those TikTok clips of like the boyfriend who's always waiting for the girlfriend to jump.
Last hired, first fired kind of thing, where he was just in and out really quickly.
Amazing.
And you have to think that, hey, he's putting out really good performances in Tier 2 once again. It's just a showcase to these Tier 1 teams that, you know, Rice can still shoot. He may end back up on some sort of SI qual roster. It would be nice to see. Maybe he can punch his ticket and just redefine his career once again.
Yeah, I think that Rice was set up to fail.
I forgot what I was talking about.
Obviously, a tough spot to come into.
Oh, I had the original Game Boy.
Out the gate. With lots of expectations for what was a very solid DZ roster at the time. So ultimately, I think that it is tough for Rice.
There was one time I did manage to get into a game in Siege.
Incredibly well, very good Siege out of him.
And this was back when I was still trying to impress SenVale.
For him to show up in the shooting department is something that he's not always had.
So I did try it, and
he showed up in a big way.
I remember I was in the map and I got too scared because I didn't want to accidentally kill my teammates. So then I hid behind a tree outside. And then all of my teammates died. And then I could just hear SenVale's voice in my head saying that I was baiting. So I was like, you know what? No, I'm gonna run in. So I ran in. And then I ran into somebody and I got too scared. And I clicked every button on my controller and I knifed someone and I killed them.
That we have
and
never
it was
seen before.
insane.
It's just complete utter dominance across the board. The main question that we had
that
for
was like
SOS
3
is,
years ago.
What would happen if they lose? How are they going to bounce back? We never have to answer that question.
And then somebody else came out and shot me, and that was it.
I'm
But
glad we didn't have to answer that question. I think that would have been tough to see.
I figured I was gonna end my Siege career on a high note,
to see what that would have looked like,
knowing that I got one kill,
to see how
and
that looks. Obviously, they're
was
being
sufficient
scouted
for
and
me.
picked up into the NAL, so they want to kind of have those moments and show teams why they're good and why they can bounce back from those tough challenges. Unfortunately, they didn't face any of those, but also fortunately, they came out as one of the most dominant rosters we've ever seen at this level of Siege.
But yeah, that was pretty much it. And then
for a while now from T4
yeah, he puts me on
to
the
T3
Halloween
to T2,
special sometimes.
T1 here and there. What do you make of the state of T2 as a whole right now? And I know you guys can stand up on your soapbox for a while, and I'm giving you a chance to do so. Obviously, a pretty one-sided affair here right now, but we're on land. The state of
like I very vividly remember growing up with the original Game Boy playing Tetris on it.
There were so many teams that we were discussing.
And then eventually we did upgrade to the Sega Genesis.
Was it Alix?
And then right after that was like when the PlayStation came out. Because I remember I used to go to my friend's house and we would play PlayStation, and it was like a jet skiing game. So that was fun.
Or worse,
and then honestly, I just life got too busy, and I lost track of gaming after that. And then
getting a little bit of a revival, right? I think that
I would say maybe about 3-4 years ago, one of my friends, because I was really depressed for a little bit.
Which is so tough and so competitive.
One of my friends recommended video games, so I ended up buying
exciting memories that we've been able
a
to make
PS5 at first.
Yeah, memories for us, memories
and
for
then
the players, hopefully, and who knows, like
just because again with just that familiarity I had with PlayStation, so I was like, oh, I'll just get a PS5. Maybe that'll be like dipping my toe in the water type of
Thank
thing.
you guys so much for sharing your insights.
And then
on
like
teams on the
2 months later,
go to 3 maps and get all
some
the
of
way
my
to a
friends
barn
wanted to
burner,
play
but it was
with
so
me,
good
but
to
I
have
don't
you
remember
guys
what
here.
game
Thanks
it
so much for all
was,
of
but
you
it was
as
like
well,
an
tuning
Xbox
into our
exclusive.
Element 6 final, letting the
I went
younger
out and I
guys
got an
shine on the
Xbox.
stage for a little while before we turn to the main event.
So by the time
of the day, our
SenVale and I started
regional
dating, I had
grand
both
final,
consoles.
SSG
So I
and
pretended to be
Shopify
somewhat
Rebellion
into video
is
games, because
coming
at
up
the
next.
time I
We're
was
gonna
playing
step
racing
aside for a
video
few minutes
games, but
so you can take a quick break. But when we come back,
but not
we will
seriously. It was
settle
more
the
like
score once and for all,
I'd be bored,
and we
turn
were
it
gonna
on
end
for a little bit
2025
until
with a
something
bang.
else
We'll see
kind
you
of got my attention. I mean, I know for a fact Tetris was probably my first game. You know, racing has just always been fun for me. I was actually telling him yesterday or like 2 days ago, there's this performance driving school program that I want to do, like real life. So I may potentially do that at some point. Yeah, rally, oh my god, rally racing and drifting, oh, so fun. I don't know why, like, that is, like, I'm an adrenaline junkie for that, but like anything beyond that I cannot handle. It freaks me out. I'm too afraid to die.
It's not the destination.
Yeah.
It's the journey.
I really want to do performance driving. I've been thinking about it for a few years. I think maybe next year. It's just so expensive. It really is an expensive and a really expensive hobby.
And you know what?
They're right.
Yeah, so there's I ended up at a pretty big car meet a couple of years ago by complete accident. This was one day I was actually out just taking pictures of like my surrounding area because I had gone on into the mountains to try to see, oh, is there any wildlife or anything I can take pictures of? And all of a sudden I started seeing these really cool looking cars just driving right past me in the opposite direction. And I was just like, you know what? I wonder where they're going. I'm like, wonder if at the very least I can take cool pictures of their cars. So I made a U-turn, started kind of following them. And then like I drive an electric car, and of course they all pulled into a gas station. And I was like, oh man, I don't want to be that person in an electric car pulling into a gas station, but sure, whatever. I pulled up and I was like, hey guys, like just kind of curious, like if you would be interested in like taking some nice pictures of your car. Like I'm just trying to get started and everything else. And they're like, oh, there's a car meet coming, like you should go. So I ended up going out there. Sorry, this protein cookie. Part of me really wants to try it. But anyway, I ended up going out to the car meet and got really, really into it. And then I ended up going back to where that was being held. Oh my god. You got in a Bugatti Veyron? Oh, I'm so jealous.
A real job other than
oh, I want to do that.
A lot of people are saying like the funnest player of all time.
I mean, looking back, I would want my legacy in Siege to...
We've been watching, there's a new show on Netflix about car racing and drifting and stuff like that. So we've been watching that recently and I was like, ooh, I kind of want to do that. Like, it was kind of on my to-do list a couple of years ago and then I kind of stopped thinking about it and now I'm like, maybe I want to get back into that. Plus, there are certain car things that I really want to learn how to do. Like, I absolutely want to learn how to do an oil change, tune-ups, like that kind of stuff. Just in general, I do feel like that is a good skill set to have in life.
I ended up getting thrown out of my dad's house.
Even though I probably wouldn't make any use of them, because, like I said, I drive an electric car, so I don't really have a purpose for knowing how to do an oil change. But could be fun.
5 days, like. I had no patience to be there. I've technically never really
oh my god. My first year in snow, that was terrifying. I didn't go anywhere. I actually missed Thanksgiving with my friends that year because I was too afraid to drive and they had already driven away. It was a mess. So the following year, I prepared and I got myself some snow tires. So now I'm good. Now I'm all set, and I've been doing it for a few years. And I go up into the mountains for skiing and that type of stuff. So I think I'm okay now. But that first year was terrifying.
It felt amazing. After Beast Coast, I just woke up one day, the M80 bought the whole team out. Eventually ended up on Unwanted for the 6th Invitational. We had, I think, like a week or two to get 2 new players, try to do as best as we can going into Invite. I've never been a leader growing up, so learning how to IGL, it's very hard, very stressful.
So the performance driving school I was looking at, they do actually do a series in the snow.
Plan work. It just feels
which honestly kind of sounded really intriguing and exciting.
A great leader, fun person to be around.
But I don't know if that's where I'll start because I feel like that's a little bit more skilled than where I would be.
Everybody around him put in some extra effort.
A lot of what I do is yell at them, honestly, but I feel like I have such good trust with these guys. They have such good trust with me.
Jade, I don't know if that question is for me. I wouldn't even begin to be able to answer that.
Hold grudges at the end of the day. I mean, back,
what's the one thing you wish your stream visuals had that they don't right now? What do you mean? I can tell you my opinion, but that's just me. That's not SenVale.
As long as we're just getting better every tournament, then that's the main goal. I'm gonna show what we can do.
Who is Canadian?
Canadian pulls off successful plant.
Eliminated early on from Canadian. And another double kill there from Canadian. Canadian aggressively all over the place. Taking out K9 in the back has been taken out by
I don't know if that was that really a win or was that more like
Canadian will win. To go is Avian alone.
Which one that would have been Devil, but I don't know.
Most accomplished and longest tenured NA
I think
player.
Maybe you were like wee while she was more like
And this is Fractures. So I was born and raised in Canada, grew up in Toronto, proud to be Canadian.
7 to 4, so 7 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Hockey, baseball as well, basically.
Pacific?
Fell out of playing sports and stumbled my way into esports.
What does it mean to be considered like the best on the regular player?
I think it just comes with kind of pressure. It's almost if I'm not, in a grand finals or winning titles.
Oh, she was laughing the whole time. That's awesome.
It was an advantage I had early on that, teams are a bit more underdeveloped, but I think now
well, yeah, if you can do it and you're skilled at it, then yeah, I could understand more of the wee.
You can't just be someone that can shoot really good. You have to.
But if you don't know it, it was just purely accidental, then that would be more of a panic screaming in my book.
More important in the game.
Let's see. Have you thought about getting customs for your stream? Are you talking like overlays and things like that, or like logos, that type of stuff?
From kind of just playing off pure passion.
I'm not sure if you're asking R6 related, because if it's R6 related, I have no idea.
The break I took,
if you're talking just general stream overlays and things like that, I think he actually just recently got stuff.
Kind of a combination of COVID, which caused a lack of international competition. I didn't really.
I just pretend to
look forward to
just stream while he needs to walk away and do things.
Take the best care of myself and a balance I kind of had to
But this is honestly the most I've been on stream.
Really stumbled since, I'd say. You know, when pressure is higher, when the stakes are higher, stuff like that, you know, it's not going to go perfectly how you practiced it. When you're in game and in the moment, that's like instinct.
Okay, honestly, what is this song reminded me of a very old song?
For the rest of the team, they're all
like
freaking out. What makes me a good IGL? Probably
I don't remember.
My mentality and my work ethic.
Gotcha. You know, Digital Art, I think he just got stuff recently.
The person in the room, but I was usually always one of the most hardworking guys. Even on teams when I was growing up playing hockey, you know, they'd have.
Oh my gosh, I actually lost track of the TikTok chat. I don't know where it is. It's not up on my screen anymore.
You know, winning SI that year, whatever it may be. It's just
I hope they're doing okay.
Kind of translated into how I lead. I'd say my first experience.
That's good. It's good when you can trust your driver like that, to where you know the car is somewhat out of control, but still in control of the driver.
Ask for an autograph or a picture. Not to say that, you know, I don't appreciate it. It always kind of throws me off a little. Social media pressure and people.
I don't know. I always kind of thought that either driving a Bugatti or a Lambo was kind of on my bucket list for a while. I don't know anymore.
Or the criticism or any of it.
Yes, there is one more rainbow match today. If you ask me who is playing, I promise you I won't know.
The first two maps ended up winning the series.
But yes, I do know there is one more match today.
Myself, like, yeah, I can do this.
Oh my gosh, that would have been so cool to race the Lambo.
To build a team that has, you know, prolonged success. Being part of a team, it's always been a really big part of my life and something that I really cherish. For me, competing, that's what it's really about, is being on that team and trying to become the best team together, sharing the highs and lows.
Well, Devils, because she trusts you. And she knows that she is safe with you. So that's actually really good. Oh, that's a nice car, that Lambo. 20 laps. Ooh, Korea Taqueria. Okay. Churros. They have churros. They do have churros. We're talking car racing. Okay, I definitely got churros. I got my churros. A bowl. All bowls are served with sesame, white rice, romaine lettuce. I don't want lettuce with my rice. What time is it? Oh, it's 6 p.m. Oh, it is prime din-din time. Din-din. I don't know what to get. What are you getting? Oh, okay. Get what? But they're not boneless. Because I can see it. Yeah, that's not an option. I know this. Yeah, I got your phone, bro. There's only one bowl. Kimchi, fried chicken wings. But see, these are all, none of these are boneless. Oh! This may be the vibe. Oh! Where? Oh, but I don't know if that's spicy. Is gochujang spicy? I don't know if gochujang is spicy. I feel like it is. Here, I'll just get tenders. That's a safe one. Can I get? I'll just get classic tender. I'll get. Can I get that on the side? Oh wait, classic tenders. Choose your sauce served on the side. Beautiful. We'll do gochujang. We'll try it. I've never had it before. And yes, I'll try the house seasoning. That looks beautiful. Thank you, love. Appreciate you. Okay. Oh, hold on. I gotta scroll up now. There was an event in Chicago. You did 20 laps. Oh, yeah, I'll take a ginger ale. Thank you. Thanks. She asked me to teach her how to drive. I told her they have horchata? Oh, but it's vegan. No. She asked me to teach her. Yeah, a lot of the times with driving, you just kind of gotta get a feel for it. I remember, I think that's when, like, cause I drove a stick shift for a little bit that I actually bought without knowing how to drive. And I think once I kind of like cleared my brain and actually started feeling the car, that's when it actually clicked. Oh, I don't know what the price is on the food where I just... Oh, this is Uber Eats. We're ordering from Uber Eats. It's just Uber Eats. Because they're ordering for all the creators that they got. I'm just an honorary creator. I tag along. But I got some snackies earlier. I got a bag of chips. I got the graham crackers. And then I got chocolate chip cookies. And that was like $7. And they were like little teeny tiny bags. Little tiny bags. Alex is behind you. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get carried away? Oh, I stalled like crazy. Oh my god, I had such a hard time with it. But I agree with you. Sometimes it's just a matter of just like clearing your head of what you know and just kind of getting the feel for what the actual machine is doing. So I do get that aspect of it. And oh gosh, I do miss driving a stick shift too. It's crazy because it was like I went from driving a stick shift to a Tesla. So it's like the farthest thing from one another. And then thankfully I was in Florida when I had my stick shift and there wasn't hills or anything like that. Because if I was in Washington, forget it. I would have given it up. There's no way. I was way too scared. I remember there was one time in Florida that I was actually on a bridge and there was a freaking Lamborghini behind me and I was so stressed out about potentially rolling back. I just turned my hazards on and I was like, nope, you go around. I'm not doing this. Yeah, the car payments will get to you, man. Like, it's rough. Well, and that was the thing when I was learning how to drive a stick shift. I knew I wasn't going to crash because of the directionality, because I know how to drive. How to drive by that point. I just didn't know how to drive a stick shift. So I do feel I had a lot of trust in myself because of that. But I was very, very nervous about rolling back onto that Lambo. That I was like, I'm not. There's just no way. I remember it still. It was a bright yellow Lambo. That's not bad. 506. I wish I was paying 506. Nah, my payments are 920. But I also had to get that car. I got that car on a whim because. Hi.
Well, with our palate cleanser out of the way and a T2 champion crowned, it is time for the main event. What we've all been waiting for, the NAL Grand Finals here in 2025. Welcome back to local host Philly, the site of our wonderful regional finals. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Jonas Willinger, along with Foxe and Laxing now joining me, who are clearly either feeling good, feeling cold, or feeling nefarious.
I feel like that's what you want to sit down.
We were raised by flies.
He's just out wandering around.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But it's been exciting out there. You guys got a chance to watch the T2 final. I don't know, you guys don't watch that much T2 content because you're busy watching SAL.
Yeah, speak for yourself.
Where do you find
I get that.
Ever since you moved up from T2 and T1, you've really changed. But me, I've stuck through even with T1. I did really enjoy watching that matchup, though, between SOS and CBL. I also just really like to see how these players deal with the pressure, deal with being in that spotlight. I remember my first time, nerves were definitely there, playing in front of a crowd similar size, and to see who really builds that momentum, who can deal with that pressure. And then I think what we saw towards the very end of that game, I thought it was going to go all three. We started to see every player start to find comfort. It's always fun to see this experience.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a learning experience for these players because not all of them, besides really Packer, have been able to play on a main stage in front of a crowd. So it doesn't matter the size of the crowd, which I would say, even though this crowd isn't as big as this, let's say, a regular major, it's still very loud. They're in your face. You can hear and feel the environment.
I mean, I'll take one. I don't want to take all of them.
You want to see if a T2 player can handle that level of experience. Because if you're a T1 team watching, you want to be able to grab a player that has a little bit of
on land.
Yeah, good performance on land.
Well, the energy was certainly there
I'll
for
try it.
the
I
T2
always
final.
like snacks from another
guaranteed
country.
to be there
I always
for
like
the grand
international
final
snacks.
of the NAL, which is coming up now after a long bracket.
I'm playing streamer now.
Not that long. We started with 6 teams a couple of weeks ago. Saw some early bouts with
I don't know what
Shopify
he's
Rebellion,
doing.
Space Station,
I
M80,
know.
Oxygen.
That's
Lower
what
bracket
I'm here.
with Dark
I'm
Zero
here to
and Wild
support
Card.
in whatever
But
I can.
through the
This
last
is what I can
weeks,
do.
we've
And this is
ended
what I'm
up
doing.
here with Space Station and Shopify Rebellion going toe-to-toe
So, no,
once
mine's
again
stick shift.
in the
I
grand
got- 'cause
final.
I didn't
It goes
have a
without saying
car.
we had the best
And
3
then
North American
I
representatives
could
to
only
make it
afford
to
to
Philly
get
in the
one
first
that was
place.
stick shift
And
at the
Shopify
time.
Rebellion, what a great story for them to be able to
And
fall
that's why I bought
first
it
to
with Hydra.
SSG, be able to bounce
And I had
all
to
the way
figure out
back
how
to
to
inevitably
That was
catch them in the finals. SSG has been on a hell of a run themselves, though. They've been
How are you
looking
enjoying
really
being
flawless.
here?
So these two teams having that rematch again, being able to really put their best foot
Sorry,
forward.
take your time.
And speaking with these players outside, they want it more than ever.
You
It's
ready?
not necessarily just an event where the
streamer
T2
again?
teams are saying we're here to have fun for experience. With
Look,
these
he
players,
brought us
even though they
chocolate.
both
He brought
qualified
us
to
some
SI,
chocolates.
it's not just fun and games. They want to win.
Not to mention, there is quite a bit of difference between the prize money between first and second. It's not an insignificant number, so these teams are interested. Shopify specifically, we've seen the Rebellion out there practicing, warming up for the majority of the day. And it's not a surprise
You
why.
wanna fight?
I mean, this is a team that's had a gauntlet to get to this
Are you
point.
trying to
They
pass?
lose in the first round. They have to toil their way through the lower bracket to end up at this point.
Who's
right
hanging
now.
out in the
It's definitely
bathroom?
something that we really
Who's
have to
hanging
look
out
at
in the
is
bathroom?
that gauntlet run that they are continuing on, coming from that loser's bracket, as Fox said, now meeting Space Station back in the grand final where they, as Space Station was the one who
Is
put
that
them
just like the
in this
Hangouts?
gauntlet run to begin with. So there definitely is a big grudge match ahead of us here, but it really just shows how well Shopify Rebellion was bouncing
Oh, I
back
remember.
with each and every single
I
one of these
remember one of the
series
guys.
where we
I remember
highlighted
one of the
specific
guys that
players,
just
we've
walked by.
highlighted their IGLs. Everyone now starting to come in unison when it matters most,
Aw.
leading into this grand final, and they are making a very
Oh wait, was
convincing run
that
thus far.
Sonky?
Well, the convincing
Oh, that's not who I
aspect
was
of their
talking
victory
about.
yesterday. Part of that
Um,
came from Ambi,
blonde
who
hair,
was
lighter
really
hair.
playing as
Blonde
well
hair,
as he
lighter
really
hair,
needed to get
redhead
the
that
team
just walked
to
by.
this point. I mean, when you look at
Oh,
his
that's his name,
contributions overall,
Boyson.
what do you like?
Yeah, I mean, well, you have to look at two big
Okay.
players coming into this matchup with, I'm sure, on both
Where
sides.
did
You're
I
going to be
see
very
him?
familiar with
Did
both
we
Ambi
see
and
him?
Ash.
Did we see him in
Similarities,
Atlanta?
They both start with the letter A in their name.
Wait, what's it
Something
at-
key
No,
takeaway
no.
here, but
Did we see him
the
in
bigger thing is here,
Boston?
these are going to be the two players that are going to be
Oh.
poking and prodding around these sites, whether they're on defense, whether they're on attack. They need to be creating that
It's
ghost pressure.
interesting
They
learning
need to be
people's
getting
names
these
like
opening
that.
kills going into their favor, because that's what's always
Hi,
going to
kitty.
start out around for both these teams, whether it's on attack and defense. And time
just
again,
Simbad
we
me?
see these two young gunners always open up a lot of these rounds and find success, and they need to replicate that success now more than ever in this matchup, where these opening kills are going to be so instrumental to who's going to start out strong.
Yeah, you
Well,
can take
talked
over.
about these two teams clashing in the early round here in the regional final, but they've also clashed quite a few times over the course of the year, starting all the way back very early on.
Yeah, now, Jonah, I want to move away from being an analyst. I want to focus more on being a player here. I mean, when you look at this
Hello,
matchup,
we're back.
so far, SR has only beat them 5 times out of 6 times playing them. Now, when you're coming into this matchup, sure, you can say, SR, we want to play like ourselves. If we play like ourselves, we'll win no matter what. That clearly has not been the case for 5 out of these matches that they've played so far. Coming into this matchup, it really is going against yourself.
No, I
you are
started a
essentially
bit.
playing against yourself more than you're playing against
Because
SSG.
it's because the
you're
game's
gonna
not
come
on,
into
so I
many
just decided to
situations
kill
where
it.
You're going to find yourself where this is how we lost last time. This is where things, these
Let's
little
go, we
micro
ready.
details are starting to bite us
Oh,
in the
already in
butt.
like
They're
10
starting
minutes,
to
I
build
think.
into something bigger, and then we're choking rounds. We're losing rounds. We're losing series. This really is a matter of mentality here, understanding when they can
fine,
right
though.
their wrongs, not letting the past come in to ruin their future. They need to go against the grain here, whether that's with the strats, play a little unorthodox, try to catch SSG off guard as best as they can.
we
That's
got like
what
10
we're gonna
minutes.
need to be seeing from this side of SR.
This game
and
will be
even
good.
for something for myself to really hold on to feel that they can finally get over this hurdle, get over this mountain of SSG.
It's one of those situations that takes pressure away from SR2, because you've lost so many times the last 5 that you're coming into it with your head held high. That much another layer of pressure, being able to think, well, we got to beat these guys. We haven't beat them before, so there's really nothing to lose. We just need to be able to switch some things up, because we know, like you said, them playing their game is not going to find
I should
success.
practice my
So when
signature
you're on a
again.
stage like this, and you have that
But
many
sorry,
layers of one.
I started with an S and then just scribbled.
It puts you in a situation where
I mean, I don't know what I'm doing. Then you have like
in a big moment,
Penguin,
you're able
who
to
clearly
topple them,
practices.
finally
Same
get
with
that
Fed.
win in the right
I'm
phase.
like,
Well, tell me a little little bit more about
practice
SSG here
at
because
all.
they haven't had the same gauntlet that Shopify Rebellion have had.
I'll
to
work
go
on
through.
it.
Only 2 best-of-3s, 5 maps to
it seems corny.
To this point.
Like,
it's looked
working on your signature just is like corny to me.
We highlighted yesterday the 3 keys to success that we needed to see from SSG was the managing aggression, Benja doing well.
Oh, we're probably gonna go bars later if the game ends at a okay-ish time.
Stage so far of the regional finals is SSG hitting the nail on the head for all 3 of those aspects and getting the highs of highs that we want to see. They just need to be able to keep that level of consistency. I think getting a trophy would put them a little bit closer to reaching consistency.
And I suspect they're feeling pretty confident about this one, just given how long, well, I guess how short their road has been to get to this point, how quickly they've conquered their opponents. Jacob had a few minutes to catch up with Callout just a little while ago to see how he was feeling ahead of this game.
Callout now having basically a full day after winning the only game you had to worry about playing yesterday. Is there anything about today that's going to be any different for your mindset of how you want to make sure you take on this land?
Preparing the same way we do, you know, for every game, same thing as yesterday. Just coming in, doing the prep work, showing up, and just want to.
Whenever they know they have the advantage, and
it's always felt like there's an SSG
party foul
almost every other week because the head-to-head has been massively in your favor ever since they've jumped in. What are you going to do to make sure that trend continues here?
It's any given Sunday, right? Like, I mean, we've came out ahead quite a few times to play them, but it doesn't mean they can't beat us. We just gotta, you know, not overlook that, maintain the fundamentals, and not, you know, underestimate what they can do.
It's still only a domestic championship, but what would getting a LAN victory under your belt mean for you and the team?
What would you compare these to?
I mean, it'd be good. It's just another step in the road, though, for the infinite game at the end of the day.
Fair play. Awesome. Good luck.
Well, Fox, you mentioned, and we obviously hear this from Callout, but you talked about those 3 keys to success. One of those keys, as you mentioned, was the opening kills. Right off the bat in that game for SSG yesterday, we saw just how clear they were able to get those opening picks. Ashen dropped 9 kills on Bank in just the entries, something that we almost never see.
Yeah, it's not only that they're getting these opening kills, but they're trading, and that was the first stage of managing their aggression. We've seen it. They're amongst the best in the tournament when it comes to their entries getting traded, so now they can do their aggressive plays, but if they lose that opening kill, it's getting traded better than Shopify, better than M80, and especially in their overall total deaths of trades, it's gone significantly up, and that's what we wanted to see from SSG, is being able to manage the aggression. And I feel like trading is the biggest aspect in managing that aggression, because SSG is going to play fast and aggressive regardless of the situation. So as long as you're trading those kills, the death is not in vain. And that's the biggest outcome. That's the biggest takeaway, and SSG have been hitting it.
Well, what about takeaway number 2? Mr. Benjamaster, another guy who was having a fantastic game yesterday. Rarely do you see him atop the leaderboard, but that is exactly where he found himself with 31 kills over yesterday's 3 maps.
Yeah, I mean, for the 3 stages, this is the one that isn't as necessary as the other 2 because they're team aspects, but it's that much easier when you have Benja, who's in that flex utility role, able to find so much success in the kill department because your entries aren't always going to be able to find the opening, especially in the current meta. So when you have your player who has that utility, who's there putting up numbers, consistently being able to trade his entries out, it makes the rest of the attacks for SSG that much easier to be able to follow through. And he displayed a level of skill that we haven't really necessarily seen consistently from Benja, and that's what we want to be able to see, is not consistency just from SSG, but Benja's performance as well.
Well, again, it's with those entries we talked about from SSG. It was Ashen specifically a little while. The whole team for a while there, getting in the building quickly and setting the tone, something that they'll definitely be looking to consider, well, replicate here against Shopify.
And that is the final one, is their opening kills. I mean, everybody on the team was doing fairly well. They had 18 opening kills to 14 opening deaths, so it wasn't great, it wasn't fantastic, but it is something to take away from SSG that if they're doing even the bare minimum of winning the opening kills, they're going to win their games out. So if we can see this final aspect just have a little more opening kills and just playing a lot better together and continuing on the trades, the opening kills will come in succession, and that will be the final nail in the coffin for SSG to be able to finally lift a trophy. It is the NAL trophy, but at the end of the day, it is something to take away for SSG.
Yeah.
And then also, I mean, just to also pivot the discussion of just another key element that we saw yesterday and even had more hindsight. Bolts was talking about their aggression. You know, they understood in many of these scenarios, they could have gotten aggressive, but they did play a little more passive. Or there was a situation they played more passive where they should have played aggressive. That was something that I highlighted specifically yesterday, that we are seeing them tap into more control and more understanding in these moments. And that really is more of the defining moment for this team, to be able to indoctrinate that sort of style of play. Especially, like I said, you're a creature of habit. You're so used to playing aggressive. It gets you through so many controversial moments, many rounds, but it's so important and so imperative for this roster to be able to dial it back sometimes. sometimes and let the other team make the mistake and then punish them for it. That's what I want to see today. I want to see that exact same replication of what we saw yesterday and what pushed them here into this grand final.
Well, something we've already seen today, and I've been walking around the venue, seeing the coaches kind of prepare the map bans, kind of think about where they want to go, how they want to counter-strat, prepare against their opponents. These two teams played Clubhouse and Nighthaven Labs when they met the first time in that upper bracket.
It's probably a pretty good game.
Final. What do you think we have in store for us today?
Oh, wow.
I mean, I'm hoping for more aggressive style maps.
Shopify.
Smaller maps.
I think that Shopify is going to put up more of a fight than M80 did, purely because I don't feel like M80 really gave a shit whether they won this game or not. When they were playing, then Shopify wants a little bit more. So I do think that they're going to be met with a little bit more resistance.
Is the border being picked out? If anything, these maps are looking very strong.
So we're going to
that they've been trying to succeed in.
Chalet.
On the side of SR, I will say picking Chalet out.
Chalet is SG's map pick.
I'm not too confident.
Shopify is picking Border.
I'm gonna argue. I actually really
and then Decider is Shopify.
In some regards, it
the
is
bending
defense,
calf,
especially on that top floor, because more often than not, sometimes the attackers can just stay outside of the building.
It's not a matter, because honestly, it could go all the way.
In 1v2 scenarios, where if you just double up on that, you're eliminating an X factor out of it, you're eliminating a crossfire, and then you're able to pick apart.
Which is your favorite T1 team overall? It'd have to be Shopify or M80.
On attack, I actually do enjoy.
So I mean, right now it's pretty obvious who I want to win this game.
Being on defense, it doesn't
just
get
saying.
the comms started right away.
I'm going to be honest, I could think of almost any team that I prefer over SSG.
This will automatically force those comms to be ready.
They're not my faves.
What I really want to see is when they switch to that defense is how they handle that aggression from SSG. And I think they can
just kind of a bunch of ego lords.
Doubling up on those 1v1 engagements, getting that man advantage, swinging into their favor, then fall back on those layers, play the defensive half, use every piece that you have. And like I said, sometimes you're going to have to go against the grain. You can't just rely on the blueprint of how this map plays out, especially when you're going to be going against an SSG that you've lost to time and time again. It really is
pretty
going to be
sure
so
Sam, I've always fought Ambi from
210. Yeah, I mean, every single player to just identify the situation they're in.
Like I literally saw Ambi like taking like basketball shots outside the bathroom waiting for serve.
And make them
you just like literally just chilling outside the bathroom like play with a fucking basketball thing.
Well, Fox, I want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, Simon, watch this. Missed. Okay, watch this one. Missed. Hopefully your shot's better in the game, buddy.
Crazy aggressive. It's going to be chaotic. There's going to be so much fragging. Obviously, the game has come a long way, and the utility focus on these maps has gone way up. Do you think that leans more heavily into SSG's favor here, or is that something the Rebellion will be able to capitalize on?
I 100% think it's going to be favored for SSG just because they're a team that is hyper-aggressive, and we've seen them playing big maps, Bank, Labs, because that's what they can take it apart and be able to beat other teams that are also hyper-aggressive. Shopify Rebellion isn't that aggressive. They're more structurally sound, but the thing that they've been relying on most recently is big individual plays. Yes, we've seen them be a little bit more structurally better.
And Sen, I've been watching some of your videos since I started in Operation Hell.
Big maps are going out the gate to a map like Cafe to be up.
Thank you so much on ranking up. I just wanted to thank you. We've played once or twice against each other over the years.
SSG's going to win because Canadian.
If you played Sen's Operation Hell, you probably played me probably more than that.
IGL department on a map like Border.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
On a map like Chalet, you don't really need to IGL. So I love these choices for SSG.
That's what, year 2?
And I think they're going to be able to.
So you think SSG are going to win this game?
I do.
Flaxic?
I'm going to say SR only if they can
so different. The game was so different back then.
Not be so strategic to a degree where that's going to be ran through the entire game. They need to be able to switch things up. They need to be able to pivot on a dime's notice. They need to understand what SSG is really trying to get from each and every single round. Each piece of the map that
was not good since like last year. I took a year break, though I'm asked down. It was. Yeah, but I was console back then. Like
at a small level that really.
No, I played console for the first 5 years of the game. About what?
And I'm going to stick with SR.
Hazardous materials.
Clean and easy there. We go 1-1 both ways. We'll see. A big best-of-3 to decide the grand final winner here in the NAL.
Hazardous materials? I'll take some.
Followed stage 1 and stage 2. You know about something called the NAL Fantasy League.
Checked into my
Jesse J. Chick had us all draft
teams. That's less cool.
And put us in a position where, well, there would be an outright winner in stage 2 and an outright loser. I believe Intero is the outright loser, and his punishment, we'll see how that shapes up in just a few minutes. But the overall winner was our good friend Laxing. So I am now going to present him with the prize, which he has no idea about, by the way. the grand prize for winning NAL Fantasy League Stage 2, and it is this right here. I'm not proposing to you, but I'll show camera.
Yes.
It is a NAL chain.
That's pretty cool.
Which way we're going over here?
Hey, give me it.
Look at that.
I want to show it off.
Look at that.
That's Lax's chain.
This is my chain.
That's good.
That is actually pretty sick. You see that?
You do like wearing chains, so that's like perfect.
I'm about to be 3 chains.
When I saw this, I was like, this is
Hey, he's lowering. So yeah, it's never fun. It's never fun.
I did not.
You lose games less because of how you're playing and more because everyone you're with is.
Paid here in the
So
NAL.
what a way to finish it off here. Lax is going to put that chain on. While he does, we're going to send it down to Jacob because we've got a grand final to decide who is going to be your regional champion in 2025. Jacob?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Make some noise! Ladies and gentlemen, your following contest is your main event of the evening and is for the 2025 North American League Championship. Two teams on very different sides of the coin this year. One who won in stage 1 of the regular season. Space Station Gaming. Make some noise.
I don't know.
The other, a team that made the podium 2 straight times in 2 consecutive stages, but they want more. Shopify Rebellion. With M80
it did feel like UFC for a second.
There's only one more team in North America that has the chance to win a LAN. And at this point, there are no more professional games of Rainbow Six in Tier 1 to be played for the rest of the calendar year. Now is the opportunity for one of these two to walk out from 2025 with a LAN victory under their belts right here. But all they have to do is go through each other. Historically, it has not gone Shopify's way. This is a series that Space Station have taken very handily over the course of 2025, but it does not matter because all that matters now is the here and now. They're playing for pride. They're playing for a nearly $20,000 prize pool increase, and they are playing for the first time in 4 years for the rights on LAN to be called North American League Champion. Make some noise, Philadelphia.
Woo!
I'll need a little more than that. Philadelphia, are you ready?
Woo!
Your NAL Grand Final starts right now.
My message to Shopify is just good luck, dude. To Shopify, we're gonna destroy you.
They can be sporadic at times, maybe not have enough teamwork to win games.
They like to scream a lot. They get too hyped up.
We're coming after you again.
Oh, it does seem a bit odd to go from that hyped up circumstance to this, but this is my punishment for losing the R6 Fantasy League.
I think you look great.
These are wiener glasses, Jesse.
Yeah.
Because I am a wiener.
Loxing's the winner, you're the wiener. And I think most people could have predicted that before the Fantasy League started, but I think you look good in it, Parker. I think you're styling.
I heard rumors that originally they were going to send me a Los Angeles Dodgers hat, which as a Blue Jays fan would have sent me probably over my balcony. But instead, they sent me a hat that says, probably going to clog your toilet later. I have to imagine that one's from Laxing. Either way, it's just one of 2 outfits that I am being forced to wear here in our grand finals. But again, back to the big moment. Space Station is looking for yet another feather in their cap. Shopify Rebellion. I don't want to say the unlikely opponents, but M80 kind of bombed out yesterday. From Munich Majors to wherever they are now, it's SR and SSG. Jesse, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
Parker, I couldn't
wish for a better grand finals here in the North American League. Shopify Rebellion versus Space Station Gaming. M80, a lot of folks thought they'd be here in the finals, but they had their moment in Munich, okay? Now we get to see who's the real king of the region, SR versus SSG. And as the Des touched on, this matchup has been lopsided in favor of the Astronauts over the whole season that we've had. 9-map winning streak is the record that SSG have against SR. If they can win this series 2-0, that'll be 11 straight.
I don't know how to do this on my phone.
They've beaten Shopify Rebellion this season. They did lose a couple way back in stage 1, so the overall record is 9-2. But even still, history suggests this should be Space Station's matchup. Now, Shopify Rebellion, they're not here on accident. This team has been really grinding over the last couple of months. They did not have the performance they were looking for in Munich. You and I got a good chance to chat with the team, actually, in Toronto a couple of weeks ago. And I think it's pretty clear they're fired up and they want to get this NA title.
What?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Shopify is a gigantic company, and here they have the Rebellion, a massive esports organization they have funneled no shortage of money into. They've found quite a bit of success in a wide variety of esports. Why not add a Rainbow Six trophy to their trophy case, which you and I physically got to see? It does seem a little odd with all of the pedigree that this team has. Players that have won majors before, players that have won world championships before, to not have something right now. I mean, granted, they've only been in the scene for about a year at this point, a little bit longer than a year. So, but at some point, you're going to have to start winning. NA is very competitive. M80 has looked like a juggernaut, but they're not here. Now, you have to vanquish Space Station.
Well, SSG, they've been targeting Canadian. They banned 2 of his shields, but that still leaves up the Blitz, which Troy will bring to the very first round, and he jumps into sight.
Where's Canadian, though? No diffuser in hand, tussling with J90 right off the rip. J90 in this particular part of the map, incredible yesterday. And he will start off in the same spot he left Chalet on. Spoit will answer back by taking down Newers. So both teams will lose one. The Blitz rushing in, doing battle, immediately dying. What does that gain for the Rebellion?
I think they wanted to go for a rush there, Parker, but as soon as Canadian dies, doesn't get that pick on the anchor, they've got to rethink things. It's nice from Spoit to work a pick back, take down Newers, but now you got to start cleaning the rest of this map. Ambi, focus on the bathroom sides, hops right into the Denari trip, hoping to find Benja, but it's Spoit who continues to strike. Ashen falls next.
Benja holding this powerful position, watching as his teammates fall by the wayside. Denari seeing a steady increase in pick rate. Solus recently buffed up in that same area, and Benja finds 2 very quickly. The Rebellion now reduced to just Spoit and Rexen. Rexen finds 1, Spoit has the other kill, 2 technically. And into a stalemate. A lot of action and still over a minute to go. Benja and J90 holding this position. Good time for Rexen to go on to drone, and immediately SSG gets off of this position and scampers away.
What?
The Scandinavians have really been shooting the hardest, Parker, so far to start this game. Spoit and Benja both having a good start, but with J90 and Benja backing off, they concede this space over to Shopify Rebellion. They're happy to let them play with these hatches. They're out of Toxic Babes. They don't have any more Nitro cells. If this plant goes down from Rexen, there's not a lot SSG can do about it. It's going to be important SR step up and start to take these fights. They can't let SR get into some of these plant positions.
Now the double up. Staring in towards this bomb site. Benjamaster fallen back enough. No real utility here. Still a black mirror in pocket for Benja, but you know he's not going to use it. He loses his head. Spoit with 3 kills. Can J90 clutch out from the same spot? Does lightning strike twice? J90 falling back. Seeing the long range onto Spoit. He's got a line on Rexen. 10 seconds remain. Playing around the deployable shield. Right now barricaded inside the site, and Jack does it again. My goodness. Ice in his veins. SSG take round number 1.
Damn.
J90, he has been on fire this weekend, Parker. He had the game-winning ace this time around yesterday. Still a huge performance in the grand finals to win out that 1v2. Excellent control over the SMG-11. I really thought Spoit was doing enough in that round. He made a huge advantage for his team. It felt like they had so much space, so much time to make that plant come down, but in the end, they just weren't able to find J90 playing in the standard spot, hitting those shots. An extremely close round to start us off on Chalet, and I think that's what we wanted to see. That tells me that we're going to be set up for a pretty damn good series.
I'm expecting theatrics, and we've already gotten it through round number 1. One thing you cannot argue is that the 2 teams involved in this bout are anything but entertaining. Shopify Rebellion have seen constant growth, but have gone through a cycle of where they've looked like among the best teams in the region and then fallen flat against weaker competition. SSG, same issues. Both of these teams suffering a pretty bad run in Munich, which was a surprise for a lot of people, casters, players, probably even the teams themselves. So here's where you redeem yourself. The regional finals, first time in 4 years. Can either of these teams prove without a shadow of a doubt that they are the best in the region? It will be a grueling
Part
affair
of that move was remotely visible in his head.
The 1A takes home the trophy.
Who knows?
Can't get closer than a 1v1 to start off round number 1, so I'm expecting it to continue.
Shaking out the nerves. I mean, don't forget, I want to say this game is not worth anything. I mean, this is a $20,000 difference game. I mean, yeah, it's split 5 ways, but it's not insignificant.
There regardless, but being that #1 seed means you won't have to face FaZe, you won't have to face Falcons, and you won't have to face Weibo in the group stage. So there's a huge advantage to be gained heading into the 6 Invitational. If you can get that 1 seed, the loser will be locked in as a 2 seed just based on the SI points. So still a good position, but you want to be that 1 seed going into SI if you can at all make it happen. So plenty to play for here in the grand finals of the North American League. The top floor is going to be focused on in round number 2. We move up a level for this second bomb site. And of course, it's going to be all about SR clearing through this top of the map. I'm wondering where their entry point is. It looks like it's going to be over towards the library side. There's a lot of roamers around the map they've got to be worried about, Parker.
This is an interesting ping here that they have on Newers. Drone right at his feet. Multiple pings now as they are coordinating this, and this might be a swift kill. They get some damage done through the wall, but Newers is able to get away, and he'll spot drones as he backs off, knowing that, oh, the jig is up. Rexon might have wanted that kill on the J9O, and redeems himself here in round number 2. Shopify Rebellion with an unanswered first blood.
Good start from Richie. Hoping to get a couple more now. They've cleared out the 1 roamer that was in the basement. There's still J9O sitting in the site, and then all 3 other players of Space Station sitting above, inside Master. This wall on Office is going to be a really tough spot to get past. They've done a great job so far, breaching it from Mez, popping that mirror window, breaking it so that they can't use it as a one-way angle. They have to choose if they want to commit to full clearing top. Based on the time and based on where they're at, Parker, it feels like they just want to go for it. They'll have players pressuring from up above. They're going to have guys trying to put that pressure on. Spoit and Ambi, that's their job. But really, it's going to be a game of, can we get this plant down behind the bomb chassis, behind the table, without getting denied by these 3 C4s?
You just got the Clash as your first line of defense. Fultz is standing like a statue inside a kitchen. 30 seconds to go.
No, it's points.
Action happened fast and furious. This time it has been a plodding round, and a swing from Benja. The Dane finds 2, and he manages to get away. Canadian's reflexes, or Rexon's reflexes, just not what they need to be in that regard. Canadian does take down Benja Master. The time continues to run against the Rebellion. SSG will now suffer through a logic bomb as Surf uses the final bit of his gadget. Nitro Cell goes out, does not collect anybody. Still 1 in back pocket for J9O. Surf has an eye read on 1, swings him through, down goes Ashen. J9O will suffer the same fate. Fultz in a 1v3.
Wow, that looked really bad, and then somehow tweaks it out. Okay.
Round 2.
And that's not easy to execute, Parker. Really good stuff coming out from the Rebellion. They come in from all different angles. Surf ends up walking up from the basement. He enters in through West Main. Canadian, of course, pushing the main breach fireplace. And then Rexon from up above. 3 different angles. No real ability to trade if somebody loses their fight, but there are no fights to be lost. They hit every head that they need to. They work those picks around the Clash before finally focusing on Fultz in the 1v3. Thought maybe it was going to be enough. That time was really low, and all they had to do was deny it from going down, but SR didn't try to plant. They went in for kills. They were able to flood the site and take those gunfights. Really good identification of the situation coming out from Canadian, and the IGL's team to tie us up 1-1.
We wanted a close one so far. We are getting it. And my. Now upstairs they will go. A very, very spread out defense by Space Station. And now they're going to be even more spread out, Jesse, because they're not even in the server anymore.
Yeah, can't really be farther apart.
Let's go, servers.
Not really going to be able to play, but it's okay.
Let's go, servers.
The best in the business there to fix
Let's go, servers.
A little bit of issue on the Space Station.
Let's go, servers.
All in all, this has been a fantastic start to the series. We've really started to see some of these players pop off, particularly Benja. We haven't gotten to talk about him too much, but I feel like he's been so consistent for these first couple of rounds. 2 2Ks to start off Chalet.
Not bad at all. Every single player that loaded in this server today has the ability to dominate a round. Yes?
Of course.
Even Canadian. I know it might seem surprising to some of you.
Those servers are slamming right now.
It is definitely possible. But the way that Shopify Rebellion
you would say that the servers would be
on
MVP of the match so far.
That, Jesse,
to get everybody out, do whatever it wants.
Months, especially
all good now.
In terms of killing potential, Canadian is battling with, I don't want to say the best of them, but he's certainly keeping pace with a lot of other support players. Now, usually that's a cause for celebration. But with the way the Rebellion plays and the way that Canadians teams like to play, that usually means somebody's not doing their job. Whether it be Rexon, whether it be Spoit, whether it be Ambi, maybe even Surf at times, Canadians should not be near the top of the scoreboard.
Exactly. I mean, we had a good conversation with him.
Yo, Brandon with the $5 dono on YouTube.
Guys, and Canadian, he said exactly what you just mentioned, Parker, that like he shouldn't be the guy fragging out. If his stats look good, that means somebody else is not doing their job. They're not.
Let's go.
That they maybe should be. So
the goats.
To start off, this game hasn't been bad by any means. The opening down on the blitz wasn't ideal, but he got a good couple of frags in the second round. Really, what's going to be more important is how he's able to lead the rest of his teammates. What is he calling through the mid-round? What is he noticing inside the site? And I think he's done a great job of that so far through 2 very close rounds that SR have looked pretty strong in. This is once again going to be their map pick, and the devs touched on this a little bit, but
I love Tech Pod this time of year.
From Shopify Rebellion, both of these teams did win Chalet just yesterday, and they had very similar results, both beating M80 7-4 as the decider map in the 2 series that were played. So very interesting, very similar set of circumstances between both these teams on Chalet. One thing that's going to be important, because both teams showed this map yesterday, is what you can do to change things up. And Chalet could be a fun map in that regard. You have a lot of options for how aggressive you want to play. There are spawn peak potentials for sure, but even just deciding where you want to play some of zombies, what part of the map you want to roam around, it can be quite a large map. So
who asked for the body pillow yesterday? Who done
they're
it?
Doing differently compared to the games we saw yesterday. So
who
far,
done
I think we're seeing a good variety coming through from Space Station. I don't think they've been read into too easily.
Is one of them?
But as the game
Which one?
on, it's going to be another thing to watch out for. Is this team being read? Are we maybe being a bit too predictable because we did just play this map the other day?
That's the thing, right?
Who's on it?
When you play a map, you're going to be counter-stratted on it almost immediately. These teams had a daybreak. They were able to watch the matches, and you know,
back on the map.
Was the team that played 2 games yesterday. It's not like they were able to, you know, spend time between these maps prepping. They had very limited downtime. They had to go immediately into their second matchup against SR after losing SSG. Both of these teams are very well rested.
You got a body pillow, buddy?
They both have great
Someone
coaching
was
staff
asking
behind them.
for a body pillow.
Are 2 staples of North America.
They didn't get one. They just wanted one.
Both receive a lot of commendations and praise from people
they wanted
in pro play,
whether
it be
body
coaches,
pillow.
players, analysts, etc., for having a great command of what their teams are good at and what their teams need to do to succeed. That's why you see
limited edition
here very informative timeouts whenever they need to bring it out. So I have no doubt that both of these squads load in with a very intimate knowledge of how this is going to be played. And I mean, it's a small sample size. We're 2 rounds in, but both rounds have been relatively close. And that leads me to think, as I've said earlier, we're going to see a long game between these 2.
Speaking of the coaches, quickly, I mean, the bar is set pretty high. Two finals will know that the coach of SOS was frankly revolutionizing the coaching game with the coloring book that he brought on stage and the strats that he was able to show to his teammates. Arguably almost through the series with his second tag timeout on the final map, but in the end, he did lead his team to a 2-0 victory. So listen, there's plenty to be learned from coaches in both Tier 1 and Tier 2, and it's good to see a big victory from SOS in the previous matchup. But yes, both Call Out and Super, some of the best in the business, and they've got their own ways to lead their team in moments like this. We are back in the game, thankfully, though, Parker, so we can kind of get back into this series. Hopefully there'll be no more interruptions in this important matchup between these 2 teams. Space Station choosing to go top floor now. Not a bomb site we've seen from them, but it's going to act quite similar to the last round. Fault once again bringing that clash, hoping to stall things out so that SR can't get an early swing into the site.
I don't know.
I mean, in both rounds, SR has been very quick to the punch. Canadian tried in vain to get the first kill in round 1. It did not go his way. It was ultimately a trade, but losing your shield early hurt, and J90 was able to clutch up. Second round, it was Rexon with that first blood, getting in very fast, and it was the mid-round that slowed things down as SR dotted their I's and crossed their T's. Now we've got to the halfway point of the round, and there's been no real action. Surf has taken a couple pot shots just moments ago, but beyond that, these teams have not come to blows yet. It's the slowest round so far of the 3 that we've seen.
Ashen wants to make something happen, though. He'll hear this
right now. So this could be very going smokes like that. This is why they start the T2 guys were banning Glaz, because those smokes, they're afraid of the smokes now, because it could just be a Glaz chilling there waiting for a freebie. You never really know. You have to throw a Glaz out every now and then, so they need to be aware of it, but could be free kills.
Deimos down below has not really been pressured because of Ashen's passive play, though, and that's going to make things a little bit awkward for SSG inside the site.
Spoit's gonna get a leg up there as you hear some shotgun shells doing work above him.
Oh, we're sorry about the shells.
The sidearm is
we have
wrecking house on this floor. We're trying to fire back to the map controls.
It's not a body pillows.
Have on floor number 1. Chalet isn't a particularly big map, but it can feel awfully big, as you pointed out, but also gets very, very small once you've lost the walls and the floors around you. Space Station will cling to dear life for the next 30 seconds. All 10 players in the lobby still upright.
This is going to be chaotic, Parker, and the first blood gets spilled. Benja finds Spoit.
They're not working Verdant's Clash at all. It's massive mistakes.
Great opportunity for SSG
they ran out of time.
Full offense, and that's exactly what they will do. SR falling like dominoes. Canadian in a 1v5 as Benja looks for kill number 4. He's got Troy out on a wire, doing some serious damage. The old dog can still learn some new tricks, but he'll hang on for dear life. Deny a 4K to Benja. The round will go to Space Station. Ashen calling him out in the chat. And that was just a mismanage of the clock from SR as SSG denied them control and bled the clock dry. Excellent defense by the astronauts.
And I gotta say, Parker, Benja has come out swinging today. That's his 3rd multi-kill in the first 3 rounds. He puts his stats up to 7 and 2. We won't have it on the scoreboard because of the rehost, but he's been fantastic so far up against SR, and I think it's been his real sharp gunplay that has given them these early advantages. Sometimes Benja can be a guy
trying to get my
likes
attention
to
for
flex
something.
around. I think especially when Newers came onto his roster, he kind of got squeezed out of that.
Oh, that part already?
Ashen and Newers retaking that entry duo spot on the team. But we know how good Benja can be in the early game. We know how dangerous he can be lurking around the map, going for big swings, playing in the site in that previous round, but not afraid to step up and take those fights. It's that confidence that I find just never gets shaken from SSG. They can be down 6-0 in the most important game of their careers, and they're still willing to go for swings.
It's my sleeve. Let's go.
It makes it really difficult to play against. And SR, they know that extremely well.
You know, if we're in a tech pause here or what's going on, it seems like there's a bit of a delay.
Huh?
There is indeed another.
Oh, good.
Another tech pause.
What?
We're just waiting.
Not involving themselves yet.
We're just waiting on the operator bans. They have not gone through, I can tell you that. We might get a little bit more time to think about what needs to get banned out, but may also have to rehost. We're not sure just yet.
Script tournament.
I will say,
another tech pause.
To maybe see some of those Clash bans come through. I don't know if we'll see another shield ban for the attackers because Canadian hasn't played much shield since the first round, and it didn't really go that well.
What's wrong with these servers, bro? I don't know, but servers are going pretty hard right now. Definitely gonna get MVP of at least this map.
Ready, Jesse. So more time to ponder, and we'll come back when everything is fixed with the game.
so soon. Okay. Putting on Facebook clips of R6 is just insane. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, no, right now we're at the NAL regional finals. I mean, hey, let me show you this really quick. You got everybody over there. You got the audience. You got Shopify right there. You got Space Station over there and the trophy in the middle. So I'm just like on a little streaming booth next to everything. Oh. Yeah, this is the final game of this entire thing. So this is like the grand finals of the regional finals. And then we work on getting home tomorrow. And then back to normal streams. Yeah. What? Soon.
am very bad at it. I keep telling SenVale that he needs to keep in mind he has never dated me for my gaming skills in any way, shape, or form. Coastline painting, it's still in the same spot. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little stuck. I'm a little nervous. I'm very scared because I don't want to mess it up. So I kind of started experimenting with other things, and then I'll come back to it. But eventually, my vision is to potentially make something similar to that for a few of the maps, and then make those into merch. So like graphics for merch. So I'll get the ultra high definition scans done on the images. So that's kind of my plan right now, but I'm not entirely sure how far I'll get. I'm very nervous about it. I don't want to mess it up and then have to start over. But the reality of it is I'm gonna actually have to redo it anyway, because the paper that I did it on this time, it's like maybe this big. So if I'm gonna make it into merch or something like that, then I'm probably gonna want it bigger, so that way I can get a better quality scan for it. But that was legitimately my very first like full-on watercolor painting that I'm attempting. So we'll see. But so far it's coming along okay. I was looking at it actually right before we came on this trip, because I do want to work on it some more. I'm just nervous about it. So I tried Baldur's Gate 3. SenVale got upset with me and he threw away all my shovels. And then I wanted to collect all the shovels again. Because when he got rid of all my shovels, I'm not even exaggerating, like 5 minutes after that, I needed a shovel. But because I had already collected them all and he got rid of all of them, I couldn't find any. So it took me a while to find more shovels. But yeah. Oh, it may be starting soon. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, hold on. I'll give you guys updates. Hold on. Go. Get rowdy and make some noise. Get rowdy and make some noise. We're still on hold, by the way. He couldn't get my shovels back because he threw them away at the bottom of the river, and then they were non-retrievable. The shovels were literally...
Oh. It's fine. It's all good. You're chilling. What's up, guys? Wow. A-G. C-A-G. Imagine that's with DOS. It's not. Let's go, let's off. Let's go, let's off. Let's off. So apparently Spoit's computer is exploding, so we're just kind of waiting for him to figure out his situation. Mardi Gras! Mardi Gras! Oh, it's on. How you doing? Doing good. We're waiting out for this.
I hold the camera up.
What? No, it's okay. You won't be able to hear them, not really. You won't be able to hear them. You'll see people walking around. Until you try! Yeah. I'm toxic, man. Bro, I'm missing the macro so it's so I can't one. No. Bro, this is map 1. I don't even remember what the score was. No Canadian paid them to lean on the power switch on the mainframe? Yeah, probably. They were down 1 round, so that makes sense. Activate, plan, mute. Cigarette break? Well, maybe. I just saw both teams walk out the front door, and we're waiting for them now. I don't know what's going on. So... I mean, I see Ambi, Super, and Surf. I think Surf's still back there. Everyone else is gone. They went for the doobie break. Both teams together, yeah. I know. Those boys behind us. Boy, breaking the servers. Breaking the servers. Yeah, it looks like mostly everyone from SR is back. Almost. Probably besides Surf, who last time I saw him, he was in the bathroom throwing water on his face. He's probably doing that right now. Get it? It's late. fine. Go ask if they need a woman's eyes. It's about fixing the computer thing or about the dick measuring contest thing?
Got them for the PC.
Why is it taking so long? Why can't they just load into a new game, bro? I don't know. It looks like it's almost good to go. Because they're all at the desk now. But they're all just kind of looking towards Spoit's direction. But I think we're almost good to go. It should be soon. There's it right there. So tell Jaeger Clutch to get up there and fix it. I don't know where she is. Hey! I gotta roll for shit. Last another hour. It's not gonna last an hour. It's definitely within the next. I'm gonna say definitely within the next 10 minutes. I won't say 5 because I see some of their headsets off and shit. So this is the most unprofessional tech pause I've ever seen.
Professional ones.
Not this long. Well, we're on map 1 and the score is 1-2. So we'll be here for a second or several. Yeah. I don't know. Spoit broke something. That I know. I don't know what he broke. But he broke something. Does Spoit do this every time? No, it's you know, it's just a tactical tech pause. They're down around, so you know, just take a quick 30-minute break to reset momentum. You know. Are you hear shit about Spoit doing something every tournament? He probably broke his mouse. You're free. Yo, give Split your PC. Split.
You wouldn't even play on this.
What?
You wouldn't even play on this.
Man, I would imagine that they have better specs in their stuff.
How would it be if they had this?
It wouldn't be fantastic. It'd be like they probably couldn't get 240 frames out of this. 144 sure, but not 240. Definitely not 3060. Time for there to even be momentum. Well, they were just calling it, you know, just in case. it felt like SSG was going to get a little bit of momentum, so they decided to stop that shit right there, dead in its tracks. So 50-minute tech pause, and then we reboot, and then it's going to be like a mental 0-0. So.
Yay!
If I see another tech pause, I'm gonna lose it, man. All right. Timer's moving. That's why everyone's cheering. All right. Lock in, guys. Five, 4, 3, 1, 7, 6, 5, 4. I didn't even refresh it, apparently.
Very much for your patience. We are 3 rounds in, and we are ready to go for a 4th, as all of the tech issues have been fixed as far as we've heard, fingers crossed.
Yes, Parker, we are back. It's been a while, but we're back into the game. I believe before we had the tech pause, dinosaurs still roamed the earth. I think Abe Lincoln was president, and Jaeger still had his ACOG. So it's been a little while, but it seems like everything is good to go for this North America League Grand Finals, Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. If you don't remember, SSG did have the lead 2-1 here starting defense on Chalet, but it's been a very close game so far, and feels like everybody was kind of firing on all cylinders to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually going to be very interesting to see how teams bounce back from this, because there was a lengthy pause. Any momentum that you had is evaporated at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you think about it, and like if you were feeling really good, are you still feeling that good? Are you still warmed up? If you took an energy drink, if you drank a really big coffee, maybe like an extra large coffee, maybe even another X.
Tactical timeout.
I'm not sure. We're going to get a tactical timeout that the Rebellion wanted to call in between those rounds. They were not presumably able to talk for the previous 40 minutes. So
was Super really holding that one in for 40, 50 minutes?
Well. Yeah, I believe they decided to call this before we got the tech issues, so hopefully Super can remember what he was hoping to say.
He's been thought and plot. That tech timeout's going to change the outcome of everything now.
They're not in that big
he had
deficit,
50 minutes to come up with this.
Feeling like he likes how his team are playing so far.
You're not supposed to talk. They're not supposed to talk at all during a tech pause.
But I guess
you're supposed to sit there in silence.
Seeing the way SSG are playing.
No, that's what they're supposed to. You're not allowed to talk at all.
SSG's standard goes, they haven't been going for crazy spawn peaks, getting hyper aggressive in the early game. They've been relatively restrained. Tough to say if that will continue after such a long break. I know even when there's just a normal tac timeout, oftentimes the other team, we didn't call it.
Sometimes, yeah.
Play style, try to catch the enemy team off guard.
Like if you're a pro player, you'd probably bring your own keyboard and mice.
Needs to be said.
Keyboard mouse.
It does look like spirits are pretty high on the SR side of things, and
it looks like a hand warmer thing.
Still a short while away before we get into the game, Parker.
That does not say tech pause.
How long this one will last for? Fingers crossed.
No, I know. I see it. I see.
I can see the game. Everybody is still in the lobby. Knock on wood. So I hope this one's maybe
stop laughing!
I was knocking on wood. I don't know if you heard that.
I did hear that. Thank you.
My desk is made of wood.
Looks like they're getting some confirmation for the admins.
I knocked on the wood and my
charge the stage. Charge the stage.
It sure was.
Doing your best to keep us on track, Parker. We do appreciate it.
Just trying to keep people awake. Okay? It did certainly seem like the matchup we saw earlier between CLB and SOS, the T2 matchup, so wonderfully casted by Jasmine and Light Rose. By the way, I don't know how many people tuned in, but I am familiar with both Jazz and Light Rose's work from the T2 scene, but I gotta say, their first cast on LAN, we're not even on LAN. Their first cast on LAN, I thought they did a stellar job Good worried energy overall. Big fan. Made watching two teams that frankly I don't really know that much about. Far more entertaining. Credit to them. I know.
Right now, 1-2 on map 1.
Have your first
I'll stream to read chat. I read chat. I just didn't like this stupid ass comment, dumb motherfucker. How about this one? See ya.
I know that it is a monumental occasion in somebody's career. Both of them have been grinding for.
I didn't see it. Of course I saw it.
Close to half a decade. I think for Jasmine, it might even be about that time. It's nice to see hard work get rewarded. So just hats off to both Jasmine and Light Rose for the work that they did in that T2 cast. The point that I was making was that.
It's just some TikTok kid. Don't worry about it.
5-0 on map 2, I think, or 4-0 on map 2, and we were like,
who's favored to win this? I don't know, bro.
Yeah. And it's like, all right, cool. We're going to be on track for a
relatively at this point, I just want them to play the
early
game.
Night, and wrong answer. So here we are.
We've been stuck here for a while.
Number 4, map number 1. We could be going all the way, which would mean probably around a 10, 11 o'clock finish, which is still pretty early on the East Coast.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm expecting that this game should be a little closer than the Tier 2 finals. Unfortunately, that one didn't quite live up to the hype, but SSG and SR, these teams always go the distance. As we come to the 4th round, we do have that second round of offer advantage that have come through too.
It's something, all right.
Choose to continue removing those shields. Canadian only played Blitz a
Why did you ban me off TikTok, you bozo? Because I didn't like your comment.
I'm a little surprised to see them stick with that game plan, but there's something to be said about that consistency. Ashen deciding he's done with the game plan and jumps straight out to his death, and Faults goes down early too.
Yeah.
Oh, Andy lets him know a little bit right after that 40-minute break.
I believe it's SSG who usually lets it hang, but in this round, it's the Rebellion letting it hang. Before we got sent away, there were incredible moments from both J9 and Benjamaster, the two standout performers on Space Station. The American and the Dane working together. J9 is a thing of beauty on this map. You referenced his ace clutch to win yesterday in their series against M80, breaking the hearts of the Munich Major champs, sending them down to the lower bracket. You've still got both of those players upright for Space Station, so even though they are at a disadvantage, you've still got the two biggest threats on the side of Space Station walking among us.
Don't forget about Newers either. Just barely drops away after being caught by that line scan. And J9 answers back, taking down Rexon after he uses his utility. So the number's getting a little bit closer to even. We know how deadly these players can be, Parker. SR, they've got some
You apologize for the sensitivity?
in his pocket.
Well,
that's going to be their key to
I kind of just want you gone, honestly. I'm just hovering on the button. I mean, you know.
Canadians very low on HP now. Holding that Candela, waiting, already using some of that utility. No Lion Scans to keep them locked in place. The Logic Bombs will have to do the trick, of which Ambi still has one in pocket, assembled around a quick jump in through that game's window, as we see teams like to do here on this map. SR obviously has other work to do before they can go about it. Canadian will be taking close quarters engagements with that shotgun. A double Candela flash. No smokes remaining, and he will be choked off by the gas thrown out by J9. Surf eliminates the smoke, so it's just Benji and Newers left standing. SR doubling up on that. Spoit and Canadian both taking a beating, but elsewhere it's the supporting cast. Ambi gunning down Benjamaster, leaving Newers to fend for himself. He's got a read on Surf, a missed opportunity.
Yes, the tech pods work perfectly.
Answer back from the Rebellion. We have a tie.
Yeah, nice round to come right back out of that pause. Of course, they took their attack timeout, and SR keep it slow. They keep it steady in round number 4. They get that early advantage. They don't choose to try to snowball into the site. They take their time with it, and even after their util game doesn't really go so well, right? We saw it with Canadian on the Candelas. Gets smoked out, not able to plant off of that Ying utility. They're still able to work picks around the map. SSG, a lot of movement in round number 4, and it kind of comes back to bite them. Early aggression from Ashen, Faults on a deep roam, none of that pays out, and then even in the site, so much movement coming out from these anchors. I think just feeling a little bit of desperation with how the game has started off, but SR really good to lock that down.
Good answer back. I mean, you are defending on Chalet. That can be quite an onerous task, so I can understand why the scoreline is what it is. And again, it is really hard to gauge the energy of these teams, especially after you have to endure a 45-minute tech delay. There will be some frustration there. I didn't see much from the body language or the faces of the SSG players. They are notoriously hard to read to begin with. Because Ashen is always happy. Fultz always looks like He's never felt an emotion in his life. Very hard to read off of him, same with Benjamaster. But on the side of SR, you saw some big smiles on their faces. And that is the right mindset to have when you are in this position, because it is very easy to spiral when you see constant delays or a long delay happening, especially if you think you've got stuff that you can work on and immediately put into practice. The good news was they were able to call their timeout so the Rebellion can settle things down, get some leadership from their coach Super, and enact it. And sure enough, that's exactly what they did in the previous round.
I think SSG looking to settle down a little bit too. They tried to get aggressive right after the break, didn't really go their way. SR were ready for it. So now in round 5, we're seeing a bit more of a restrained defense from SSG, holding the top floor with almost all of their players as they did previously back in round number 2. We've still got faults on this Clash, which I maybe thought was going to get banned out coming into this round, into round 4 even, but every other player has swapped their operator around. So we are seeing a bit of a different hold presented by SSG. This is the bomb site that's Shopify Rebellion won back in round 2, so they were hoping to get a bit of a repeat going. But so far, through the first 90 seconds of this game, Parker, we're not seeing anything too crazy from Shopify Rebellion. Taking the office side of the map, trying to find some way into it, but nobody in the building yet.
No, and what were quick rounds to start off this first half, slowed down tremendously. Logic Bomb will go out. It will give the information away to SR as to where Space Station's players are. And J9O has found himself in the bomb site, just waiting patiently for the attackers to arrive. Ashen, the first kill. J9O answered back as SR are knocking on this door. Clash of bolts will extend the shield, getting out of her position, and SR are very close to this bomb site. Canadian has defuse kit. The remaining 3 players on SR will need to lock this down. But there is some hesitation here. Canadian has not made his way into the building. Oh boy, oh boy. If Surf had that defuse kit, they could have attempted the plant, but the offsite players of SSG are the bigger focus for the Rebellion.
Yeah, this is an awkward spot, Parker. Canadian needs to find a way to get in, but Ben just still holding from up above. He's got a vert angle, and the Clash can see everything going on Trophy. Nice shot from Spoit. Will take care of some of that vert pressure, but he's still got to get in and find a plant.
There's that upstairs control. Ashen has expended all utility, takes down Spoit on a great read. Canadian looking for an entry point. Newers heading back to the bomb site. He's deftly handled. Spolt shreds Rex, and that top floor control is still so strong for SSG. Ashen and Surf in a 1v1 with 20 seconds left. Ashen at top floor control. Surf will retrieve the diffuser and attempt a successful plant. Ashen has a read on him. As Newers bleeds out, smoke will rotate around. I don't know if Ashen can see him and might have to go for the drop. Surf will pull this off successfully, shotgun out. Ashen looking to be the hero, doing some damage, and he grabs Surf, a quad kill for the Chicago native, and SSG regains the lead.
Big round from Ashen, 4K coming through, and it all starts with that early game. He gets the opening pick onto Shopify Rebellion's entry, another Chicago-born player. Ambi loses that initial duel on the Dokkaebi, and that opens up the round then for Ashen to do what he does best. He plays around those vert angles. He stops the repellent through solar window, and then comes up with the 1v1 up against Surf. A massive play to come through from what is probably the most talented mechanical player on SSG. Ashen, he's loud in the server, he's loud in the chat, and he has a huge round to give the lead back over to Space Station.
Excellent play all around, and maybe too singular focus for the Rebellion to not deal with these offside players. I mean, they tried. They really did, to their credit. Most of the instances here of execution happened over on the trophy side of things. But Solarium was not wrestled away. That top floor was not wrestled away. Ashen getting the very first pick onto, I believe it was Rexon, who attempted the first bit of map control upstairs, was really the beginning of the end for the Rebellion. But again, all of these SSG rounds, Jesse, they've been so scrappy. 1v1, 1v1, 1v1. What is happening here that SSG keeps winning it by just the thinnest of margins? It's not exactly the type of thing that you can rely upon. And it would be a bit worrying if I was SSG, only if you had more rounds to go. Because right now, final round before SSG gets to go attack on Chalet.
I mean, it's also, I think, a bit deceptive, right? Ashen gets a lot of help there from Faults on the Clash. Faults doesn't get any of those kills, finished off one of the downs, but it's still that team play that comes through to enable Ashen to get a lot of those big kills. So there is still some team play happening here on the side of SSG. They'll get one more chance now. This is going to be their opportunity to take the lead here early on Chalet. This is Shopify Rebellion's map, so we want to see SR putting up a big fight. Chalet can be attacker-sided at times as well. This map very 50-50, so going down in this first half would be a big blunder for the Rebellion team. Good early drones. They've caught faults here inside of Library. Ambi's got this player on lock. Getting the pick is still not going to be easy. They know that he's retreated back over towards Mezzanine. It's Rexon who strikes first. Ashen not able to keep the pace from round 5.
Back and forth they go, trading these first bloods. We noted that there was a bit of a slower tempo being set by the Rebellion in the previous rounds. Well, Rexon has been very eager to engage in some bloodshed, and blood has certainly been shed. All 4 of the kills that are visible on the screen. Keep in mind there was a rehost, so all the numbers originally disappeared. From Ashen now in the ground. Surf is hunting for more, and he finds a freebie onto Fultz. He's got a read on somebody over towards Library, but Newers picks up a double very quickly on the run out from Big Garage. And he's off to the races. Final Logic Bomb has been used as well. So all you've got for utility at this point, smokes and the Candelas from Canadian. All right, you know what? We're not bad to work with.
That's that relentless aggression from SSG. They keep with the runouts, but now in the 3v3, they've got to survive the Candelas. Getting aggressive on some of these players could work out, and that's exactly what Jack does. Huge headshot on a Canadian.
He's got the read on the smoke now. Jane, I know, just needs to avoid that DMR. It's actually Surf credited with the kill. A nice lineup from Ambi as he searches for Newers. Waiting for Surf to get into position. Newers can quarterback this defense, but he swings for the fences. Ambi shuts him down, and through 6, both teams tied at 3.
Good to see Ambi getting active here in the final attacking round to even things out. I really thought it was going to be the aggression from SSG that defines that round, Parker, because initially it was Ashen going for a run out. He gets stopped by Rexon. He uses his impact to try to get out of Big Garage. Doesn't go his way, but then Newers uses the same impact rotation to make another run out from Big Garage. Gets rewarded with 2 kills, almost tilts the round back in his teammates' favor, but just a little bit too smart from Surf and Ambi, getting those long-range DMR gunfights up on the top floor, equalizing this to a 3-3 split. Exactly where they wanted to be, starting off on Chalet. Now we get the operator bans to come through. It's again a heavy focus on the shields, with Blackbeard being removed alongside that Dokkaebi, and then really heavy window pressure. With both the Zombie and Castle being taken off the board, it's going to make some of these top floor positions really tough to play for the Rebellion.
Yeah, very good point on that. Denari will be brought in this very first round of the second half. We did get to see Denari quite a bit through the first couple rounds. It was employed by SSG. He's a great trap operator that can slow things down. It's been great to see the creativity emerge from teams regarding those tripwires. You get 7 of them. As long as they have a line of sight, they will connect. They slow you down. They do some damage. They make a very, very satisfying sound. I don't know how many of you here that are listening right now like the audio portions of this game, but there are certain things in Siege that just they tickle a part of my brain. The suppressed sound of Ying's LMG, oh, be still my heart. The popping sound of the gas canisters on smoke, the little plinking noises of Denari's trip mines. Oh, they get you. They get you, Jesse.
You said the popping of the canisters. I immediately thought of a Twitch drone popping a mirror window. Nothing better than hearing that. Quite miserable if you're the mirror in the situation, but always a fun sound to hear when you're the Twitch drone driving through that site, getting your utility. Instead, we're going to see this Denari setup that is oh so popular going down inside of bar and games. This is something that has been really in the game and in the meta ever since Denari got brought into this map. You see the creative lines going through between the 2 rooms. Makes it really awkward to jump into that game's window, and you could see initially Fultz was looking to do just that, but once he sees the Denari wire, he's going to think twice about this. Ambi lurking around as well, knows there's somebody just outside the front door looking for a gunfight.
What on earth is that? Jesus, wow. Have you ever seen such a play? I'd be smoking mad. There'd be steam coming out of my ears like a 1950s cartoon.
Okay, Willie, why not?
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Surf takes down Benjamaster, and SSG having some struggles to gain ground as they look to push towards this bar gaming section of the map. That's not where the bomb site is, but it's where most of the focus has been from SSG at this point in time. Fultz inside a mudroom all by his lonesome as Ashen sits far enough back, and if Spoit dares to test his reflexes, he could find another. But he sees the Monty menacingly moving in front of him, and just like that, Shopify Rebellion have vacated the first floor. And Surf and Spoit will work together to go upstairs. Surf gets down, Spoit gets the hell out of dodge. They're gonna leave him to bleed for now. Finished off by Fultz as bullet tracers will go in through library. And hold on a second, SSG are beautifully answering this SR fallback.
Yeah, this is the power of that Azami Castle Band, Parker. Once you remove these operators, the top floor becomes extremely dangerous for defenders to play. With the numbers being equalized, I think this tilts back in favor of SSG. They're going to get the office wall open with no problems, and they got the Monty taking space as well.
Oh, no, Ashen's dead. That's good. There we go.
Down goes Ashen. The guns on SR will now fire back. The Monty coming in ever closer. J90 shredding one. Fultz, at this point in time, a sitting duck. Zambi and Canadian try to decide what's next best for him. J90 falters, and Fultz with the pistol out will have to get it all done by himself. Former teammates and world champions on the same roster. Canadian and Fultz will come to blows. Canadian walking away with the final 2 kills, and SR will gain the lead.
A little scary in the mid-round, Parker, but the Rebellion do close it out in the end. Nice couple shots from Canadian to be able to find those last couple of players. J90 and False were not playing together, and that's just
waiting
how
for an
they were setting up for
tech
push.
timeout now.
To be Ashen pushing in behind False while J90 came in for that lurk, that second dimension to the push. But as soon as Ashen goes down, it leaves False all by himself, and things really aren't winnable from this position. So nice target prioritization coming through from Shopify Rebellion. They take what is their first lead in this game. It all comes off of a really nice early game from Willie and Ambi playing together, that entry duo in Shopify Rebellion, which has been so dangerous all season long, looking mighty fine here in the NAL Finals.
I'm very glad you noted that, because I was going to hop in if you didn't and say the same thing. SR has been tied or trailing in every single one of these rounds, and the seesaw back and forth that we see. Round number 3, to their credit, SSG did win flawlessly, but beyond that, these SSG wins have been very hard to come by. They have been exceptionally scrappy. They're going to have to be a bit more dominant in these rounds. What if they changed up this time? They're going to bring another shield op, so not just the Monty. They'll bring the Blitz alongside him, and then Grim, one of the strongest operators presently in the game, a real Swiss Army knife of an operator, and then lots of good guns. DMR in the hands of Newers, but Benjimaster running the F2 is a little bit unorthodox.
Yeah, he was running this yesterday too, Parker. He kind of loves this gun.
I know. And I mean, it is a headshot machine, and you are playing on LAN. There has been something that has been said about high rate of fire weapons on LAN, whether it be the SMG-11, SMG-12, whether it be the FAMAS. These guns absolutely shred. All you need to do is hit the head one time, and look at Benjimaster making us look foolish. Down goes Canadian by Big Garage, and the F2 in the hands of the Dane. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, he's scary with that weapon. Makes it look like how it did before it got nerfed. I mean, just so good with this one operator, with this one gun. Now with the man advantage, they're going to hunt for some more of these frags. It's only Surf who's sitting in the bomb site. Everybody else is going to be roaming around that top floor. Entering trophy side, they shouldn't find much contest over here. The vert play, again, Ambi and Spoit playing as a duo on the top floor could be the problem.
Oh my, flash galore, the Mozzie is Spoit being bullied. Down he goes in the hands of Ashton, but Ambi is still there. The two shields not able to work together effectively, and Ambi will find a second. Turning his attention towards that bathroom door. Surf and Ambi will have their work cut out for them. J90 is in the ground. Can Ambi clutch out to win the round? Space Station on these scrappy runs will look for yet another victory in the same circumstance. Ambi playing a game of keep away. Benjimaster holds the case, so there's really not anything going well for the Rebellion at this point in time. The only thing that really benefits Ambi is that he is on a heater. The clock, 1:15 left. That benefits the attackers of SSG. They have good utility. Smokes in pocket. Benja attempting a plant. What intel is there for the Rebellion to play off of?
They're very separated on the side of SSG, though. They need to group up if they want a chance of winning this. You can't give Ambi 2 1v1s.
They know he's made his way back to the bomb site, Jesse. Over towards the main lobby. He gets a red ping. He will immediately follow up on it, hoping to catch them off guard. Benja will attempt the plant for a second time. Ambi tries to outrun Newers, can't get the job done. SSG answers back, and we have a tie game yet again.
Scary round from SSG, but they do eventually group up. Benja is planting in the site while Newers is still outside the building. As soon as Ambi sneaks past, gets back to the bomb site, Benja has the wherewithal to jump off that defuse kit, make sure he's gun up in case he does get rushed down by Ambi. It's a great clear of the top floor that gets SSG into that position. The blitz play coming through, really catching off guard those roamers. Ashen making a massive play to be able to get that early advantage going the way of SSG. This game just gets closer and closer, Parker. But even after a round win, it looks like Callout wants to talk to the boys. Another timeout that's happening at a pretty close point of the game.
Just really wanted listenings on LAN.
I know, right?
Just why not? Why do you deprive me of these things?
We got a battle of the Seths on the coaching staff, by the way. Here we've got Seth, Callout, Mick taking on Seth, Super Hoffman.
Over there.
Both coaches transitioned to a coach from the player role back in 2022, and they haven't looked back since. Looking very good in this role, have cemented themselves as some of the best North American coaches that we have ever seen in Siege. Again, nothing compared to what we saw from the coach of SOS, but they're doing their best out here still.
At one point, he just had the drawing.
The whole game.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was working on his coloring book.
I'm very embarrassed because I don't know Lilo and Stitch well enough to know which one is Lilo and which one is Stitch. I'm assuming Stitch is the alien.
Yes. Pretty sure, yeah.
I mean, I'm at a computer. I could realistically Google it, but...
It's okay. It wasn't my childhood movie either.
Sorry?
It wasn't my childhood movie either, Parker.
Yes, while we were on our break, Jesse spent no shortage of time insulting my age.
Wow. I don't know if that's true. Just stating facts.
Uh-huh.
5 seconds to go.
When do you think we hit the do or die point for these teams in this map? We're 4-4 right now. 5-5 is very likely. SR's won 2 in a row. That's the only consecutive round win for either of these teams.
Yeah.
What's the point of no return?
I think probably round 15. I don't expect we're going to see a lead of more than 1 round until we get to the very end of it. I mean, they've just been so neck and neck. It seems like every single player has had their moments, too. There's not a single guy in this server that's been quiet so far today. I know some of the numbers don't look that great, but again, we've had a couple of rehosts, so Benja sitting at 1 and 4 on your screen is actually one of the top fraggers in the server right now. So really feels like anybody can have their moment today, and everybody has at different points of the round. Round 9 will be the final bomb site in our rotation. We go to kitchen and dining, so both these teams avoiding the basement as so many teams have been in recent months on Chalet. And the clash coming out as well from Canadian. We saw Faults playing a ton of this. He moves over to the attacking big shield of Montaigne. Where is the entry point going to come from, though? It looks like it's coming library side over with not much of a contest just yet.
It says in the bottom right, host. Connect issues.
Rocking these shields, being able to call the power of an experienced player or just an older player who isn't able to gun as well. They say once you hit 25, you get put on shields or support. Volts announced earlier today it hit 4,000 kills in his entire career. That is an incredible tally. He is one of only a tiny number of players to accomplish that. And of course, it speaks to his longevity. He's been able to play for so long and has been dominant. I remember when he was on that old, what was it, the old OB roster with Merc way back in the day. That was probably when you were still in diapers, Jesse, because as you like to point out, I am as old as hell.
I casted that roster in Challenger League, actually.
Okay, the one team. All right, man, what am I supposed to do here?
Oh, this smoke could be dangerous. Ashen is hunting for an angle, but do they know there's a glass on the other side of this? Seems like they do. Never mind.
It's a great volley by SSG. They might finally be able to crack this egg that they've had going. Unable to win back-to-back rounds, Canadian Rexen now on defense and on the defensive in that role. Canadian moonwalking his way from a nade thrown over towards trophy side. The bomb site is undefended as that defuse kit continues to run down. Rexen will try to assist from above, but the retake is going to be mighty challenging, especially with a shield still up on the side of Space Station. Not looking good for the Rebellion, especially with the Monty of Fultz blocking off a critical avenue. It allows J90 to go up top in that main floor supremacy, coming out so well. Canadian handling Fultz yet again. He's had Fultz's number and his face on a t-shirt so far today, but there's 3 other players of Space Station, 2 seconds left, 1 second left. That's not enough. The round will go to Space Station, even with Canadian surviving. Not really sure what Jack was doing there, but a kill's a kill. He takes out Benjamaster. Canadian hops on the defuse kit a little bit too late, and Space Station wins their 2nd in a row and regains the lead.
A little bit of target practice from J90, I suppose. Can't hurt when the round is mathematically unlosable at that point, so why not? Great explosive start to that round from SSG. At around the 60-second mark, they took 3 separate gunfights across the map. We were watching as Ashen went in through the office door. He managed to get the pick onto Spoit with the Glaz. That was a nice play up on the top floor. Over towards the site, False walks in on the Monty and takes down Surf as that anchor position. And at the same time, Newer's vaults in that trophy window, takes down Ambi walking down the solar stairs. So 3 kills, 3 different parts of the map, all happening simultaneously. There's the window kill that I was talking about earlier. So good to see that coming through from Space Station.
Oh,
timing very together. And then that final kill, maybe the cleanest from Jade. I know. I don't think Benjo was expecting that to come out from his teammate, but again, really nice moment coming out from SSG. They're just 2 rounds away from stealing their opponent's map pick now.
A devastating blow for
Benja's already 1-5. You're chalking him.
Looking to themselves after the Munich Major unfolded in very dramatic and disappointing fashion. These 2 teams both came in with rosters that many thought could go the distance. M80, of course, the kings of North America, so the assumption was that they'd make a deep run, and boy, did they ever. They won the thing. But Space Station finished first in Stage 1 and almost repeated in Stage 2. If they win the grand finals here, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. But you got to do it internationally. So no matter what happens in this matchup, Jesse, this is also practice for these teams. When you look at SI, yes, it's an old patch. Yes, the game is being played with different balance than what you see right now. The mute changes, not in this present game. The hard breach changes, not in this game. The Thatcher rework, the DMR, not in this game. So we are playing on an outdated patch that teams aren't necessarily able to scrim on any longer. So take as that what you will. But it still allows you game day reps, still allows you to work on the fundamentals. And let's be completely clear. Both of these teams are very experienced, but it's never a bad time to work on your fundamentals.
Yeah, it's important to note too. I mean, M80, the only team in recent memory that has done anything internationally. This SSG and SR squads, they've been hyped up a lot. They've got incredible talent on their sides, and they've been great domestically. But yet to really find that success that a lot of their fans are hoping for. This win, whoever comes out on top, it'll be big, but SI's the grand prize. Solar take begins to go underway as Fall starts with the smokes.
Free kill with Glaz again.
SSG trying to rack up as many opening bloods and opening first kills as they can. Right now, it's relatively even between these teams. No real advantage has been gained by either squad. And I mean, you look at the scoreline, surprise, surprise, evenly matched across the board. Another will follow now for SSG as down goes Surf, Canadian dying too. Ambi with 8 kills. He's down below and he has a good vantage point. Trying to shut this down, but he's swept on by Benjamaster. SSG with the numbers advantage and full control of the site. Rexon spotted through the hatch, and Benja will send us to map point.
And for the first time, we see a 2-round lead in this.
Those opener kills.
Picks. This is the game plan that they brought into this map. Right
was
when
playing catch up after every time. Like they get that first kill with Glaz, and then it just dominoes.
We're gonna play Windows.
Kill one, die, kill one, die, kill one, die, and then just end up
presents a bit of a challenge, but we see that play coming in from Benja, disrupting that verticality. Ambi thinks he's got the denial. He actually saw the head there. Second guesses himself a little bit. Uses the gadget to just double check where that plant's going down, and that's all the time that Benja needs to shut him down. SE now in a dominating position, and they are on the
against his former teams, whether it be Dark Zero, Space Station, whether it was that old EG core when he was on SSG way back in the day, or DZ when he was on SSG. I'm not sure what it is. Obviously, a terrific IPL, one of the best.
Stop right on that place out, please. Well, they're just trying to find that first opening pick, and then from there on, it's just like
I don't think
whoever we go after, just as long as we're there for trades, we have man count. So they're basically playing 5v4 games.
At the same time,
and once they get 5v4, then they play 4v3, and they play 3v2.
I mean, just look
they
at the
play
wildcard
2v1
FSG matchup for crying out loud here, Jesse. Like some teams just have you on a shirt. That's it.
So the entire playstyle right now is isolate one of them, get a freebie, and then go from there.
I'm not smart enough to figure that one out.
Yeah, it's tough when you're going up against such a
tell you who the freebie's going to be.
Right? We're talking directly about this team in Toronto.
Oh, you found him already. Ambi, boom.
Being even more about Glaz can use exceptionally well.
They found the early kill.
Once again, takes down his fellow entry player on the other side. Cleans up Ambi, who's playing the Orc here in round number 11.
Bro, this is so butt.
Two players I was really excited to see go head-to-head with one another. Ambi and Ashen, just 6 months apart in age. They joined the league both when they turned 18 years old. They play the same role. They've got similar names. Both incredibly talented young gunners as well for both their squads. But today, it feels like Ashen's been just a tad better.
I have to look at the numbers before the rehost as well. We'll add J9O and Benjamin impressive tally to the list. 10 kills to 9 total, as you can see in the bottom here.
Gotta find the one with the least amount of delay.
Losing Ambi early is devastating. He was 8-1 at some point, so 4 rounds now in a row with nothing contributed other than a death on his team. Ambi doesn't usually play strong util ops. We did see him on the Solus, but on this Oryx, his utility is going to come from map control and the unpredictability that comes with the fastest op in the game. He will be no more, and that might be it for Ambi on Chalet if SSG can find the next 4 kills.
SR have decided to concede this top floor, and with the operator lineup they've brought, they kind of have no other choice. They do have players in the basement. Canadians lurking around West Main, hoping to get a flank. He needs to time this correctly. The site players of Surf, as well as Rexon, will have to hold off this advance while Canadian starts to make his move.
Ashen has 4 first bloods, by the way, and the
So they
last
can go as
3
slow as
rounds
they want
he's
because
cracked open this offense.
they already have
and
that first initial kill. Now, no matter what happens, as long as they
job of converting
start
these
trading
first
people
picks.
out, they're good.
You have to be a little bit worried about the mid-round. We are
Very strong
soon
position
eclipsing
to be
that,
in for
heading into
attacker.
the end of this
They
round.
can literally
Final
take
moments
the
with
entire
30
rest of the
seconds
round.
still left on the clock, and there
Once
is
they
some good
start, they
hesitation
just
here
have
from
to keep
Space Station.
going.
They don't seem to have the control that they want.
Find another
They
kill,
managed
and
to
then
net
that's
Spoit. They're
gonna
very
be
worried
attacker.
about this main lobby and the retake from the stairs. Canadian and Surf will have to do all this together. It's all up to the team captain. SSG have their shovels out, and Canadian gets buried.
Defense feeling like they need to overcompensate, try to double back, try to command count advantage. Like
continues.
back,
Space Station
but
looking
they end up throwing
fiery
it,
as
making
ever.
it 5v3, and then 3v5. It's going to be
But right
fucking.
at the end, they take the lead. Those attacks look
done.
so good, Parker. The offensive prowess from Space Station Gaming is so difficult.
These
to
finals,
go
yes,
up
these are the
against.
finals.
The analysts
That
said
was
on a
map
like
number
Chalet, it's
1.
always going
Now
to
we're on
be
map
tricky.
2. It's a
This
best of
time, the
3. So
astronauts just a little bit better than
huge streamer.
SR.
I mean, Fultz, his overlying numbers, terrible. But guess what? It does not matter because everybody else on that team was explosive. We've got at least 1 more map left. Will SSG pull ahead and become the NA League champions? We'll be back in a few minutes.
Hello again.
On dit qu'au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir.
Keeps putting the brick on the chair.
Mon pays Paris, toujours.
Or imagine after this break, they're all just kind of covering like. Every time the side comes up, I kind of want to try that cookie. Kind of. 4-ish. I'm getting kind of sleepy. That is 8:30, 5:30 my time. I don't know why I've been going to bed super early. My body is like, sun is setting. Are you ready to be streamer, I guess? That's moving.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go, Soup. Ow. Ah. We'll go for league win. Probably not today. Or maybe today I can take somebody out and dress up imposter style and go up on stage. What?
Go up on stage and grab the trophy and run.
Go up on stage, grab the trophy and run. Yeah.
No. You gotta do it.
Oh, the Naruto run? Good crushes. 5. 2. 1.
Two on me bar. Short, and stock. Short and stock. Short last.
Cap cans.
No! Fucking
Let's
shit,
go!
Good fucking shit.
So, Ashen, do me a favor and run me through what you guys have to do to make sure that long tech pauses don't wreck your mental in situations like that. Is there any technique that you're able to do to make sure that you still stay in the zone when you have to wait a long time to get back into a game?
Honestly, just being goofballs and just laughing at random stuff, because, like, I mean, you probably could have heard us, like, the stuff we were saying, like, you probably have no clue what that means or anything. So, you know, we're just cool, fun environment with each other. You just got to stay level-headed. So it's not that deep, you know?
Fair play. A best of five would have been a different situation for a grand final, only having to worry about 3 maps. Is there anything about your situation that now changes, knowing you only have 1 more map left to play, and it's not as much of a marathon as a best of 5 might have been?
Was it a best of 5 to begin with?
I actually don't remember at this point.
Oh. I mean, I got my Ghost energy drink. I'll be fine. You know, we all got our caffeine in us. We're just gonna keep it simple, stick to the game plan. We have these guys read like a book, so we just gotta keep it going.
General sentiment about how you guys played after the first map?
I mean, towards the end of that attack, we really just kept it simple, trusted our eyes.
Still waiting.
You know,
so I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick.
All we need to on the drums, and then we made the right adaptations, flips, all that. So we just gotta keep hammering that in the map 2, and then we'll be looking good.
All right, good stuff. Good luck at map 2.
Well, in a marathon of a map 1, SSG come out on top and set the tone early, 7-4 as they close it out to start things off. Laxing, this was initially a bit back and forth, neither team able to get more than a 1-round lead, but once that attacking half started to settle in, SSG started to set the pace. It really just kind of fell into their favor.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, round 9 was the one convincing round where you really saw SSG take hold of the entire round as a whole. It was the opening round from Ashen to be able to use that smoke, open up that top floor, and then they just would immediately put the clamps on SR in their defense. And then it was through and through. I mean, even at the end of that round 9, we would see that team kill when the time dwindled down. And we talk about mentality. We talk about even what Ashen was saying with being goofballs. That is something that reinforces that mental and having a good time. And as me and Fox know, when you're having fun, you're laughing, no matter what the series is looking like, even if stressful, if you can find a rhythm where you can laugh, you can find a space for that, that is only gonna just bring more success round after round. And that's clearly what we saw immediately after that. 4 rounds in a row, very convincing round to shut out the series. But I do want to highlight SR. I am actually really happy with their performance. Yeah, it's unfortunate they did lose, but they were keeping it very neck and neck. They were playing the trades very well. They were playing off of each other. Troy, I talked about, I want to see a little more unorthodox. He didn't rely on the shield. You know, we saw him switch to the Ying. We saw him play Zofia a couple rounds. He could have played the Black Vader at any given moment, but he was allowing himself to just play a different, unique operator, to just be more in depth, be more in the fight, and he was on the leaderboards. And this is something that I still want to highlight because we were going to see Troy get many frags, and all of them were all relatively close on the stat side. They just couldn't get over the edge, and that's typically where SSG finds themselves.
Fox, our players are almost ready to go, so I want to pivot to SSG for a moment because they obviously looked good in setting the pace, getting those opening kills. Is that something that you expect them to continue heading into map 2?
Absolutely. I think the maps just favor their fast and sporadic playstyle because it's so difficult on a small map with a bunch of rats scurrying around to IGL if you're Canadian to be able to pinpoint what's going wrong. And especially with going into Border, that's going to be even the same issue because Chalet and Border are equally a small map. So I can't imagine SSG is going to take their foot off the gas. It's SR's game to lose at the end of the day, but they did not play bad, like Lax said. They just need to make sure that they can as quickly respond to SSG.
All right, well, our players are ready. We're ready. Our casters are getting ready as well. So the final order of business, Shopify Rebellion, we need to see them get ready. They need to win here on map 2 in order to send us to that finale. Parker?
Win here on map 2.
This is the worst day of my life.
Oh, no.
I don't even know what to say. What am I? Like, what the hell am I? Am I the
What is
Lorax?
that?
Am I like...
What is that?
You're a fantasy loser, that's for sure, Parker.
I'm a loser, that's for sure.
No Intera?
I think you look
Is that
fantastic
short
here
for
for the
interrogation?
finals. What is potentially the final map to be played in the North America League 2025 season. Shopify Rebellion on the ropes after SSG stole their first map pick of Chalet. Now they get to come into Border, a map they have a 6-2 record on this season. SR, they are in trouble.
At the very least.
I kind of want to leave it on.
Stream sniping.
Like the rest of the cast.
Hater.
Do you like how it feels, or?
No, not at all. And I just ripped out a bunch of eyebrows taking these things off. Like I don't even know what to say. I guess damn you all to hell for doing this, but I guess it's my fault for finishing in dead last, so.
Stream's happening right now. No.
Araban coming in. Ashen was dominating on the glass back on Chalet, and it is immediately taken out on Border. Parker, I gotta say, Border allows probably the most flexibility in the operator bands of any map that we have in the pool. Gets paired with a Ying to come out from Shopify Rebellion. I think a bit of respect being shown, even if they say it's not an Araban.
Hey,
I mean,
now
why
walk
not?
up.
Take
We
it away.
dock
These can
the
be very
paper
powerful
cream
tools.
so
for space
right
station
now.
It's not a bad photo of me. It's
That's
really not a
on
bad look for me. I think I could rock with it.
I think you could roll up
What about two? Right
and nobody would
now.
really say anything.
All I hope is that the chat enjoyed it. That's really all I can say.
Almost done.
Somebody said I look like a Heimerdinger. I also kind of look like, what's his name? Dr. Robotnik from Sonic?
Yep, Dr. Eggman.
The funny thing is that Jesse and I, for the past 4 years, have been in a fantasy hockey league. Flynn is in it as well. Stokes is in it too. And then a bunch of my like real life friends. Brimstone, former T2 host and very briefly T1 host for the NALCQs, also in it. Jesse has beat me every single year in it. And it is awful. And yet again, another fantasy league, Jesse has defeated me one more time. And
I wasn't even playing this one.
You were the commissioner. I have no doubt you sabotaged me. You drafted my team.
All right, listen, your team got auto-drafted because you didn't show up to the draft. Whose fault is that?
Commissioners for setting a stupid time for the draft. What do I do with all this stuff? Do I keep it? Like, I don't have any need for this stuff.
It's yours
and
now,
a hat
Parker.
with a giraffe on it, Jesse.
It's a good hat.
Barely fits my giant head.
Makes me not want to do YouTube.
I hope people learn from my mistakes here.
This might be a quick one, Canadian. Here we go.
I got enough friends that do art. I need help.
Down goes Canadian at the hands of Benjamaster. A big bounce back is needed from SR here after losing their own map.
Oh,
Can it happen on Border?
Oh, that person. Oh, I see what you're saying.
All season long, but unfortunately,
Devil, I thought that person was a robot. Whenever I see somebody trying to offer me something and they've never even said hello, I assume they're a robot AI. That's why I don't even bother replying to them.
Started to make their duo shit, but
so I just flat ignored it.
Is the next one to go down instead.
Boom.
This is not going very well for SR at all, but hold on a second. They're closing the gap right before SSG finds their own footing, and it's J90 and Benja combining for 3 kills. Rexon topples Newers, has one more lined up, but he misses the shots on the buck of Benja. SSG takes round 1.
Hello, nice content. You want buy my art stuff or no?
That we were able to do late on Chalet.
Nice content though.
Our attacks simple. I thought we saw that again here in round number 1 on Border. It's nothing revolutionary. We're just bringing a Blackbeard to take east stairs over, and then we move west throughout the map.
Nice content,
control, having a bit of a pinch player coming in through on
you want
the CC
buy
side.
stuff from me,
Really
please, or no?
SSG, but it's stuff that they do extremely well.
No, they have good art, bro. Yeah, they have to go into random.
It's going to come down to your entries.
They have to go into random streams trying to sell their art stuff. I'm sure their art's really good.
Like this, that's their bread and butter. They love to get into these gunfights with relatively even situations.
I don't need more art,
some
man.
of SR have to be ready for it.
More
I'm sure they were
art.
expecting it.
I don't need more art.
They move
I
off
don't
the top
like
floor bomb site and
art.
go down below to ventilation workshop. When you're playing on this defensive side, you have to be able to get rounds on the board early. They needed to do that, I think, in this next round or the one after. Otherwise, it could just be an SSG
First
snowball.
match would make me mad. However, the bottom and second match would have made me drop the hammer. Yeah, that's completely ignored because I wanted to see it. I can see if the person will ever turn into a human, but they don't.
After
Never do.
SSG won, I think it was the LCQs. I think it was when Bosco was on the team. It was right before they won SI 2020. If memory serves correctly, that was in Bosco.
I've only made a couple people today, and you know, stream not doing super amazing right now, so I'm trying not to ban a bunch of people, but you know, they physically made me.
And I realized that the milk that I had expired the day prior, and the only thing I had was soy milk because apparently it never expires. I bought the soy milk because I can't read Polish. I was normal milk. I had to chug an entire glass of soy milk thanks to SSG.
My heart wants SR to come back and start winning, but
I don't know what it is with this team,
my body wants SSG to win just so we can lose.
They have a certain aura about them, Space Station Gaming.
After that tech pause was like 40 minutes long, man.
polarizing team in many senses.
You think I need help? Yeah, like.
They bring the drama, and
that's you think I'm gonna just like, oh,
they bring the
hello,
energy.
random person I don't know. Nice content, by the way. You want
They
buy
seem
off
very
from me, bro?
fired up. They've been on a terrific
You think
run
I can't find someone to
so
make me
far,
art, bro?
Very narrowly losing the Stage 2 finals, winning Stage 1 finals, and are now poised to take it here in the grand finals. They've taken round number 1 of their own map.
Come on, man.
Stealing SR's map 7-4 is quite the tally, and SR
What the
have
hell?
some issues. They were caught flat-footed quite a bit. SSG's fraggers are fragging, and that is a
Oh my
scary,
God.
scary thing.
Abby?
Oh. Trying to figure out what happened there.
I have no idea. Did he impact himself?
Abby?
I have to imagine. What a befuddling round. Very, very puzzling. Canadian goes down at the hands of Ashen, Rexon, and Surf. Last alive with a minute 20 still on the board. A devastating set of rounds now for Shopify Rebellion is round number 1.
So
did not
we're
go well.
throwing.
Round 2
Heard?
looks even worse. Still got a lot of utility on the side of Space Station, and they've got plenty of time to work through this. I will say the 5v3 to the 5v2
I love
is
you
the
the same
most
accents
dangerous
I do. I
league
just
in Siege. This
assume
is when
someone
the
that's
defenders get
simple.
quite active. Surf understands the mission. Nitro
Oh,
Cell goes out.
oh,
The Blackbeard dances
oh,
around
no.
him, and it is played perfectly by Space Station as they pick up their second flawless round of this series.
It's going good.
It took
I will
3
say,
rounds for the
it's
top
not
timeout to come from Super in map
the
number
best
1.
we've
It
ever
could come
done.
even quicker if he's not liking what he saw from those first 2 rounds. Quite dominant to start here for Space Station Gaming, and indeed, feels like this game is starting to get a little out of control. Here comes the attack timeout from Shopify now, deciding it is time. I really
More
don't know what
timeouts,
went
let's
on with
go!
Andy in the midst of that round. He was playing in ventilation. He tossed out an impact, but he was at 100% health when he tossed that out. Have to go back in the match replay and figure that one out, because it really did start to tilt the scales even farther in
I think he
SR's
probably
favor
impacted a
after
gas
Spoit went
pipe
down
on
with the opening
accident
pick
for like a
for
run out,
Great
and
Pulse.
it blew him up.
Talked about how dangerous that 2v5 situation can be, and you're absolutely right, but I thought Ashen played it perfectly. As long as you have a shield up, you should be able to lock down those man count situations. Ashen really started playing the shield a lot more this season back at Reload, when he didn't really find a lot of success with them. They changed their system up a little bit going into Stage 1 after they started their season in Rio. Eventually, Ashen found his footing, and he never stopped playing these shields. Saw him playing a bit in map number 1. Now we're seeing it again in map number 2. I think you combine the aim that he brings to this team with the operator pool that he brings as well, and it just becomes such a scary thing to try to go up
Oryx getting hit by a shielder. I mean,
this is a very early timeout, but it's in keeping with the same timing that a lot of teams will use for their very first and only tactical timeout, which is it comes before that 3rd operator ban kicks in. I mean, if you identify that there is some bleeding and you need to stop that bleeding as quickly as possible, now's the time to do it. See if you can right this ship, figure things out, and then lock in that 3rd ban to do maximum damage to your opponents. SR, so far through 2 rounds, is really struggling on Border with these defenses. Border is an unpredictable map. It is chaotic. It has lots of violence. There is tons of potential for gunplay. There is tons of potential for shooting and violence to unfold at any moment's notice. Lots of violence, violence, violence. That is the word to describe this map.
I mean,
and we have seen it so far through 2 rounds. Space Station, methodical
top
with
floor?
their clears, taking
That means they're either going to hop in CC and go CC window. They might kill them from underneath, but I see the Amaru. We are doing a sandwich window and maybe an archives. Archives with Sens, plant while Amaru flies in, distracts with Grim Bees. I mean, it's pretty obvious when you look at the operators what's going to go down.
Swapped over to the Clash, but playing East
Here comes the Amaru with the Grim Bees, and then the Sens is going to go out. They're going to turn to plan.
Used by False. Benj is just going to be trying to get in with likely the shotgun.
Oh no, Amaru's going to go up the hatch instead, but they're finding that person underneath, so...
Same time, they're contesting with Ambient.
Amaru was trying not to get seen here fully.
Unusual to see a roamer down below the site.
And it kills him, but now they know that Amaru's underneath, so now he's probably going to go up the hatch, but the hatch is open and Rexon finds him.
Mighty good for
So,
this SSG
Amaru is
team.
dead,
It
but
was
that doesn't really
relatively
stop
even
their
through the
push
halfway
fully.
point of Chalet, but then
They
it
still
was
have everything
Ashen
that they need.
off
Amaru
to
was
the
just a
races.
distraction.
All 3
Sens has come
rounds
out.
here on Border.
They can still
Opening bloods
pretty
on-
much
or first
plant
bloods
whenever
and
they
opening kills
want in
on
that.
the side of Space Station. So
I mean,
starting off each
you have
round on
a
the right foot.
Nitro, which will be probably the only real plant denial
This
here.
one close. That is good news for the Rebellion, and it's frankly very welcome. There hasn't been a lot of good news for this team so far on Border.
Spoit, one of the best security players in the world, playing it with this Aruni DMR, needs to be big now as he's tracked by the Deimos, and Ashen starts to make ways his direction as well. Canadian moves over to support on the Clash, but all eyes are on Spoit.
Oh.
Down goes Spoit. You said all eyes on him. All you need is 2 in the skulls of Newers. Watching in this angle and now softening up that door frame too. Surf is in a strong position by Metal Detector, but one move and he's going to take some damage, and there it is. Not enough to kill him, but you've at least removed some of that offensive threat. J9O is waiting for an opportunity now as he sees the Clash of Canadian maneuver by. Surf goes down. I don't know if they've got the read on that. Surf might be retrievable. This is a rough spot for SR yet again, Jesse.
I think Canadian's going to try to go for it. Rexon's just watching his back, making sure nobody can push in through offices. Surf bleeding out in front of him, and he sees 2 on the side of Rexon, so he's got to act fast.
Oh.
Rexon with a 2-piece. Ashen and Fultz pulverized. Surf still bleeding out. Rexon on borrowed time on a single point of HP. Good guns in the hands of Newers and J9O. Still a very winnable round for SSG. It all comes down to the Clash of Canadian.
Where's Surf at?
In between the 2 bomb sites. Out goes the ROU projector. J9O will conceal Canadian's movement and his own. Canadian has to play off of these red pings.
Bro, just get the rev. Get the rev.
Gets the defuse kit to the halfway point. A perfect opportunity for Surf to get back up off the ground. Newers will take matters into his own hands right as the shield comes out from Canadian. We'll have to dance through this time. Surf makes his presence known, immediately shredding one. J9O, last man standing. Excellent in the clutch. One of the most underrated players.
Just stick that shield down and probably defuse it.
All of these teams on notice. He's just waiting for Surf. 417 in hand. This gun does so much damage. He cannot allow Canadian to slip through the cracks, and Surf will drown J9O to give SR a much-needed round.
J9O's clutch ability is unbelievable, but late round moments, and he teams up with the support duo of Canadian in that round, Parker, to lock down that win. A desperation win coming through from the Rebellion. After their tack timeout, they couldn't afford to lose that round. They managed to get it on the board. It's not pretty. It's not clean. It goes a little awry.
Squeaked that round out barely.
The opening duel favoring SSG, but they stick together. They don't over panic. Canadian spends a lot of time debating whether he needs to pick up Surf or not, eventually commits to it, and it is the right call. They'll ban out his Clash. They don't want to let him play in that situation once again, but a good round for Shopify Rebellion to stop the bleeding.
Just what an incredible match this has been, despite the scoreline being a bit lopsided for Space Station and their fans. You have to expect these 2 teams to come to blows, and that is exactly what is happening. The shrewd move from Canadian with the timer running out to get Surf back from the dead, and the Phantom will come back to haunt them. J9O got the down. There was no secure to be had. Newers charging in instead of holding that security side, awaiting the cross. They often call that cut, where you stand posted up and you grab a player as they try to rotate between sites or between certain parts of the map that you're watching. Newers was not able to get it done. Surf is an incredible player with great mechanical ability and an ever-growing game sense. He is a force of nature for this SR team, and when he is on, there are few players who can stand against him. He put the teams on notice with that round, and SR gets a much-needed victory, but that's still a really close round, and one that doesn't inspire as much confidence as you'd hope for if you want SR to win this game outright.
Yeah, don't forget, they lost map 1, so it's still a large mountain to climb up against SSG, but it gives them a bit of life here on border. Canadian plays East Stairs once again. I love this Denari setup. This was something that was first brought out by some of the Brazilian teams to hold this part of the map, because we started seeing a lot of these smoke and a zombie bans, making it harder to play this position. With the shield, Denari can do a lot of good work to stall players out from this spot. Canadian can still play aggressive with the Scorpion as well, hold at close angles on the door or maybe farther angles on the window. It's given a bit of pause to SSG, who looks like they wanted to go that side of the map, but now are adjusting their aim elsewhere. Benja droning in through Workshop finds that it's been completely abandoned by Shopify Rebellion. A couple players still working on the top floor, but it's mostly going to be this bottom floor pressure that starts things off for SSG.
What an angle being held by Benja, reflexively expecting a follow-up on main stairs. Not a bad thought. He walks away wounded. Damage has been done to Spoit. Spoit having a bit of a slow day so far, but plenty of time for him to turn on the jets. You know that Spoit is only a good round away from being back in the game. You can never count him out. Benja shooting through the floor, missing another opportunity. It's a good spot for Benja to play in, and right now it's a very powerful position that SR can ignore, but don't really have an answer to directly confront him. I think that might be the play.
Spoit Insecurity is going to be the target once again. They're looking to clear him out of this spot. False wanted to jump in security, but with the smoke going down, it doesn't look like he had the confidence, and Ambi actually the first one to fall. Spoit trades back on Ashen, making it 4v4.
Another first blood for Ashen. J90 will hop on the board as well as down goes Rexen. Those DMRs are oh so strong. J90 will find a second. Surf and Spoit now on the run. Different parts of the map. Close enough to the bomb site. Surf within arm's reach. Spoit holding a powerful position upstairs in break room, and he will likely go the same route that we saw Surf, just on the different floor. Surf on the main floor. Spoit above, diffuser going down. Fultz at the halfway point. Surf making his presence known. Newers shuts him down, and it's all up to Spoit, who'd found a single kill in this position. He will have to grow that number. Miles away from the defuse kit, Jesse. Dangerous position for him to be in when he goes to drop. The shield of Fultz will encroach upon his spot. Spoit watching. I guess the limb damage changes haven't gone live technically, and well, it makes it a little bit harder to kill the shields. Fultz will take full advantage of that. He gets the exit frag, and the lead goes back to 2 rounds as it's 3-1 for Space Station.
Just not a winnable spot for Spoit. Unfortunately, the round was cracked wide open by J90. We were very focused on the security side of that execute, and rightfully so. That's where most of SSG were positioning themselves. But while all that was going on, J90 sneaks into Archives. He works a pick onto Rexen, backs off, goes over towards the office side, and then also manages to work a pick onto Canadian. All by himself, solo lurking on the other side of the map. He's the one that gets that advantage and throws it in the hands of SSG. The security players, they trade 1-for-1. That goes okay for Space Station as well, but it's really Jack Bricard, J90, who steps up and makes the game-winning play, the round-winning play for SSG to give him this 3-1 lead.
SSG playing on SR's map, likely starting on the side they vastly prefer over the Rebellion, so expect SSG to do better on this first half, as they're a very frag-heavy team. We saw that on Chalet, and that fragging has carried over here now to map number 2. If you are hot and your guns are hot, Border is a great map for you. Again, violence is the name of the game when it comes to this map, often referred to by certain pros as Hell in a Cell, Chaos, etc. And that's what we've seen. Action breaking out all over Border. Lots of soft walls, lots of vertical destruction. You can go for very linear takes, you can go for the full clear. Bomb site rotation is really up to the discretion of these teams. We're seeing a supply defense right now, which is very, very bizarre. You don't tend to see this bomb site all that often on the map. The main focus and point of contention will be on Jail. Canadian's Nitro Cell misses by a hair, and now Jail opened up. That will be clear passage for Space Station.
Shopify Rebellion do favor this bomb site, Parker. This is their 7th time defending it this season, and they currently have a 4-2 record through their first 6 rounds. This is a cool strat with the Rara. They're going to set down the doorway so that it opens up this wall for Newers. Now he can use it on the Rara gadget to open up the wall straight into Customs, but look at that play from Canadian. Ooh. He's going to use the Tuber to open up the Rara door and cancel out that thermite charge. Beautiful utility play coming out from Shopify Rebellion to keep the most important wall on the map nice and closed.
Canadian redeems himself after the Nitro Cell failed to keep that Jail wall closed. Thermite only with 2 exothermic charges, because again, this is the old patch.
This is the old build, so Thermite doesn't have 3, he only has 2, so Thermite's out.
Undergone the hard breach changes that we see on the live component, so if you're watching this and you're playing the game wondering, why does Thermite only have 2? What happened? It's because we're playing on the same patch that Stage 2 was played on. It's interesting to see the teams continue to use this and adapt to the changes after they've been scrimming on the live patch, getting ready for SI.
Important that SR can continue to stay alive on the top floor. This bomb site is impossible to hold if you don't maintain control up above. Ashen pressuring up above, but Spoit strikes first, taking him out and giving SR the lead.
First opening duel for SR, and they come in a flurry. SSG reduced to just Benjamaster. Shopify Rebellion closing this gap very quickly. Benj has been great so far today, but I just don't know if he's going to be able to overcome this SR wall. And no, he doesn't. Rexen in somewhat disbelief. Talking a bit of trash as the gap closes to 1. Chalet was very close in the first half before SSG ran away with it. Will the same thing befall one of these two teams here? One more round for SR to close that gap and send us to the second half of the 3-3 scoreline.
Good to see Shopify Rebellion getting the win on what is the least commonly played bomb site here on Border. They won early with the utility. This play was incredible from Canadian. We've seen this a few times at a pro level, but it's just levels on levels. The chess match, incredibly difficult to come up on top, but there's a reason why Canadians thought of as one of the smartest players in this matchup. It forced SSG to go to a backup plan. They kind of wanted to just hit that mid floor, maybe ignore the top floor a little bit, or at least work an advantage on that main floor before rotating up above. They weren't able to do that, so then they had to send all 5 players up to the top floor. The Archives push,
you guys think that SSG's going to take this map or SR?
All really fell
what are we
apart for
thinking?
them. Shopify Rebellion, it's important that they do not get steamrolled in this first half. They got to choose what side they wanted to start on. They chose a defensive start side, and historically this season, this has been the better side for them on Border. They cannot afford to go down 5-1. That won't happen, but
going 2-4 on Border is not going to be great
on this map.
Oh, absolutely. The Rebellion are a team that can easily battle back. Their mental is very strong. They've got good players that at a moment's notice can turn on the Jets, not just Spoit, but the rest of the team as well. But against a well-oiled SSG squad that we are seeing, you cannot fall behind. This team has been so dominant here in the North American League playoffs through stage 1, through stage 2, now here in the grand finals as well. And you said it, 10 consecutive map victories over SR for this SSG team. That is an unbelievable streak that SR probably has in the back of their mind that they need to overcome, not just once, but twice to claim the championship here in North America.
Benjo, one of the best vert players in the world, down below the site. He's had to duel with Ambi quite a bit in this position. That's why he's watching his back, making sure that there's nobody coming to flank him. Ambi's just playing the Vigil this time around, in towards break room, in towards the main hallway. Vault sees that East is clear. Canadian was holding this, but is now backed off to try to play closer with Ambi and the rest of his team. They get it down on default with that Boss G, and the Impact should finish it off. Looks like it just missed, though. They could recover Fault if he can crawl away fast enough.
Saw how much that retrieval of Surf mattered in round number 3. Now they're able to get the team leader for SSG up off of the ground. Still 2 Selmas in pocket. Integral that you keep some hard breach available to pull off and execute. Ashen will be rocking the Blackbeard with that diffuse kit in hand. Did that? That's devastating. That Selma just did not work. So there is a big part of that map that is now no longer accessible. That could be a huge difference maker for SSG.
Yeah, they got to pivot off this side instead. This is where Ashen's trying to work towards now. There's nobody radio. There is one guy Fountain. Canadian playing that position now. They do have an angle with they can maybe get a drone in there, but it's not as large as they would have wanted to. Rexon with the TCSG playing a very dangerous spot with the second Selma opening it up. But what a shot!
Ooh. He almost gets taken out by a nade, Jesse, but is able to walk back.
Oof.
A damning first start, and Rexon will find a second for his trouble. Still in this position, they've been unable to flush him out of the spot. Another nade will go in. He backs away yet again. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him, and nothing is working. Richie's still got that TCSG in hand. Assessing the breach, assessing the window. Newer's using both of his smoke grenades. Finally, Ashen gets him.
I knew it. I knew it.
Those fire arrows from Newer's
something
working out effectively. Still 2 smokes in pocket for Newer, so he can do some serious damage here. Ashen taking a beating, but the numbers favoring SR with 20 seconds left. Good guns in the hands of SSG, but they have to get to the bomb site and deliver the goods. Ashen understands that mission. Suddenly, SR's getting swept away. Newer's the only man standing to shut this down. Hunting Ashen in this position. Blackbeard's shield goes up. A scramble on top of the case. Surf getting an ever closer. Newer's a factor elsewhere, likely having Canadians' attention. Newer's far enough back. Ashen takes matters into his own hands. This was looking mighty good for SR, and unless the captain can clutch himself, a 4-2 space station will be on the board. Ashen gets the job done. Blackhawk fan to Blackhawk fan, and it's Ashen with the final
Everyone
kill.
loves playing against Shields.
Yeah,
everyone cheer for Shields. Yay, Shields.
Oh, it doesn't get more devastating than that, Parker. SR had it in the palm of their hands. Rexon had done it. He got them the advantage. Shouldn't have gotten one, let alone 2 kills. Playing close on the breached wall, the radio wall, but in the end, it's really Ashen who makes the play to save it. We continue to praise his shield play for how good he's been, recognizes that they're not going to be able to push him through Fountain, but why not just rotate Archives, get that plant down? Surf is inches away from denying that plant.
Yeah, now this rest of this game is going to be
and then he's so good with the Blackbeard Parker.
It's going to be
brings
bad
his gun up
news
at the
Blue
right
Bears.
moment, gets those last couple of kills when his team needs him to the most.
So we'll see what happens.
I mean, a year ago, not even. We were talking about Ashen struggling in this role, but I just feel his development over the last 9 months or so has been incredible in this position. I really think Richie did so much to start this round for SR, but in the end, it doesn't matter if the rest of your team can't follow through.
I mean, it is a really tough bomb site to overcome when you've lost some control, right? That having that control of vents and that shield doorway that you saw Ashen playing at is among the most powerful positions on any bomb site. You are trapped. All you can really do at that point, because the floor cannot be shot out for most of that part of the A bomb site, you are looking at a nitro cell over the wall to try and delodge whoever might be there, or dislodge whoever might be there, getting the defuse kit down, or you just simply need to hit your shots from inside of the B bomb site. That's
silly.
really
I don't
it
know.
for most of these
I'm not a fan of
teams.
shield at all.
Once you've commandeered that first site, shaking you off, brutally difficult. SR was in a 4v2, and they saw how that bomb site works against them when they give up a tiny bit of control. SSG now 3 rounds away from the NA League Championship. They must be feeling pretty good about their odds.
4 years ago in Las Vegas, the Sonics became NAL champions, winning the NA Finals. We have not had an NA Finals since that event 4 years ago. The Sonics roster over time morphed and changed and now has become this Shopify Rebellion roster that we know today. Rexton and Super are really the only pieces that remain, but to repeat as NA champions is going to take quite a lot of grit at this point. They get to move to the attack. Some would tell you the favorable side on border, but it's not the side they chose to start on. This has to be where things turn around. This has to be where the guns come alive on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Spoit 2-6, Ambi 2-5. Your star players need to come alive right now.
Numbers have not been good for some of the fraggers on the side of SR. Now, obviously, there's still potentially more rounds to play here, so things could turn around, but Spoit is the lowest rated player on this SR team. He has a 9-16 through both maps. If that was Canadian, I'd be saying, that makes sense. But that's Spoit. 16 deaths is an almost unacceptable amount at this level. Spoit is having a really rough day against strong competition. Canadian has been dropped. Canadian's really Spoit's only competition at the bottom of the scoreboard right now, and that's understandable for Canadian on his role. The Glass of Surf taking some damage. He's usually a standout performer. He's gone quiet here on the second map as well. Nobody from SR really finding that fifth gear, or even a sixth gear if need be. Ambi will start things off by taking down Benjamaster, approaching that 90 portion of the map. And the damage that's been done to SR still allows those players to walk with guns in hand, so that is a good sign for the Rebellion.
I was asking for Spoit and Ambi to step up. Ambi gets the kill, and it's Spoit's flashbang that really allows it. So the 2 star players on the Rebellion do come alive in round 7. Plenty of work still to do. J90 holds down East. They have break control. They have security control on the side of SR, but that's not the bomb site. They still got to work their way in and try to find a pick, try to find a plant spot. 40 seconds to find it now.
I mean, the damage that's been done to SR will continue. They are just a single bullet away from being down to 3 players. Benja dying is obviously devastating, but you've still got some great guns in the hands of SSG. J90 is the next in the line of fire. 20 seconds remain with a 5v4. SSG could break the backs of the Rebellion here. Newers taking down Canadian. There goes full. Spoit traded out as well. Ashen is now on the board. Newers dies to the Glass of Surf. Rexton retrieving the diffuser. 10 seconds left. Ashen getting back to the bomb site. He and J90 will have to shut this down. The Glass of Surf has a window. He's doing great coverage, allowing Rexton to get to this position. J90 is there, but Rexton will pop off the diffuse kit and get the job done himself.
That's our wins with people get 5
Another
subs.
hero round from Richie, this time late enough to actually result in the round win. He has been fantastic on border, but it's a team effort. Surf providing excellent pressure with that Glass, allows them to get into the spot to win that round. It's scrappy, it's messy, but Shopify Rebellion have started to mount their comeback. A good first round win on the attack.
Not fully out.
Oh, was saying the comebacks start with a single round. The window is open for SR, but they don't have their timeout. Recall they took it at the tail end of round number 2, and they've won all 3 rounds since then. It was a 2-0 start for Space Station, so after the timeout, albeit with a side swap, SR does lead in rounds 1 after calling that timeout. 3-2. I guess the assumption is now that because it's their map, Shopify Rebellion will be on the favored side for the remainder of this second half. That obviously is great. But there's still some structural issues here that need to be addressed.
SSG's map pick, Parker, so they would be now on the favorable side in the second half here on board.
I stand corrected. I looked at the scoreboard up top for a brief moment.
Hello.
For a brief moment, I thought this was the other way. Nope, I forgot that SSG did steal the map away.
So it's even more dire for Shopify Rebellion. But their first attack was good, and ultimately it doesn't matter what the stats say, it doesn't matter what we'd expect based on the side swap. If Shopify Rebellion show up on their attack, then that is all that we're going to be talking about by the end of this
Just doing
game.
a quick little lap,
Starting
wake up a little bit.
Is strong on your defensive side, and we can see some good utility work coming through from the Rebellion.
Hello.
Ambi collecting a lot of these Malusi Banshees, a lot of this utility
this
down
level's 100x more than ranked. Oh yeah, no,
potential
for sure.
Something later on. So a lot of these cameras that are placed around the map, the default cams being set up, could go the way of SR.
First
not as good.
He pays for it immediately with Ashen trading him out. What did we say? First Bloods were so strong for SSG through the tail end of map 1, through the start of map number 2.
SR having to attack here is going to be tough.
Now twice. Allow Canadian back on this shield. Very limited kill impact for this particular map because that's the
he needs
role he
to
plays
turn his game around.
He needs to get the most out of these players. We did put some of these players under a microscope, and since then, they have all been flourishing. Spoit is the only player who's languishing on this SR team, and again, there is plenty of time for him to turn it around. We have seen in very tough environments him break double digits. It seems like that's a far cry from where he's at the moment. Only 2 kills through 7 rounds. He's going to be playing on that striker, so he's going to have plenty of secondary utility to assist with the execute.
Yeah, I liked his util play in round number 7, even though he didn't get a kill. Can have more opportunities to get that impact with the util. Still 3 of those throwables in pocket, but the top floor clear is really what we're focused on for Shopify Rebellion. Everybody is focused on this point. Canadian will be the front man. He's made his way into offices. There's nobody playing directly on the radio window, but if Rexon can open that up, maybe use a Selma to open things into archives as well, then that could really start to apply pressure on top floor players. And as that happens, everybody falls off. It's only Newers who is stuck around top floor, and he is playing on a hatch.
Ashen gets shut down. Benja trades him right out. Benja's the player that I think SR needs to fear the most. Is Solus off-site waiting for the defuse kit to be shepherded in the hands of Canadian with Spoit and Rexon there as a supporting cast. But he'll have a vantage point, a good one at that, and information to play off of. Rexon with top floor control now, trying to hunt somebody down over towards bathroom. Time running out on the ability to pull off and execute. Spoit and Canadian both taking damage. How does this happen? How does J.I.O. go undroned in this position? Being watched by Rexon, he pops up. Jack has his hands full, getting out of the way, but everybody else on the team comes alive. SSG answers SR's round win back with a victory of their own and get ever closer to the fabled championship just feet away.
J9O, you dirty, disgusting rat. He recognized that the time was low,
I don't know.
He recognized that Shopify Rebellion would not have the ability to clear all their angles, to drone everything, to check everything. They spent too long taking that top floor.
You didn't see it rotate, so he just decided to be like, it's probably clear.
There's nothing better to see when you're playing that style of siege. J9O, such an incredibly smart player. Got an ace clutch to get Space Station to these grand finals. Has played exceptionally through both maps 1 and 2 so far. And SSG 2 rounds away from being NAL champions.
Really just an incredible run here by this team of Space Station. International success might have eluded them this year, but domestically they have been a cut above. It's stiff competition in the NA League. You know, there was quite a disparity from the top to the bottom. There were 2 teams in the NA League all season that just really struggled, and it did allow the top teams to kind of stretch their legs. But
I don't know about that.
That logjam that we saw at the top, being passed around from M80 to SSG to SR to OXG, at times even DZ in the running, There were excellent teams at the top. Envy looked like a world beater for a period of time there until they fell back to earth. Cloud9 had some good looks, and we're ignoring Wildcard, who finished in the top 4 at Munich and at Reload. NA is a much deeper region interregionally, domestically. Sure, M80 might have been the kings when it comes to international play, but it's a real dogfight when you get into North America playing against other North American teams. If you're hoping for an SR comeback, the odds just got a little bit worse. Benjamaster, the very first kill, down goes Surf. That's your primary hard breacher. The only hard breach gadget that you see on the board is gone. That's going to make things mighty challenging for the Rebellion.
Yeah, trying to enter down below. He was kind of
didn't what?
Really Shopify Rebellion just on place on the colors. Depending on how they set up that bathroom wall, that ace is important to try to faults on East Stairs, playing the Stenari setup very similar to what we saw from Canadian a few rounds ago. Teamed up with Newers playing Break Room. He gets droned out and has to take a bit more of a passive stance back behind the desk. SR are looking for a way to crack this defense open, but they haven't found it yet, Parker.
I mean, you're going to have to get a bit desperate here, aren't you?
Yeah.
They've called their timeout. What are they able to do at this point in time? The only ability for them to talk to their coach, if Super could even diagnose the issue at this point in time, is hope that SSG calls theirs. But why bother giving your opponent an opportunity to get back into this match?
I mean, they just threw most of their flashbangs. They just used a logic bomb, and what has resulted from it, Parker? Not a single kill. Ambi finds one onto J9O. That could be the tipping point inside of Ventilation.
You can hear Benjamaster's MP7 doing some serious damage. The Swede toppled by the Dane. Benjamaster with a huge end of round
this
moment.
Could potentially be
and it's championship
the
point
final
for
round.
Station.
The sixth
could potentially be
MVP is looking back in
the
prime
final
form.
round.
This guy posted 31 kills in the upper bracket final versus N80,
3 sets
MVP on maps 2 and 3.
Of map 2.
Chalet was an exceptional map for him as well.
Shopify is down.
7-1 on that map, and now
they lost the first
map.
map.
Things on border.
So if SG wins this round,
Space Station closer towards
all
the championship.
over.
Shopify Rebellion will have to go
Done.
back to back to back
Home.
through the
Gone.
fourth quarter. Otherwise, this will be a
Trophy's
finished
mine.
game. Space Station Gaming will be closing things out 2-0. An 11th map win in a row against the Rebellion.
SR is a team I wanted to win
like
in
that.
terms of. Yes, we know most of the people over here.
Inches for our North Americans who don't use the
Yes,
Imperial system.
but they are doing great.
From the trophy,
They are doing great.
SSG can feel it. They can see it.
What?
They want to end the year on a high note.
I know.
Space Station won the
Lock
U.S.
in.
Nationals 6 years ago,
Lock
if you will
in.
recall, also in Las Vegas. Albeit with a different team, they hoisted that U.S. Nationals trophy, or it was the U.S. Division. I think it was technically the U.S. Nationals was the name of it, but we had a brief period of time where we named everything kind of similar. It was right after Troy had actually been picked up on the team. They won the U.S. Nationals in 2019, then went on to win SI just a few months later. And it was the start of an upward trajectory for a team that was ultimately cut short by lockdowns.
I'm trying not to
threw
fade
our
to black
entire
right now.
global circuit into turmoil for a number of years.
Hey,
It's a bit of a shame when you
enough
look back and think
enough
of what
of this.
could have been of that SSG
Time
roster.
to let a
or even
real
this
man
roster from
take
an
over.
International perspective. SSG showing their prowess here domestically in Philadelphia on the eastern seaboard.
little boy.
It's mighty cold out
Little
there,
boy.
but these players hot as hell right now.
What?
Space Station is 2 minutes and 30 seconds away from being NA champions.
Don't count out SR yet, though, Parker. Some good
Yeah,
information
no,
to start this round. Surf manages to catch Newers on a
Time
drone.
for me to take over.
Interesting shield outside the building, too. Gives a little bit of pause to Canadian, but this security position still becomes very tough to push through. Fault is able to play out on this balcony without fear of being punished, running around on this clash, being very mobile on what is usually a stationary operator. Break room seems to be the focus for Shopify Rebellion. This could make or break the game.
Enja first line of defense, activating those smart goggles, trying to see through the smoke that's been dispensed by this SR roster. Canadian using both of his on the blitz, and it might have all been for naught, as we now see this SR team completely abandoning the position and circling around the map. They gambled ultimately it did not pay off. They've got good intel still, and if they go for an execute, oh my, they might be able to catch them off guard. Canadian off to the races.
Oh.
Gambling his luck, caught in the crossfire. The Dane Avengers there. Nitro Cell goes out. Andy taking some damage. Ashen dies. A swing from Benji. He collects a second. J9O on the board as well. They are falling by the wayside, but Spoit has his number. J9O dies. Fultz as well, and into a 2v2 we go. Diffuser surrendered. Rexon reads Benja like a book. And Newers, newest member of this SSG team, will have to clutch out. He takes down Spoit. Next up is Rexon. Far enough back with over a minute to go. Jesse, this is for the championship, for all the marbles. Incredible gun in the hands of Newers, and he just misses the head of Rexon. Both of these players on double digits. Newers playing with him, flirting with disaster, and Rexon pulls it off to prolong this match. My God.
Oh, the top frag for Shopify. It down once again. Rexon has been the lifeblood of this team this whole map, and he's managing to pull them through, keep them alive for one more round, give them another chance to pull this game back.
Keep them on the flight.
Finally coming alive in that one too. It looked like the Scandinavian players were starting to take over. Benja, another massive round for SSG, but gets shut down in the midpoint by Rexon. Spoit a couple of monster kills to give Rexon that opportunity in the 1v1. Nice nitro from Newers to get himself back up to double digits as well on this map, but in the end, the long angle favors the AK, and Rexon comes out on top. 12-7 here on this map, despite being down by 2 rounds. He's really been carrying, dragging this team through border, but that might be enough. 2 more rounds will let us know.
A Herculean effort by Rexon. Was it Sisyphus who was told that he had to roll the boulder up the hill for the rest of his life? I feel like that's Rexon at this current point in time.
Yeah. I believe Sisyphus is Richie's
I'm old
middle
enough
name.
to have been there when that happened, by the way.
Were you good pals with Sisyphus?
I was good pals with the boulder.
Ah, okay. Tough spot to be. Nobody talks about how rough that was for the boulder.
I know. Think about it. You're just a happy rock, and now you got to be rolled up a hill for the rest of your life.
Well, it's a good thing Rexon will be used to pushing things uphill, because this game does not get any simpler. Space Station remain on series point, on championship point. They've got a strong setup here. Bomb sites ventilation workshop. J9O locking down east with the Stenari setup that we've seen both teams use so far in this game. Canadian on the Monty and Rexon back on the ace.
A lot of concentration, making Spoit still lacking.
Rebellion
Spoit's good, it's just...
Game plan's going to be the same.
He's getting shut down like crazy right now.
Top floor, clear out break room, clear out offices, clear
out.
Yo,
viewers, I'm watching Jinx here, by the way. That's fine.
First on Space Station, who's going to give themselves?
I'll be back to normal streams tomorrow. Yeah.
Or can they strike back and get this man advantage, which they've been quite effective
Saw
at claiming
good
so far
in the hoodie.
If this goes to overtime, you're going to have to think Newers is going to want that one shot back that must have grazed the head of Rexon, not landing on target, but boy, that could have been it right there.
Can't worry about numbers and stuff, Russian. Just gotta
one round at a time, though, for both of these teams. Canadian on the shield, the Monty, breathing down the neck of Ashen inside of security. That Denari setup will give the Monty some pause as Newers now comes in for the assist.
Poking around Siege
the Monty
is probably a good thing,
You've
but
also got Benjamaster down below. 3 players
once you
all
quit,
looking to
quitting
climb
is...
this mountain that Canadian has presented.
No, gonna quit again.
Andy hoping to catch them off guard now as he sweeps his way up through the corridor, taking out the 90 cam and sets his sights on the
only thing that's gonna be different about tomorrow's stream is that I'm gonna be streaming pretty late start time because I'm getting home by like 9:30 my time. So
SR would speak to their coach. 1 minute to go, and
I'll be on when I'm on, basically, but it will be a late start.
SSG can't find a foothold, but here's a kill.
That's a teammate, brother.
Gifted to SSG as Spoit team kills Canadian. That's the Monty off the board with less than 60 seconds to go. SSG are still in the disadvantage, but they've got the site control. They've got everybody down below, and Benja, Newers, J9O. These are the 3 players who have been explosive on border today. With top floor advantage, SR need to keep working these picks. Here comes the Deimos.
Okay.
I just don't see how you do this if you're SSG. You lose Newers. You have the Deimos track coming in. Benja trying to escape.
They may really want to go all the way, huh?
To do so, his Surf takes away some of the wall. Right now, the spread for the Rebellion all upstairs. They're starting.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he indicated Monty. It could have been something else, but that happens.
He's been great in his position. J90 taking out that fire extinguisher, smoke to conceal the advance. Benja and J90 both there. Oh my goodness. Spoit puts J90 in the ground, and Benja has to catch up against Surf, running out of time. Surf does not have the kit. It will be a 1v1, a fight to the death. The blood sport in front of our eyes. Benja dancing around it and will win on time alone. Space Station wins the North America League.
Over.
They are North American champions.
Done. That's it. Philadelphia.
Again and again.
We're done.
And again. What a
We're done.
To come through in Philly from the young Dane on Space Station. How good has that gotta feel? SSG remains dominant over their old rivals. Shopify Rebellion cannot muster a map. They cannot complete the comeback.
But
SSG, North America League champions for the first time in years, Parker.
My, what an incredible team this SSG
squad
is. No
SSG won. That means they're going to Paris for SI.
Series, but I mean, kudos
you get points depending on how you perform in your regional leagues and then your international leagues, like the major.
Had a very
I don't know how many SI points you get for winning your region, but it ain't zero. Sure. So chances are they probably have enough points for SI because of this. So.
Other than that,
don't know exactly how it works, but
against M80, it has been SSG winning it
SR probably has enough, but I think
let's hear from the champions down
on stage. SG has enough, and M80 definitely had enough. That's why they didn't give a shit about the game yesterday. M80 didn't care because they won the major, so they're just like they already knew they were going. Feet kicked up. Now you go to Paris to watch more.
At long last, it's finally happened. Philadelphia, give it up for your new NAL champions, SSG. Fultz, it's been a bit of an up and down year. You won the playoffs as mine. Once you got to claim that at the beginning of the year. How sweet now does it feel for you to finally get a land victory under your belt before the end of 2025?
Yeah, it feels great. It's a great end of like.
Who do you think's gonna play in the Six Invitational?
I'm really just happy for my guys on the team.
For North America?
You know,
Shopify, M80, SSG.
If you had to characterize it, how difficult do you think that this year has been overall? To start
and then
off
it's a toss-up between like OXG and like DZ.
In stage 2, it felt like things got a lot more competitive. What did you guys do to make sure that you always stayed in it?
I think it goes back to our coaching staff. We have a fantastic coaching staff. Anytime we start to get off the rails, we kind of debrief after the event.
What, Europeans? Oh, I mean, there's going to be a bunch of European teams.
Always have the info on that.
I was talking about North American teams. I know who I'm talking about.
You guys already knew
EU, I don't follow as closely except watching the actual event itself. Then I'm like, okay, I'm in it. But I'm not like watching it like
when you came in, was it more
game
of
by
a casual
game
atmosphere,
basis,
or did you still want to come in to make sure you gave it your best?
Yeah, anytime you get LAN experience or an experience where you're playing an official match, it's a great experience to learn
EU teams
and improve, and that's really what we're looking for going into.
I mean, you're gonna have. I think Falcons will count as EU, but
anything you'd like to say to
you have Falcons, you can have G2, aka Stompin'.
I appreciate the crowd, even though it's not super big. You guys are loud, so I appreciate that.
You can.
Yeah. And as well, shout out to all the family members that came out and supported, including my own. It means a lot, and I know how difficult that is for schedules and stuff for families to make that work. So it's really cool to see everyone here.
One more time for Space Station. You guys ready to see him lift this sucker?
That's a tiny video. It's like, yeah, it's not huge. I mean, there you go. You see me in the back.
Philadelphia, give it to me one more time for your 2025 NAL champions, Space Station Gaming!
All right. Yeah, that's probably going to be it for me. We're going to be back live around tomorrow night. A little bit later start time than I would normally stream. Like, let's go up EST. I'll probably start stream around like midnight EST, maybe later than that, but we'll be live tomorrow for sure. I'm going devil. Peace out, baby. Yeah, I have to like walk out of this like soon and then just start disconnecting all my shit. I appreciate it, Easy. Yes. Yes.
Space Station are victorious in Philadelphia for the broadcast. There's still one
Just
more
pointed to Rockstar. I'm gonna need that later.
We'll be right back after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Yes. All right, there's some post-game stuff, but I'm gonna end on that note. Love you guys. Be on tomorrow, late night stream. Gotta get some rank games in, but yeah. Peace out, guys. Later. Gonna end abruptly because there's no ending scene, so.